Absolute Friends by John le Carre. Read by Michael Jayston. Chapter 1. On the day his destiny returned to claim him, Ted Mundy was sporting a bowler hat and balancing on a soapbox in one of Mad King Ludwig's castles in Bavaria. It wasn't a classic bowler, more your Laurel and Hardy than Savile Row. It wasn't an English hat, despite the Union Jack blazoned in oriental silk on the handkerchief pocket of his elderly tweed jacket. The maker's grease-stained label on the inside of the crown proclaimed it to be the work of Messrs. Steinmatzky and Sons of Vienna. And since it wasn't his own hat, as he hastened to explain to any luckless stranger, preferably female, who fell victim to his boundless accessibility, neither was it a piece of self-castigation. "It's a hat of office, madam," he would insist, garrulously begging her pardon in a set piece he had off perfectly. "A gem of history, briefly entrusted to me by generations of previous incumbents of my post, wandering scholars, poets, dreamers, men of the cloth, and every man jack of us a loyal servant of the late King Ludwig. Ha!" The ha perhaps being some kind of involuntary throwback to his military childhood. "Well, what's the alternative, I mean to say? You can hardly ask a thoroughbred Englishman to tote an umbrella like the Japanese guides, can you? Not here in Bavaria, my goodness, no. Not 50 miles from where our own dear Neville Chamberlain made his pact with the devil. Well, can you, madam?" And if his audience, as is often the case, turns out to be too pretty to have heard of Neville Chamberlain, or know which devil is referred to, then in a rush of generosity the thoroughbred Englishman will supply his beginner's version of the shameful Munich Agreement of 1938, in which he does not shy from remarking how even our beloved British monarchy, not to mention our aristocracy and the Tory party here on earth, favoured practically any accommodation with Hitler rather than a war. "British establishment absolutely terrified of Bolshevism, you see," he blurts, in the elaborate telegrammese that, like ha, overcomes him when he is in full cry. "Powers that be in America, no different. All any of them ever wanted was to turn Hitler loose on the Red Peril." And in German eyes, therefore, Neville Chamberlain's rolled-up umbrella remains, to this very day, madam, the shameful emblem of British appeasement of our dear Führer, his invariable name for Adolf Hitler. I mean, frankly, in this country, as an Englishman, I'd rather stand in the rain without one. Still, that's not what you came here for, is it? You came to see Mad Ludwig's favourite castle, not listen to an old bore ranting on about Neville Chamberlain. What? Been a pleasure, madam." Doffing the clown's bowler in self-parody and revealing an anarchic forelock of salt and pepper hair that bounces out of its trap like a greyhound the moment it's released. "Ted Mundy, jester to the court of Ludwig, at your service." And who do they think they've met, these punters, or billies, as the British tour operators prefer to call them, if they think at all? Who is this Ted Mundy to them as a fleeting memory? A bit of a comedian, obviously. A failure at something. A professional English bloody fool in a bowler and a Union Jack. All things to all men, and nothing to himself. 50 in the shade. Nice enough chap. Wouldn't necessarily trust him with my daughter. And those vertical wrinkles above the eyebrows like fine slashes of a scalpel. Could be anger, could be nightmares. Ted Mundy, tour guide. It's 3 minutes short of 5 o'clock in the evening, late May, and the last tour of the day is about to begin. The air is turning chilly. A red spring sun is sinking in the young beech trees. Ted Mundy perches like a giant grasshopper on the balcony, knees up, bowler tipped against the dying rays. He is poring over a rumpled copy of the Süddeutsche Zeitung that he keeps rolled up like a dog chew in an inner pocket of his jacket, for these moments of respite between tours. The Iraqi war officially ended little more than a month ago. Mundy, its unabashed opponent, scrutinises the lesser headlines. Prime Minister Tony Blair will travel to Kuwait to express his thanks to the Kuwaiti people for their cooperation in the successful conflict. Says Mundy, aloud, brows furrowed. During his tour, Mr. Blair will make a brief stopover in Iraq. The emphasis will be on reconstruction rather than triumphalism. "I should bloody well hope so," Mundy growls, his glower intensifying. Mr. Blair has no doubt whatever that Iraq's weapons of mass destruction will shortly be found. US Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, on the other hand, speculates that the Iraqis may have destroyed them before the war began. "Why don't you make up your stupid minds, then?" Mundy harumphs. His day thus far has followed its usual complex and unlikely course. Prompt at 6, he rises from the bed he shares with his young Turkish partner, Zara. Tiptoeing across the corridor, he wakes her 11-year-old son, Mustafa, in time for him to wash and clean his teeth, say his morning prayers, eat the breakfast of bread, olives, tea and chocolate spread that Mundy has meantime prepared for him. All this is done in an atmosphere of great stealth. Zara works late shift in a kebab cafe close to Munich's main railway station, and must not on any account be woken. Since starting her night job, she has been arriving home around 3 in the morning, in the care of a friendly Kurdish taxi driver who lives in the same block. Muslim ritual should then permit her to say a quick prayer before sunrise and enjoy 8 hours of good sleep, which is what she needs. But Mustafa's day begins at 7, and he too must pray. It took all Mundy's powers of persuasion, and Mustafa's also, to convince Zara that Mundy could preside over her son's devotions, and she could get her hours in. Mustafa is a quiet, cat-like child, with a cap of black hair, scared brown eyes, and a raucous, boing voice. From the apartment block, a shabby box of weeping concrete and external wiring, man and boy pick their way across wasteland to a bus shelter covered in graffiti, much of it abusive. The block is what these days is called an ethnic village. Kurds, Yemenis and Turks live packed together in it. Other children are already assembled here, some with mothers or fathers. It would be reasonable for Mundy to consign Mustafa to their care, but he prefers to ride with him to the school and shake his hand at the gates, sometimes formally kissing him on both cheeks. In the twilight time before Mundy appeared in his life, Mustafa suffered humiliation and fear. He needs rebuilding. Returning from school to the apartment takes 20 minutes of Mundy's huge strides, and he arrives with one half of him hoping Zara is still asleep, and the other half that she is just awake, in which case she will make at first drowsy, then increasingly passionate love with him, before he leaps into his elderly Volkswagen Beetle and joins the southbound traffic for the 70-minute drive to the Linderhof and work. The journey is irksome, but necessary. A year ago, all 3 members of the family were separately in despair. Today, they are a fighting force bent upon improving their collective lives. The story of how this miracle came about is one that Mundy recounts to himself whenever the traffic threatens to drive him mad. He is on his uppers. Again. He is practically on the run. Egon, his business partner and co-principal of their struggling Academy of Professional English, has fled with the last of the assets. Mundy himself has been obliged to creep out of Heidelberg at dead of night with whatever he can cram into the Volkswagen, plus €704 of petty cash that Egon has carelessly left unstolen in the safe. Arriving in Munich with the dawn, he leaves the Volkswagen with its Heidelberg registration in a discreet corner of a high-rise car park, in case his creditors have served an order on it. Then he does what he always does when life is closing in on him. He walks. And because all his life, for reasons far back in his childhood, he has had a natural leaning towards ethnic diversity, his feet lead him almost of their own accord to a street full of Turkish shops and cafes that are just beginning to wake up. The day is sunny. He is hungry. He selects a cafe at random, lowers his long body cautiously onto a plastic chair that refuses to sit still on the uneven pavement, and asks the waiter for a large medium-sweet Turkish coffee and 2 poppy seed rolls with butter and jam. He has barely begun his breakfast when a young woman settles on the chair beside him, and with her hand held half across her mouth, asks him, in a faltering Turkish Bavarian accent, whether he would like to go to bed with her for money. Zara is in her late 20s, and improbably, inconsolably beautiful. She wears a thin blue blouse and black brassiere, and a black skirt skimpy enough to display her bare thighs. She is dangerously slim. Mundy wrongly assumes drugs. It is also to his later shame that for longer than he cares to admit, he is half inclined to take her up on her offer. He is sleepless, jobless, womanless, and near enough penniless. But when he takes a closer look at the young woman he is proposing to sleep with, he is conscious of such desperation in her stare, and such intelligence behind her eyes, and such a lack of confidence in her part, that he quickly takes a hold of himself, and instead offers her breakfast, which he warily accepts on condition she may take half of it home to her sick mother. Mundy, now hugely grateful to be in contact with a fellow human being in low water, has a better suggestion. She shall eat all the breakfast, and they will together buy food for her mother at one of the halal shops up and down the road. She hears him without expression, eyes downcast. Desperately empathizing with her, Mundy suspects she is asking herself whether he is just crazy or seriously weird. He strains to appear neither of these things to her, but patently fails. In a gesture that goes straight to his heart, she draws her food with both hands to her own side of the table, in case he means to take it back. In doing so, she reveals her mouth. Her 4 front teeth are sheared off at the root. While she eats, he scans the street for a pimp. She doesn't seem to have one. Perhaps the cafe owns her. He doesn't know, but his instincts are already protective. As they rise to leave, it becomes apparent to Zara that her head barely reaches up to Mundy's shoulder, for she starts away from him in alarm. He adopts his tall man's stoop, but she keeps her distance from him. She is, by now, his sole concern in life. His problems are negligible by comparison with hers. In the halal shop, under his urgent entreaty, she buys a piece of lamb, apple tea, couscous, fruit, honey, vegetables, halva, and a giant triangular bar of Toblerone chocolate on special offer. "How many mothers have you got, actually?" he asks cheerfully. But it's not a joke she shares. Shopping, she remains tense and tight-lipped, haggling in Turkish from behind her hand, then stabbing her finger at the fruit. Not this one, that one. The speed and skill with which she calculates impress him deeply. He may be many kinds of man, but he is no sort of negotiator. When he tries to carry the shopping bags, there are 2 by now, both weighty, she fights them from him in fierce tugs. "You want sleep with me?" she asks impatiently, when he has them safely in her hands. Her message is clear. You've paid for me, so take me and leave me alone. "No," he replies. "What do you want?" "To see you safely home." She shakes her head vigorously. "Not home. Hotel." He tries to explain that his purposes are friendly rather than sexual, but she is too tired to listen to him, and begins weeping without changing her facial expression. He chooses another cafe, and they sit down. Her tears keep rolling, but she ignores them. He presses her to talk about herself, and she does so without any particular interest in her subject. She seems to have no barriers left. She is a country girl from the plains of Adana, the eldest daughter of a farming family, she tells him in her faltering Bavarian argot, while she stares at the table. Her father promised her in marriage to the son of a neighbouring farmer. The boy was held up as a computer genius, earning good money in Germany. When he came home to visit the family in Adana, there was a traditional wedding feast. The 2 farms were declared to be joined, and Zara returned to Munich with her husband, only to discover he was not a computer genius at all, but a full-time round-the-clock armed bandit. He was 24, she was 17, and expecting a child by him. "It was gang," she declares simply. "All boys were bad crooks. They are crazy. Steal cars, sell drugs, make nightclubs, control prostitutes. They do all bad things. Now he is in prison. If he would not be in prison, my brothers will kill him." Her husband had been sent to prison 9 months ago, but had found time to terrify the wits out of his son and smash his wife's face in before he went. A 7-year sentence, other charges pending. One of the gang turned police witness. Her story continues in a monotonous flow as they walk through the town, now in German, now in snatches of Turkish, when her German fails her. Sometimes he wonders whether she knows he is still beside her. "Mustafa," she says, when he asks the boy's name. She has asked him nothing about himself. She is carrying the shopping bags, and he makes no further attempt to carry them for her. She is wearing blue beads, and he remembers from somewhere, far back in his life, that for superstitious Muslims, blue beads ward off the evil eye. She is sniffing, but the tears are no longer rolling down her cheeks. He guesses she has made herself cheer up before meeting someone who mustn't know she has been crying. They are in Munich's West End, which hardly accords with its elegant London equivalent. Drab, pre-war apartment houses in old greys and browns, washing hanging out to dry in the windows, kids playing on a patch of moulting grass. A boy sees their approach, breaks free of his friends, picks up a rock, and advances on them menacingly. Zara calls to him in Turkish. "What do you want?" the boy yells. "A piece of your Toblerone, please, Mustafa," Mundy says. The boy stares at him, talks again to his mother, then edges forward, keeping the rock in his right hand while he pokes in the bags with his left. Like his mother, he is gaunt, with shadowed eyes. Like his mother, he seems to have no emotions left. "And a cup of apple tea," Mundy adds. "With you and all your friends." Led by Mustafa, who is by now carrying the bags, and escorted by 3 stalwart, dark-eyed boys, Mundy follows Zara up 3 flights of grimy stone stairs. They reach a steel-lined door. Mustafa delves inside his shirt, and with a proprietorial air pulls out a front door key on a chain. He steps into the house, accompanied by his friends. Zara steps after them. Mundy waits to be invited. "You will please come in," Mustafa announces in good Bavarian. "You will be most welcome. But if you touch my mother, we shall kill you." For the next 10 weeks, Mundy sleeps on Mustafa's sofa bed in the living room, with his legs hanging over the end, while Mustafa sleeps with his mother, keeping a baseball bat beside him in case Mundy tries anything on. At first, Mustafa refuses to go to school, so Mundy takes him to the zoo and plays ball games with him on the moulting grass, while Zara stays home and lapses gradually into a state of convalescence, which is Mundy's hope. Bit by bit, he assumes the role of secular father to a Muslim child, and platonic guardian to a traumatized woman in a state of religious shame. The neighbours, initially suspicious of this gangling English intruder who laughs so much, begin to tolerate him, while Mundy, for his part, does everything he can to separate himself from his country's hated colonialist reputation. For money, they use the rest of his 700 euros, and the pittance that Zara received from her Turkish family and German social security. In the evenings, she likes to cook, and Mundy plays kitchen boy to her. At first she objects to this, then grudgingly allows it. Cooking together becomes the main event of the day. Her rare laughter is like God's gift to him, broken teeth and all. Her life's ambition, he learns, is to qualify as a nurse. A morning comes when Mustafa announces that he will go to school. Mundy escorts him and is proudly introduced by Mustafa as his new father. The same week, all 3 make their first appearance together at the mosque. Expecting a gilded dome and a minaret, Mundy is startled to find himself in a tiled room on an upper floor of a down-at-heel house, sandwiched between bridal costumiers, halal shops and stores selling used electrical goods. From his past, he remembers that he mustn't point his feet at anyone, or shake hands with women, but place his right hand over his heart and drop his head in respect. With Zara consigned to the women's room, Mustafa takes his hand, guides him to the men's prayer line, and instructs him when to stand, when to make an obeisance, and when to kneel and press his brow to the strip of rush matting that does duty for the soil. Mustafa's gratification in Mundy is immense. Until now, he has been obliged to sit upstairs with his mother and the younger kids. Thanks to Mundy, he is now downstairs with the men. When prayers are over, Mustafa and Mundy may now shake hands with all the men around them, while each expresses the hope that the other's prayers have found a good reception in heaven. "Study, and God will make you wise," the enlightened young imam advises Mundy as he leaves. If you do not study, you will become the victim of dangerous ideologies. You are married to Zara, I believe." Mundy has the grace to blush, and mutters something about, well, hope to one day. "The formality is not important," the young imam assures him. "Responsibility is all. Be responsible, and God will reward you." A week later, Zara gets herself a night job at the kebab cafe by the station. The manager, having failed to go to bed with her, decides instead to depend on her. She wears the scarf and becomes his star employee, allowed to handle cash and protected by a very tall Englishman. A couple more weeks, and Mundy, too, finds himself a place in the world, as English tour guide at the Linderhof. Next day, Zara pays a solitary visit to the enlightened young imam and his wife. Returning, she closets herself for an hour alone with Mustafa. The same night, Mustafa and Mundy exchange beds. Mundy has known stranger passages in his life, but none, he is convinced, has filled him with such satisfaction. His love for Zara knows no bounds. He loves Mustafa no less, and loves him best for loving his mother. The English-spoken cattle pen is opening. The usual multicultural gaggle of sightseers shuffles forward. Canadians with red maple leaves on their backpacks, Finns in anoraks and tartan golf caps, Indian women in saris, Australian sheep farmers with air-dried wives, Japanese elders who grimace at him with a pain he has never learned the source of. Mundy knows them all by heart, from the colours of their tour buses to the first names of their rapacious minders, who wish only to lure them to the gift shops for the greater good of their commissions. All that is missing from this evening's mix is platoons of Midwestern teenagers with barbed wire round their teeth. But America is celebrating its victory over evil at home, to the dismay of the German tourist industry. Removing his bowler and brandishing it above his head, Mundy places himself at the front of his flock and leads the march to the main entrance. In his other hand, he clutches a home-built soapbox of marine plywood that he has knocked together in the boiler room beneath the apartment block. Other guides employ the staircase as a speaker's platform. Not Ted Mundy, our Hyde Park corner orator. Plonking the box at his feet, he steps smartly onto it, to reappear taller than his audience by 18 inches, the bowler once more aloft. "English speakers to me, then, please. Thank you. English listeners, I should be saying. Though by this time in the day I wish you were the speakers. Ha! Not true, really." The voice kept deliberately low at this stage, so that they have to quieten down to hear him. "Not running out of steam yet, I promise you. Cameras welcome, ladies and gents, but no videos, please. That's you too, please, sir. Thank you. Don't ask me why. But my masters assure me that the merest whiff of a video camera will land us in the intellectual property courts. The normal penalty is a public hanging." No laughter, but he doesn't expect it yet from an audience that has spent the last 4 hours wedged into a bus and another hour queuing in the heat of the sun. "Gather round me, please, ladies and gentlemen. Little closer, if you will. Plenty of room here in front of me, ladies," to a bunch of earnest schoolmistresses from Sweden. "Can you hear me over there, young sirs?" to a clutch of bony teenagers from across the invisible border to Saxony, who have wandered into the wrong pen by mistake, but have decided to stay and get a free English lesson. "You can. Good. And can you see me, sir?" to a diminutive Chinese gentleman. "You can. One personal request, if you don't mind, ladies and gents. Handies, as we call them here in Germany, known otherwise as your mobile telephones. Kindly make sure they're switched off. All done? Then perhaps the last one in will close those doors behind you, sir, and I'll begin. Thank you." The sunlight is cut off. An artificial dusk is lit by myriad candle bulbs, reflected in gilt mirrors. Mundy's finest moment, one of 8 in every working day, is about to begin. As the most observant among you will see, we are standing in the relatively modest entrance hall of the Linderhof. Not Linderhof Palace, please, because Hof here means farm, and the palace where we are standing was built on the land where the Linder farm once stood. But why Linder, we ask ourselves? Do we have a philologist among us, a professor of words, an expert on the old meanings? We do not, which is as well, because Mundy is about to embark on one of his illicit improvisations. For reasons that escape him, he never seems quite to have got his head round the plot. Or perhaps it's a blind spot he has. Sometimes he takes himself by surprise, which is part of the therapy when he is fighting other, more persistent thoughts, such as Iraq or a threatening letter from his Heidelberg bank, which this morning coincided with a demand note from the insurance company. Well now, we do have the German word Linde, meaning a lime tree. But does that explain the R, I ask myself. He's flying now. Mind you, the farm may just have belonged to Mr. Linder, and that's the end of it. But I prefer a different explanation, which is the verb lindern, to relieve, to alleviate, to assuage, to soothe. And I like to think it's the interpretation that appealed most to our poor King Ludwig, if only subliminally. The Linderhof was his soothing place. Well, we all need a bit of soothing, don't we? Especially these days. Ludwig had had a rough deal, remember. He was 19 when he took the throne. He was tyrannized by his father, persecuted by his tutors, bullied by Bismarck, cheated by his courtiers, victimized by corrupt politicians, robbed of his dignity as a king, and he hardly knew his mother. Has Mundy been similarly mistreated? By the throb in his voice, you would believe so. So what does he do? This handsome, over-tall, sensitive, abused, proud young man who believes he was appointed by God to rule? He asks, with all the pained authority of one over-tall man empathizing with another. What does he do when he is systematically stripped, bit by bit, of the power he was born to? Answer: he builds himself a string of fantasy castles. And who wouldn't? Warming to his subject. Palaces with attitude. Illusions of power. The less power he's got, the bigger the illusions he builds. Rather like my gallant Prime Minister, Mr. Blair, if you want my opinion, but don't quote me. Bemused silence. And that's why personally I try not to call Ludwig mad. The King of Dreamers is what I prefer to call him. The king of escape artists, if you like. A lonely visionary in a lousy world. He lived at night, as you probably know. Didn't like people on the whole, and certainly not the ladies. Oh, dear me, no. The laughter this time comes from a group of Russians who are passing a bottle between them, but Mundy prefers not to hear them. Raised on his homemade soapbox, his bowler hat tilted slightly forward, guard-style, over his unmanageable mop of hair, he has entered a sphere as rarefied as King Ludwig's. Only seldom does he bestow a glance on the upturned heads below him, or pause to let a child bawl, or a bunch of Italians resolve a private disagreement. When Ludwig was inside his own head, he was ruler of the universe. Nobody, but nobody, gave him orders. Here at the Linderhof, he was the reincarnation of the Sun King, that bronze gentleman you see riding his horse on the table. Louis, in French, is Ludwig in German. And here at the Herrenchiemsee, a few miles from here, he built his very own Versailles. At Neuschwanstein, up the road, he was Siegfried, the great German medieval king-warrior, immortalized in opera by Ludwig's idol Richard Wagner. And high up in the mountains, if you're feeling athletic, he built the palace of Schachen, where he duly crowned himself King of Morocco. He'd have been Michael Jackson if he could, but fortunately he hadn't heard of him. Laughter from round the room by now, but once again Mundy ignores it. And His Majesty had his little ways. He had his food put on a gold table, and sent up to him through a hole in the floor, which in a minute I'm going to show you, so that nobody could watch him eat. He kept the servants up all night, and if they annoyed him, he'd order them to be flayed alive. If he had one of his antisocial moods on him, he'd talk to you from behind a screen. And kindly bear in mind, please, that all this is happening in the 19th century, not the Dark Ages. Out there in the real world, they're building railways and iron ships and steam engines and machine guns and cameras. So don't let's fool ourselves that this is long, long ago and once upon a time. Except for Ludwig, of course. Ludwig had put his life into reverse. He was going back into history just as fast as his money would carry him. Which was the problem, because it was also Bavaria's money. A downward peek at his wristwatch. 3.5 minutes gone. By now he should be walking up the staircase, his audience trailing after him. He is. Through adjoining walls he can hear the voices of his colleagues, raised like his own. Boisterous Frau Dr. Blankenheim, retired teacher, recent Buddhist convert, and doyen of the reading circle. Pallid Herr Stettler, cyclist and erotomane. Michel Delage from Alsace, unfrocked priest. And behind him, coming up the stairs, wave after wave of invincible Japanese infantry, led by a tight-stepping Nipponese beauty queen, brandishing a puce umbrella that is a far cry from Neville Chamberlain's. And, somewhere close to him, and not for the first time in his life, the ghost of Sasha. Is it here on the staircase that Mundy first feels the familiar prickle on his back? In the throne room? In the royal bedchamber? In the hall of mirrors? Where does the awareness, like an old premonition, steal over him? A hall of mirrors is a deliberate bastion against reality. Multiplied images of reality lose their impact as they recede into infinity. A figure who, face to face, might instill stark fear or perfect pleasure, becomes, in his numberless reflections, a mere premise, a putative form. Besides which, Mundy is by necessity and training a most watchful man. Here in the Linderhof he does not undertake the simplest manoeuvre without checking his back and front, and all the other approaches to him, either for unwelcome traces of previous lives or for errant members of his present one, such as art thieves, vandals, pickpockets, creditors, writ servers from Heidelberg, senile tourists struck down by heart attacks, children vomiting on priceless carpets, ladies with small dogs concealed in their handbags, and latterly, on the urgent insistence of the management, suicidally disposed terrorists. Nor must we exclude from this roll of honour the welcome relief, even to a man so happily paired, of a shapely girl whose attributes are best appreciated indirectly. To assist him in this vigil, Mundy has covertly appointed certain vantage points or static posts. Here a dark painting, conveniently glazed, that looks backward down the stairs. There a bronze urn that supplies a wide-angle image of whoever is to either side of him. And now the Hall of Mirrors itself, where a multitude of replicated Sashas hovers in miles and miles of golden corridor. Or not. Is he but a Sasha of the mind, a Friday night mirage? Mundy has seen his share of almost Sashas in the years since they took leave of one another, as he is quick to remind himself. Sashas, down to their last euro, who spot him from across the street, and, spidery with hunger and enthusiasm, come hobbling through traffic to embrace him. Prosperous, sleek Sashas, with fur on their coat collars, who wait artfully in doorways to spring out at him or clatter down public stairways yelling, "Teddy, Teddy, it's your old friend Sasha!" Yet no sooner does Mundy stop and turn, his smile faithfully aloft, than the apparition has vanished, or, transmuting itself into an entirely different person, slunk off to join the common crowd. It is in his quest for solid verification, therefore, that Mundy now casually changes his vantage point, first by flinging out a rhetorical arm, then by spinning round on his box to point out to his audience the view, the splendid, the magnificent view afforded from the royal bedstead. Just follow my arm, ladies and gents, of the Italian waterfall descending the northern slopes of the Hennenkopf. Imagine you're lying there, He urges his audience with a rush of exuberance to match the spectacular torrent. "With somebody who loves you. Well, probably not in Ludwig's case." Gusts of hysterical laughter from the Russians. "But lying there anyway, surrounded by all that royal Bavarian gold and blue, and you wake up one sunny morning and you open your eyes and you look out of the window at bang!" And on the word bang, nails him. "Sasha, good God, man, where the hell have you been?" Except that Mundy says none of this. Neither does he indicate it by so much as a slip of the eye, because Sasha, in the Wagnerian spirit of the place, is wearing his invisibility hat, his Tarnkappe, as they used to call it, the black Basque beret worn severely across the brow that warns against the slightest indiscretion, particularly in time of war. In addition to which, lest Mundy has by any chance forgotten his clandestine manners, Sasha has placed a curled and pensive forefinger to his lips, not in warning, but rather in the dreamy pose of a man relishing the vicarious experience of waking up one sunny morning and looking out of the window at the waterfall coming down the Hennenkopf. The gesture is superfluous. Not the keenest watcher, not the smartest surveillance camera in the world would have caught a hint of their reunion. But Sasha all the same. Sasha the midget sentry, vital even when he is motionless, poised that little bit apart from the person nearest him in order to escape the comparison of height, elbows lifted from his sides as if he is about to take off, his fiery brown eyes aimed just above your eye line. Never mind that, like Mundy, you're taller than he is by a head and a half. Bonding, accusing, searching, challenging, eyes to inflame you, question and unsettle you. Sasha, as I live and breathe. The tour is ending. House rules forbid guides to solicit, but allow them to hover at the doorway, nodding their departing audience into the sunlight and wishing them a safe and simply marvellous holiday. The take has always varied, but war has reduced it to a trickle. Sometimes Mundy stands empty-handed till the end, his bowler roosting on a convenient bust, lest it be mistaken for anything as vulgar as a begging bowl. Sometimes a devoted middle-aged couple or a schoolteacher with unruly charges will dart shyly forward and press a banknote on him, then dart back into the throng. This evening it's a genial building contractor from Melbourne and his wife Darlene who need to explain to Mundy that their daughter Tracy did this very same tour way back in the winter with the self-same travel company, would you believe it? And I just loved every minute of it. Maybe Mundy remembered her, because she sure as hell remembered the big tall pom in the bowler hat, blonde girl, freckles and a ponytail, boyfriend. A medical student from Perth plays rugby for his university. And it is while Mundy is putting on a show of hunting for Tracy in his memory, the boyfriend's name was Keith, the building contractor confides, in case it's any help, that he feels a hard small hand encircle his wrist, turn it palm upward, insert a folded note and close his fingers over it. In the same moment, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpses Sasha's beret disappearing into the crowd. "Next time you're in Melbourne, Rod," the Australian building contractor yells, tucking a card into the pocket behind Mundy's Union Jack. "It's a date," Mundy agrees with a cheery laugh, and deftly palms the note into a side pocket of his jacket. It is wise to sit down before you start a journey, preferably on your luggage. The superstition is Russian, but the axiom originates with Nick Amory, who is Mundy's long-time adviser in matters of self-preservation. If something big is in the air, Edward, and you're part of it, then for pity's sake curb your natural impetuosity and give yourself a break before you jump. The Linda Hof's day is over. Staff and tourists are hurrying towards the car park. Like a benign host, Mundy hovers on the steps, bestowing multilingual benedictions on his departing colleagues. "Auf Wiedersehen, Frau Meyerhoff. Still haven't found them, then?" He is referring to Iraq's elusive weapons of mass destruction. "Fritz, tschüss. Love to your dear lady. Marvellous speech she made the other night at the Poltergeist," our local culture and debating club, where Mundy occasionally goes to let off political steam. And to his French and Spanish colleagues, a married male couple, Pablo, Marcel, we'll commiserate together next week. Buenas noches. Bonsoir, the both of you. The last stragglers disappear into the twilight as he withdraws into the shadows of the western prospect of the palace, immersing himself in the blackness of a stairwell. He stumbled on the place by luck soon after he took up the job. Exploring the castle's precincts one evening, a moonlight concert is to be held in the grounds, and, Mustafa allowing, he has a mind to stick around and hear it. He discovers a humble basement staircase that leads nowhere. Descending it, he meets a rusted iron door, and in the door a key. He knocks, and, hearing nothing, turns the key and steps inside. To anyone but Mundy, the space he enters is no more than a grubby plant room, a dumping ground for watering cans, old hosepipes and ailing plants. No window, just a grill high in the stone wall. Air heavy with the stink of putrid hyacinth and the rumblings of a boiler next door. But to Mundy it is everything Mad Ludwig was looking for when he built the Linderhof in the first place. A sanctuary, a place of escape from his other places of escape. He steps back outside, relocks the door, puts the key in his pocket, and for 7 working days bides his time while he mounts a systematic reconnaissance of his target. By 10 a.m., when the castle gates open, all healthy plants in the public rooms have been watered, and unhealthy plants removed. The plant contractor's van, a flower-painted minibus, leaves the grounds at 10:30 a.m. latest, by which time ailing plants have been consigned to the plant room, or to the van for hospitalization. The disappearance of the key has raised no eyebrows. The lock has not been changed. It follows that from 11 every morning, the plant room is his private property. It is his tonight. Standing his full height beneath a frugal ceiling lamp, Mundy extracts a pen-torch from his pocket, unfolds the note until it becomes a rectangle of plain white paper, and sees what he expects to see. Sasha's handwriting, as it always was and ever shall be, the same spiky Germanic E's and R's, the same adamant downstrokes that declare the man. The expression on Mundy's face as he reads its message is hard to parse. Resignation, anxiety, and pleasure all play a part. A rueful excitement dominates. 34 bloody years, he thinks. We're men of 3 decades. We meet, we fight a war, we separate for a decade. We meet again, and for a decade we're indispensable to each other while we fight another. We part forever, and a decade later you come back. Fishing in his jacket pockets, he takes out a scuffed book of matches from Zara's kebab cafe. He plucks a match, strikes it, and holds the note in the flame by one corner, then another, until it's a twisted flake of ash. He lets it fall to the flagstones and grinds it to black dust with his heel, a necessary observance. He looks at his watch and does the arithmetic. 1 hour and 20 minutes to kill. No point in ringing her yet. She'll just have started work. Her boss goes crazy when the staff take personal calls in peak hours. Mustafa will be at Dina's house with Kamal. Mustafa and Kamal are bosom pals, leading lights of the West End's all-Turkish National Cricket League. President, Mr. Edward Mundy. Dina is Zara's cousin and good friend. Scrolling through a mildewed cell phone, he locates her number and dials it. Dina, greetings. The bloody management have called a meeting of tour guides for tonight. I totally forgot. Can Mustafa sleep over at your place in case I'm late? Ted? Mustafa's croaking voice. Good evening to you, Mustafa. How are you doing? Mundy asks, slowly and emphatically. They are speaking the English that Mundy is teaching him. I am doing very, very well, Ted. Who is Don Bradman? Don Bradman is greatest batsman ever the world was seen. Ted. Tonight you stay at Dina's house, yes? Ted? Did you understand me? I have a meeting tonight. I will be late. And I sleep at Dina. Correct. Well done. You sleep at Dina's house. Ted! What? Mustafa is laughing so much he can hardly speak.
You very bad man, Ted.
Why am I a bad man?
You love other woman. I tell Zara.
How did you guess my dark secret? He has to repeat this.
I know this. I have big eyes.
Would you like a description of the other woman I love? To tell to Zara?
Please.
This other woman I've got. Shall I tell you what she looks like?
Yes. You tell me, you bad man.
More hoots of laughter. She's got very beautiful legs.
Yes.
She's got 4 beautiful legs, actually, very furry legs, and a long golden tail. And her name is
Mo. You love Mo. I tell Zara you love Mo more.
Mo, the stray Labrador, thus named by Mustafa in honour of himself. She took up residence with them at Christmas, to the initial horror of Zara, who has been brought up to believe that touching a dog makes her too dirty to pray. But under the concerted pressure of her 2 men, Zara's heart melted, and now Mo can do no wrong. He rings the apartment and hears his own voice on the answer phone. Zara loves Mundy's voice. Sometimes when she's missing him in the daytime, she says, she plays the tape for company. I may be late, darling. He warns her in their common German over the machine. There's a meeting of staff tonight, and I forgot all about it. Lies like this, told protectively, and from the heart, have their own integrity, he tells himself, wondering whether the enlightened young imam would agree. And I love you quite as much as I loved you this morning, he adds severely. So don't go thinking otherwise. He glances at his watch. 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. He advances on a worm-eaten gilded chair and puts it in front of a dilapidated Biedermeier wardrobe. Balancing on the chair, he gropes behind the wardrobe's pediment and extracts an ancient khaki kit bag, thick with dust. He pats the dust off, sits down on the chair, sets the kit bag on his lap, yanks the webbing straps free of their tarnished buckles, lifts the flap, and peers dubiously inside as if uncertain what to expect. Gingerly he unpacks the contents onto a bamboo table. 1 ancient group photograph of an Anglo-Indian family, with its many native servants, posed on the steps of a grand colonial house. 1 buff folder, marked file in aggressive hand-inked capitals. 1 bundle of ill-written letters of a similar period. 1 twist of woman's hair, dark brown, bound round a sprig of dried heather. But these objects attract only a curt acknowledgement from him. What he is looking for, and has perhaps deliberately left till last, is a plastic folder in which float as many as 20 unopened letters, addressed to Mr. Teddy Mundy, care of his bank in Heidelberg, in the same black ink and spiky hand as the note he has this minute burned. No sender's name is supplied, but none is needed. Floppy blue air letters. Coarse-grained third-world envelopes reinforced with sticky tape, and blazoned with stamps as radiant as tropical birds, from places as far apart as Damascus, Jakarta, and Havana. First he sorts them into chronological order, according to their postmarks. Then he slits them open, one by one, with an old tin penknife, also from the kit bag. He starts reading. For what? When you are reading something, Mr. Mundy, first ask yourself why you are reading it. He is hearing the accented voice of his old German teacher, Dr. Mandelbaum, 40 years ago. Are you reading something for information? That is one reason. Or are you reading it for knowledge? Information is only the path, Mr. Mundy. The goal is knowledge. I'll settle for knowledge, he's thinking. And I promise I won't fall for dangerous ideology, he adds, with a mental doff of the cap to the imam. I'll settle for knowing what I didn't want to know, and I'm still not sure I want to. How did you find me, Sasha? Why must I not recognize you? Who are you avoiding this time, and why? Folded among the letters are press cuttings torn impatiently from newspapers and bearing Sasha's byline. The salient passages are highlighted or indicated by exclamation marks. He reads for an hour, returns the letters and press cuttings to the kit bag, and the kit bag to its hiding place. The mixture as expected, he silently tells himself. No quarter given. One man's war continues as planned. Age is not an excuse. It never was and never will be. He puts the gilded chair where he found it, sits down again and remembers he's wearing his bowler hat. He takes it off, turns it upside down and peers into it, a thing he does in pensive moments. The maker, Steinmatzky's first name is Josef. He owns 2 sons, no daughters. His firm's address in Vienna is number 19 Dürerstrasse, above the bakers. Or it was, because old man Josef Steinmatzky liked to date his handiwork, and this example boasts a vintage year, 1938. Staring into the hat, he watches the scene unfold. The cobbled alley, the little shop above the bakers, the smashed glass, the blood between the cobblestones, as Josef Steinmatzky, his wife, and many sons are dragged away to the vociferous approval of Vienna's proverbially innocent bystanders. He rises, squares his shoulders, lowers them, and wriggles his hands around to loosen himself up. He steps into the stairwell, relocks the door, mounts the stone steps. Strips of dew hover over the palace lawns. The fresh air smells of mown grass and damp cricket field. Sasha, you mad bastard. What do you want now? Urging his Volkswagen Beetle over the hump between Mad Ludwig's golden gates, Mundy turns onto the road to Murnau. Like its owner, the car is no longer in its first youth. Its engine wheezes. Tired wipers have etched half-moons on its windscreen. A homemade sticker on the back, written by Mundy in German, reads, "The driver of this car has no further territorial claims in Arabia." He crosses 2 small intersections without mishap, and as promised encounters a blue Audi with a Munich registration pulling out of the lay-by ahead of him, with a silhouetted Sasha in his beret crouched at the wheel. For 15 kilometres by the unreliable gauge of the Volkswagen, Mundy clings to the Audi's tail. The road sinks, enters forest, and divides. Without signalling, Sasha takes a left fork, and Mundy in his Volkswagen scrambles after him. Avenues of black trees lead downward to a lake. Which lake? According to Sasha, the only thing Mundy has in common with Leon Trotsky is what the great man called topographical cretinism. At a parking sign, the Audi descends a ramp and skids to a halt. Mundy does the same, glancing in his mirror to see what, if anything, comes after him, or what went by slowly without stopping. Nothing. Sasha, with a carrier bag in his hand, is scurrying unevenly down a flight of paved steps. Sasha believes that before he was born, he lacked oxygen in the womb. A jingle-jangle of fairground music is coming up the path. Fairy lights are twinkling through the trees. A village festival is in progress, and Sasha is heading towards it. Scared of losing him, Mundy closes the gap. With Sasha 15 yards in front, they plunge into an inferno of roistering humanity. A merry-go-round belches honky-tonk. A matador on a hay cart undulates before a cardboard bull, while crooning in broad Silesian about amour. Beer-sodden revellers, oblivious to the war, blow feathered snakes at each other. Nobody is out of place here. Not Sasha, not me. Everyone's a citizen for a day, and Sasha hasn't forgotten his skills either. Over a loudspeaker, the Gross Admiral of a flag-bedecked steamer is ordering stragglers to forget their troubles and report immediately for the romantic cruise. A rocket bursts above the lake. Coloured stars cascade onto the water. Incoming or outgoing? Ask Bush and Blair, our 2 great war leaders, neither of whom has seen a shot fired in anger. Sasha has vanished. Mundy looks up, and to his relief sees him hauling himself and his carrier bag heavenwards by way of a spiral iron staircase attached to an Edwardian villa painted in horizontal stripes. His strides are frantic. They always were. It's the way he ducks his head each time he lunges with the right leg. Is the bag heavy? No, but Sasha is careful to nurse it as he negotiates the curves. A bomb, perhaps? Not Sasha, never. After another casual look round for whoever else may be coming to the party, Mundy climbs after him. Minimum let 1 week, a painted sign warns him. A week? Who needs a week? These games finished 14 years ago. He glances down. Nobody is coming up after him. The front door of each apartment as he works his way up is painted mauve and lit by fluorescent strip. At a half-landing, a hollow-faced woman in a Sherpa coat and gloves is fumbling in her handbag. He gives her a breathless, "Grüß Gott." She ignores him, or she's deaf. Take your gloves off, woman, and maybe you'll find it. Still climbing, he glances wistfully back at her, as if she were dry land. She's lost her door key. She's locked her grandchild in her flat. Go back downstairs, help her. Do your Sir Galahad act. Then go home to Zara and Mustafa and Mo. He keeps climbing. The staircase turns another corner. On mountain tops around him, eternal snow pastures bask under a half-moon. Below him, the lake, the fair, the din, and still no followers that he's aware of. And before him, a last mauve door, ajar. He pushes it. It opens a foot, but he sees only pitch darkness. He starts to call out, "Sasha!" but the memory of the beret restrains him. He listens and hears nothing except the noise of the fair. He steps inside and pulls the door shut behind him. In the half-darkness, he sees Sasha standing crookedly to attention with the carrier bag at his feet. His arms are as straight to his sides as he can get them, and his thumbs pressed forward in the best tradition of a Communist Party functionary on parade. But the Schiller face, the fiery eyes, the eager forward-leaning stance, even in the flickering dusk, have never appeared so vivid or alert. "You talk a lot of bullshit these days, I would say, Teddy," he remarks. The same smothered Saxon accent, Mundy records. The same pedantic razor-edged voice, 3 sizes too big for him. The same instant power of reproach. "Your philological excursions are bullshit. Your portrait of Mad Ludwig is bullshit. Ludwig was a fascist bastard. So was Bismarck. And so are you, or you would have answered my letters." But by then they are hastening towards each other for the long-delayed embrace. Chapter 2. The swirling river that winds from Mundy's birth to Sasha's reincarnation at the Linderhof has its source not in the shires of England, but in the accursed mountain ranges and ravines of the Hindu Kush that under 3 centuries of British colonial administration became the northwest frontier province. "This young sahib of mine you see here," the retired major of infantry, who was Mundy's father, would announce in the private bar of the Golden Swan in Weybridge, to anybody unfortunate enough not to have heard the story before, or who had heard it a dozen times but was too courteous to say, "is by way of being a bit of an historical rarity. Aren't you, boy? Aren't you?" And slipping an affectionate arm round the adolescent Mundy's shoulder, would muss his hair before turning him to the light for ease of scrutiny. The Major is small, fiery, and impassioned. His gestures, even in love, are never less than pugilistic. His son is a beanstalk, already taller than his father by a head. "And I'll tell you for why young Edward here is a rarity, if you'll permit me, sir," he would continue, gathering steam as he addresses all the sirs within range, and the ladies too, for they still have an eye for him, and he for them. "On the morning my bearer reported to me that the Mem-Sahib was about to do me the honour of presenting me with a child, this very child here, sir, a perfectly normal Indian sun was rising over the regimental infirmary." A stage pause, of the sort Mundy too will one day learn to make, as the Major's glass also mystically rises and his head dips to greet it. "However, sir," he would resume, "however,
By the time this same young man deigned to appear on parade,
swinging accusingly round to Mundy now, but the fierce blue gaze as doting as ever.
"Without your topi, sir. 14 days confined to barracks, as we used to say. That sun up there wasn't Indian anymore. It belonged to the self-governing dominion of Pakistan. Didn't it, boy? Didn't it?"
At which the boy will most likely blush and stammer out something like, "Well, so you tell me, father," which would be enough to earn him a kindly laugh, and for the Major just possibly another drink on someone else's tab, and an opportunity to point the moral of his tale.
"Madam History a very fickle lady, sir,"
in the telegrammese later inherited by his son.
"You can march for her day and night, sweat your guts out for her, shit, shine, shave, shampoo for her. Doesn't make a blind bit of difference. The day she doesn't want you, out, dismiss, scrap heap. Enough said."
A fresh glass is by now making its ascent.
"Your good health, sir. Generous man. To the Queen Emperor, God bless her, coupled with the name of the Punjabi fighting man. Finest soldier ever lived, bar none. Provided he is led, sir. There's the rub."
And a ginger beer for the young Sahib, if he's lucky, while the Major, in a fit of emotion, whisks a khaki handkerchief from the sleeve of his frayed military sports jacket, and having first hammered his fussy little moustache with it, dabs his cheeks before returning it to base. The Major had cause for his tears. The day of Pakistan's birth, as the Golden Swan's customers know only too well, robbed him not only of his career, but also of his wife, who, having taken one exhausted look at her overdue and overlong son, had, like the Empire, expired.
"That woman, sir."
It is the evening watering hour, and the Major is waxing sentimental.
"Only one word to describe her. Quality. First time I saw her, she was in her riding clothes, out for a dawn canter with a couple of bearers. Done 5 hot weathers in the plains, and looked as though she'd come straight from eating strawberries and cream at Cheltenham Ladies' College. Knew her fauna and flora better than her bearers did. And she'd be with us here to this day, God bless her, if that arsehole of a regimental doctor had been halfway sober. To her memory, sir, the late Mrs. Mundy. Forward march!"
His tearful eye settles on his son, whose presence he appears momentarily to have forgotten.
"Young Edward," he explains, "opens the bowling for his school. How old are you, boy?"
And the boy, waiting to take his father home, admits to 16. The Major, however, as he will assure you, did not buckle under the tragedy of his double loss. He stayed on, sir. He endured, widowed, a baby son to look after, Raj collapsing round his ears. You might think he'd do what the other buggers did. Lower the Union Jack, sound the last post, and sail home to obscurity. Not the Major, sir. No, thank you. He would rather slop out his Punjabi shithouses than kiss the arse of some limp-wristed war profiteer in Civvy Street, thank you.
I summoned my Dersey. I said to my Dersey, "Dersey, you will unstitch the Major's crowns on my khaki drills, and you will replace them with the crescent moon of Pakistan, Jaldi." And I pledged my services, for as long as they were appreciated, to the finest body of fighting men in the world, bar none, provided... His index finger stabs the air in dramatic warning. "Provided, sir, that they are led. There's the rub."
And there, also mercifully, the bell will ring for last orders, and the boy will slip a trained hand beneath his father's arm and march him home to number 2 the Vale, to finish up last night's curry. But Mundy's provenance is not as easily defined as these barroom reminiscences suggest. The Major, so lavish with the larger brushstrokes, is reticent when it comes to detail, with the result that Mundy's memories of his infancy are a succession of camps, barracks, depots and hill stations that accelerates as the Major's fortunes dwindle. One day, the proud son of empire rules supreme over a whitewashed cantonment, complete with red-ochred club, polo, swimming pool, children's games, and Christmas plays, including an historic production of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, in which he stars as Dopey. The next, he is running barefoot down the mud streets of a half-empty settlement, miles from any town, with bullock carts instead of motor cars, a corrugated iron cinema for a club, and Christmas pudding served in a regimental institute, green with mould. Few possessions survive so many moves. The Major's tiger skins, his military chests, and treasured ivory carvings are all posted missing. Even his late wife's memory has been stolen. Her diaries, letters, and a box of precious family jewellery. That thieving bastard of a station master at Lahore, the Major will have him flogged, and every one of his rascally chaprassis with him. He makes the vow one night in his cups, after Mundy has driven him over the edge with his persistent damn-fool questioning.
Her grave, boy? I'll tell you where her bloody grave is. Gone. Smashed to bits by rampaging tribesmen. Not a stone left standing. All we've got of her is here.
And he drives his tiny fist against his breast and pours himself another chota peg.
That woman had class you wouldn't believe, boy. I can see her every time I look at you. Anglo-Irish nobility. Vast estates, razed to the ground in the Troubles. First the Irish, now the bloody dervishes. Entire clan dead or scattered to the winds.
They come to rest in the garrison hill town of Murray, while the Major vegetates in a mud-brick barrack hut, smoking Craven A for his throat's sake, and growling over pay imprests, sick lists and leave rosters. The boy Mundy is consigned to the care of a very fat Madrasi ayah who came north with independence, and has no name but ayah, and recites rhymes with him in English and Punjabi, and surreptitiously teaches him holy sayings from the Koran, and tells him of a God called Allah, who loves justice and all the peoples of the world and their prophets, even Christians and Hindus, but most of all, she says, he loves children. It is only most unwillingly, after much pressing on Mundy's part, that she admits to possessing no husband, children, parents, sisters, or brothers left alive.
They are all dead now, Edward. They are with Allah, every one. It is all you need to know. Go to sleep.
Murdered in the great massacres that came of the partition, she admits under interrogation. Murdered by Hindus. Murdered at railway stations, in mosques and marketplaces.
How did you stay alive, Ayah? It was the will of God. You are my blessing. Go to sleep now.
Come evening, to a chorus of goats, jackals, bugles, and the insistent twanging of Punjabi drums, the Major will also contemplate mortality under a neem tree at the river's edge, puffing at cheroots that he calls Burmas, and cuts into lengths with a tin penknife. Intermittently, he refreshes himself from a pewter hip flask, while his overgrown son splashes with his native peers, and, acting out the never-ending tales of adult slaughter all around them, plays Hindus versus Muslims, and takes turns at being dead. 40 years on, Mundy has only to close his eyes to feel the magic cooling of the air that comes with sundown, and smell the scents that leap out of the sudden dusk, or watch the dawn rise over foothills glistening green from the monsoon, or hear the catcalls of his playmates give way to the muezzin, and the nocturnal bellows of his father berating that damned boy of mine who killed his mother.
Well, didn't you, boy, didn't you? Come here, Juldi, when I order you, boy.
But the boy declines, Juldi or otherwise, preferring to let Ayah clutch him to her flank until the drink has done its work. Now and then the boy must endure a birthday, and from the moment it appears on his horizon he succumbs to a variety of illnesses, stomach cramps, feverish headaches, delly belly, the onset of malaria, or fears that he has been bitten by a poisonous bat. But the day still comes round. The kitchen wallers prepare a fearsome curry, and make a great cake with many happy returns to Edward on it. But no other children are invited. The shutters are closed. The dining table is laid for 3. Candles are lit, and the servants stand silently round the wall, while the Major, in full mess kit and decorations, plays the same Irish ballads on the gramophone again and again, and Mundy wonders how much of his curry he can get away with not eating. Solemnly he blows out his candles, cuts 3 slices of his birthday cake, and lays one on his mother's plate. If the Major is half sober, father and son will do silent combat with a red and white ivory chess set, brought out for feast days. The games have no conclusion. They are put aside for tomorrow, and tomorrow never comes. But there are the other rarest nights. They never needed to be many, when the Major, with a more than usually frightful scowl, will stalk to a desk in a corner of the room, unlock it with a key from his chain, and ceremoniously extract from it an elderly red-bound volume called Selected Readings from the Works of Rudyard Kipling. Pulling a pair of reading spectacles from their battered metal case and setting his whisky glass in a hole in the arm of his rattan chair, he will bark toneless phrases about Mowgli the Jungle Boy, and another boy called Kim, who became a spy in the service of his queen and emperor, though what happened to him when he had become one, and whether he won or was caught, were matters not divulged by the extract. For hours on end, the Major will sip and read and sip, as solemnly as if he is conducting a one-handed service of communion, until at length he falls asleep, and Aya emerges silently from the shadows, where she has been crouching all this while, and taking Mundy by the hand, leads him to bed. The Kipling anthology, the Major tells him, is the sole survivor of a vast eclectic library that was once his mother's.
"That woman had more books in her than I've had hot dinners,"
he marvels in his soldier's way. Nevertheless, with time, it becomes something of a puzzle to Mundy, and a frustration, that such an illustrious reader as his mother should have left him such a ragbag of half-told tales. He prefers Aya's bedtime stories of the heroic doings of the Prophet Muhammad. For the remainder of his education, the boy attends the dying remnants of a colonial school for the orphans and children of impecunious British officers, performs in pantomimes, and pays weekly visits to a smooth-faced Anglican missionary who instructs him in divinity and piano, and likes best to guide boys' fingers with his own. But these random spurts of Christianity are only tiresome interruptions in the sunlit passage of each pagan day. His best hours are spent playing ferocious cricket with Ahmed, Omar and Ali on the dust patch behind the mosque, or gazing in glassy rock pools that flash mother-of-pearl, while he whispers child love to Rani, a 9-year-old barefoot beauty of the village, whom he intends to marry forever, just as soon as arrangements can be made. Or bawls patriotic hymns in Punjabi as the shiny new flag of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is hoisted over the regimental cricket pitch. And Mundy would have passed the rest of his youth in this undemanding manner, and the rest of his life also, had not a night come when the servants and even Aya are fled, and the bungalow shutters are once more bolted fast, while father and son, in silent haste, load their last few life possessions into leather suitcases with brass corners. By first light, they are bumping out of camp in the back of an ancient military police truck, with 2 grim Punjabi soldiers riding shotgun. Hunched at Mundy's side, the unfrocked major of Pakistani infantry wears a civilian trilby hat and his old school tie, a regimental tie being no longer pucker for an outcast found guilty of raising his hand to a brother officer. What he did with his hand when he raised it was not defined, but if Mundy's experience was anything to go by, he didn't just slip it back in his pocket, unfired. At the garrison gates, the Diwan, who until now welcomed Mundy with a beaming salute, is granite-faced, and Aya stands as white as all the ghosts she fears in her grief, anger and disgust. Ahmed, Omar and Ali howl and wave and scamper after the truck, but Rani is not among them. Dressed in her brownie tunic, her black hair freshly plaited down her back, she bends double at the roadside, bare feet pressed together, as she chokes over her folded arms. The boat leaves Karachi in darkness, and stays dark all the way to England, because the Major has become ashamed of his face after seeing it printed in the native press. To hide it from view, he takes his whisky in his cabin, and food only when the boy presses it on him. The boy becomes his father's minder, keeping watch for him, making sorties, vetting the ship's daily newspaper in advance for toxic matter, sneaking him on deck for furtive walks before daylight, and in the evenings while the ship changes for dinner. Lying on his back on the other bunk, secondary smoking his father's Burmas, counting the brass screw-heads in the teak ribs that arch across the bulkhead, and listening now to his father's ramblings, now to the chug of the ship's engines, or puzzling his unfulfilled way through Rudyard Kipling, he dreams of Rani, and swimming home to what his father still calls India. And the Major, in his anguish, has much to say on the subject of his adored, abandoned India. Some of it, to the young Mundy's ear, surprising. With nothing more to be gained by pretending otherwise, the Major declares himself mortally disgusted by his country's connivance in the disastrous partition. He heaps curses on the rogues and idiots in Westminster. Everything is their fault, right down to what they did to Ayer's family. It is as if the Major must unload his own guilt onto their shoulders. The bloodbaths and forced migrations, the collapse of law, order, and a central administration are a consequence not of native intransigence, but of British colonial disrespect, manipulation, greed, corruption, cowardice. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy, against whom the Major until now will hear no evil, becomes in the fume-soaked atmosphere of their tiny cabin the jackass.
If the jackass had moved slower on partition, and faster to stop the massacres, he'd have saved 1 million lives. 2 million!
Attlee and Sir Stafford Cripps fare no better. They called themselves socialists, but they were class snobs like the rest of them.
As for that Winston Churchill, if he'd been allowed to have his way, he'd have been worse than all the other buggers put together. Know why, boy? Know why?
No, sir.
He thought the Indians were a pack of fuzzy-wuzzies, that's why. Flog 'em, hang 'em, and teach 'em the Bible. Don't you ever let me hear you say a good word for that man, do you understand me, boy?
Yes, sir.
Give me a whiskey.
The Major's burst of heresy may have its intellectual limitations, but its effect on the impressionable Mundy at this crucial moment in his life is of lightning. In a single flash he sees Ayer, standing with her hands clasped in horror, with all her murdered family lying at her feet. He remembers every filtered, unclear rumour of mass murder, followed by mass revenge. So it was the British, then. It wasn't just the Hindus who were the villains. He relives the jibes that as an English Christian boy he was obliged to suffer at the hands of Ahmed, Omar, and Ali. Too late, he thanks them for their moderation. He sees Rani and marvels that she sufficiently overcame her disgust to love him. Ejected from the country he loves, caught in the twilight of puberty, dragged night and day towards a guilty country he has not seen but must now call home, Mundy undergoes his first exposure to the radical reappraisal of colonial history. The England that awaits the young Mundy is a rain-swept cemetery for the living dead, powered by a 40-watt bulb. A grey stone medieval boarding school reeks of disinfectant and is ruled by boy quislings and adult despots. Number 2, the Vale, weeps and rots as his father cooks inedible curries and pursues his purposeful slide into degradation. There being no native red light quarter in Weybridge, he retains the services of a flighty Scottish housekeeper named Mrs. McKechnie, who, aged eternally 29, disdainfully shares his bed and polishes the last of his collection of Indian silver boxes, until one by one they mysteriously disappear. But flighty Mrs. McKechnie never strokes Mundy's cheek the way Ayer did, or tells him heroic stories of Muhammad, or chafes his hand between both her own until he falls asleep, or replaces his lost talisman of tiger skin to ward off the terrors of the night. Sent off to boarding school on the strength of a legacy from a distant aunt and a bursary for the sons of army officers, Mundy is bewildered, then horrified. The Major's parting words, though well-intended, have not prepared him for the impact of his new life.
Always remember your mother's watching you, boy. And if a chap combs his hair in public, run like hell.
His father urges him huskily as they embrace. On the school train, trying desperately to remember that his mother is watching him, Mundy looks in vain for child beggars clinging to the windows, or station platforms packed with rows of shrouded but unmurdered bodies, with their heads covered and their feet poking out, or chaps who comb their hair in public. In place of dung-brown landscapes and blue mountain ranges, he sees only sodden fields and mysterious hoardings, telling him he is welcome to the strong country. On arrival at the place of his incarceration, the former white godling and Bubba Logue is summarily reduced to the rank of untouchable. By the end of his first term, he is voted a colonial freak, and thereafter affects a Shishi accent in order to capitalize on the distinction. To the rage of his fellows, he keeps a wary eye for snakes. When he hears the rumbling of the school's ancient plumbing, he dives under his desk, yelling, "Earthquake!" On bath days, he equips himself with an old tennis racket for fending off any bats that should fall out of the ceiling, and when the bell tolls for chapel, he muses aloud about whether the muezzin is calling him. Dispatched on early morning runs to quell his libido, he is given to inquiring whether the Dorset crows circling overhead are kites. The punishments he attracts do not deter him. During evening prep, he burbles half-remembered passages of Quranic scripture taught to him by Ayah, and when the bell for lights out sounds, he can be discovered in his dressing gown, bowed before a cracked mirror in the dormitory washroom, pulling his face about as he hunts for signs of darkening skin and shading round the eyes that will confirm him in his secret conviction that he is 12 annas in the rupee, rather than the inheritor of his aristocratic mother's dignity. No such luck. He is a despised one, sentenced to life imprisonment as a snow-white, guilty British gentleman of tomorrow's ruling class. His one spiritual ally is an outcast like himself, a dignified, ageless, diffident, white-haired refugee in rimless spectacles and a shabby suit, who teaches German extra studies and cello and lives alone in a red-brick bed-sitter on the Bristol Road roundabout. His name is Mr. Mallory. Mundy discovers him reading in a tea-shop in the High Street. A grand meeting of masters is currently in progress, so why is Mr. Mallory not attending it? "Because I am not completely a master, Mr. Mundy," he explains, closing his book and sitting bolt upright. "Maybe one day, when I grow up, I become one. But until now, I am a temporary master. Permanently temporary. You wish a piece of cake? I invite you, Mr. Mundy." Within the week, Mundy has enrolled for twice-weekly cello lessons, German extra studies, and German oral. "I have taken this path because music is all I care about, and German is a sort of literary version of music," he writes recklessly to the Major, in a letter seeking his permission to add £15 to the annual tuition charges. The Major's reply is equally impulsive. It comes by telegram, or, as the Major would say, signal. "Your application wholeheartedly approved. Your mother, musical genius. If he's related to the Mallory who took part in assault on Everest, he's prime human material. Ask him and report back. Mundy." Mr. Mallory is not, alas, prime human material, or not of the sort the Major has in mind. His real name, he regrets, is Dr. Hugo Mandelbaum. He comes from Leipzig and has no taste for heights. "But don't tell this to the boys, please, Mr. Mundy. With such a name as Mandelbaum, they have too much fun." And he laughs and nods his white head, with the resignation of one who has been the object of quite a bit of fun already. The cello is not a success. At first, Dr. Mandelbaum is concerned only with bow action. Unlike the Anglican missionary in Murray, he treats Mundy's fingers as if they were live electric wires, gingerly attaching them to their points before leaping back to safety at the other side of the room. But by the end of their 5th session, his expression has changed from one of technical concern to simple grief for a fellow human being. Perched on his piano stool, he clasps his hands together and leans over them. "Mr. Mundy, music is not your refuge," he pronounces at last, with great solemnity. "Maybe later, when you have experienced the emotions that music describes, it will become a refuge for you.
But we cannot be sure. So maybe better for now you take refuge in language. To possess another language, Charlemagne tells us, is to possess another soul. German is such a language. Once you have it in your head, you can go there any time. You can close the door. You have a refuge. You allow me to read you a little poem by Goethe? Sometimes Goethe is very pure. When he was young, like you, he was pure. When he was old, like me, he became pure again. So I tell you once in German, a most beautiful little poem. Then I tell you what it means. And next time we meet, you will learn this little poem. So Dr. Mandelbaum recites the loveliest and shortest poem in the German language, then provides his translation. Over all the mountains is peace. But wait, soon you too will be at rest. And the cello goes back into Dr. Mandelbaum's cupboard, where he keeps his shabby suit. And Mundy, who has learned to hate the cello and is not used to tears, weeps and weeps at the shame of seeing it go, while Dr. Mandelbaum sits on the far side of the room at the lace-curtained window, staring into a book of spiky Gothic lettering. Nonetheless, the miracle happens. By the end of a couple of terms, Dr. Mandelbaum has acquired a star pupil, and Mundy has found his refuge. Goethe, Heine, Schiller, Eichendorff, and Mürike are his secret familiars. He reads them furtively in scripture prep, and takes them to bed to read again by torchlight under the sheets. So, Mr. Mundy, Dr. Mandelbaum declares, proudly over a chocolate cake he has bought to celebrate Mundy's success in a public examination. Today, we are both refugees. For as long as mankind is in chains, maybe all good people in the world are also refugees. It is only when he speaks German, as now, that he allows himself to lament the enslavement of the world's downtrodden classes. We cannot live in a bubble, Mr. Mundy. Comfortable ignorance is not a solution. In German student societies that I was not permitted to join, they made a toast. Better to be a salamander and live in the fire. After which he will read him a passage from Lessing's Nathan der Weise, while Mundy listens respectfully, nodding to the cadence of the beautiful voice, as if it were the dream music that he will one day understand. Now tell me once about India, Dr. Mandelbaum will say, and in turn closes his eyes to Ayer's plain tales from the hills. Periodically, seized with a desire to exercise his parental duty, the Major will descend unannounced on the school, and, supported by a cherrywood walking stick, inspect the lines and roar. If Mundy is playing rugby, he will roar at him to break the blighter's legs. If cricket, to swipe the buggers over the pavilion. His visits end abruptly when, angered by defeat, he accuses the sportsmaster of being a bloody pansy, and, not for the first time in his life, is escorted from the field. Outside the school's walls, the swinging 60s are in full cry, but inside them the Band of Empire plays on. Twice daily chapel services praise the school's war dead, to the detriment of its living, value the white man above lesser breeds, and preach chastity to boys who can find sexual stimulation in a Times leader. Yet while the oppression Mundy suffers at the hands of his jailers entrenches his loathing of them, he cannot dodge the curse of their acceptance. His real enemy is his own good-heartedness and his inextinguishable need to belong. Perhaps only those who have had no mother can understand the emptiness he has to fill. The change in the official attitude is subtle and insidious. One by one, his gestures of insubordination pass unnoticed. He smokes cigarettes in the most perilous places, but nobody catches him at it or notices his breath. He reads the lesson in chapel while drunk on a pint of beer gulped down at the back door of a nearby pub. Yet instead of the mandatory flogging, he has the rank of prefect thrust on him, with the assurance that the post of head boy is within his grasp. There is worse to come. Despite his ungainliness, he is capped for rugby, promoted to the first 11 cricket team as a fast bowler, and appointed the unlikely hero of the hour.
Overnight, his heathen practices and subversive tendencies are forgotten. In a dreary production of Everyman, he is given the title role. He leaves school covered in unwanted glory, and, thanks to Dr. Mandelbaum, with an exhibition in modern languages to Oxford.
Dear boy.
Father. Mundy allows time for the Major to muster his thoughts. They are seated in the conservatory of the Surrey villa, and as usual, it is raining. Rain shades the blue pines in the neglected garden, seeps down the rusted frames of the French windows, and pings onto the cracked tile floor. Flighty Mrs. McKechnie is on home leave in Aberdeen. It is mid-afternoon, and the Major is enjoying an interval of lucidity between the last of the lunch hour and the first of the evening. A scrofulous retriever farts and mutters in a basket at his feet. Panes of glass are missing from the conservatory, but this is all to the good, since the Major has developed a horror of enclosure. In accordance with new regimental orders, no doors or windows to the house may be locked. If the bastards want him, he likes to insist to his diminished audience of the Golden Swan, they know where they can find him, and he indicates the cherrywood walking stick, which is now his constant companion.
You're set on it, are you, boy? This German thing you're up to?
Drawing shrewdly on his Burma. I think so, thank you, sir. Major and Retriever reflect on this. It's the Major who speaks first.
Still some decent regiments out there, you know. Not everything's gone to the devil.
All the same, sir. Another prolonged delay.
Reckon the Hun will come at us again, do you? 20 years since the last show. 20 years since the show before that. They're about due for another, I grant you.
A further period of rumination follows, until the Major suddenly brightens.
Well, there we are then, boy. Blame your mother.
Not for the first time in recent months, Mundy fears for his father's sanity. My dead mother responsible for the next war with the Germans? How can this be, sir?
That woman could pick up languages the way you and I pick up this glass. Hindi, Punjabi, Urdu, Telugu, Tamil, German.
Mundy is astonished. German?
And French. Wrote it, spoke it, sang it. Minor bird ear. All the Stanhopes had it.
Mundy is gratified to hear this. Thanks to Dr. Mandelbaum, he has for some while been privy to the classified information that the German language has beauty, poetry, music, logic, and unlikely humour, as well as a romantic soul, incomprehensible to anyone who can't decode it. Short of a keep out sign on its door, it possesses everything a 19-year-old Steppenwolf in search of a cultural safe haven could decently ask. But now it has genealogy as well. Any further doubts he may have are quickly dispelled by fate. Without Dr. Mandelbaum, he would never have plumped for German. Without German, he would never have signed up for weekly tutorials on Bishop Wulfila's translation of the Bible into Gothic. And if he hadn't signed up for Wulfila, he would never have found himself, on the third day of his first term at university, sitting buttock to buttock on a chintz sofa in North Oxford, with a diminutive polyglot Hungarian spitfire called Ilse, who takes upon herself the task of leading a motherless 6'4" virgin to the sexual light. Ilse's interest in Wulfila, like Mundy's, is an accident of life. After an academic safari through Europe, she has descended on Oxford to expand her understanding of the roots of contemporary anarchism. Wulfila wormed his way into her syllabus. Summoned at darkest night to the Surrey villa, a bereft Mundy cradles his father's sweated head and watches him spew out the remaining fragments of his wretched life, while Mrs. McKechnie treats herself to a ciggy on the landing. Other mourners at the funeral include a fellow alcoholic, who is also a solicitor, an unpaid bookmaker, the landlord of the Golden Swan, and a handful of its regulars. Mrs. McKechnie, still firmly 29, stands to attention at the open graveside, every inch the courageous Scottish widow. It is summer, and she is wearing a black chiffon dress. A languid breeze presses it against her, revealing a pair of fine breasts and a frank outline of her remaining assets. Masking her mouth with her order of service, she murmurs to Mundy from so close that he can feel her lips fluttering the little hairs inside his ear. "Look at what you might have had if you'd asked nicely. she says in her mocking Aberdonian brogue, and to his outrage brushes her hand across his crotch. Safely back in his college rooms, a trembling Mundy takes stock of his humble patrimony. One red and white carved ivory chess set, much damaged. One army-issue khaki kit bag containing 6 handmade shirts by Rankin and Company Limited, established Calcutta 1770 by appointment to H.M. King George V, with branches in Delhi, Madras, Lahore and Murray. One pewter hip flask, much dented, for sitting under neem trees at sundown. One tin penknife, Burma's for the use of. One truncated ceremonial Gurkha kukri, engraved "To a gallant friend." One multi-generational tweed jacket with no maker's attribution. One copy of selected readings from the works of Rudyard Kipling, foxed and much thumbed. And one heavy leather suitcase with brass corners, found hidden or forgotten beneath a sea of empty bottles in the Major's bedroom wardrobe. Padlocked. No key. For several days he keeps the suitcase under his bed. He is the sole possessor of its destiny, the only person in the entire world who knows of its existence. Will he be mountainously rich? Has he inherited British-American tobacco? Is he the sole owner of the secrets of the vanished Stanhopes? With a hacksaw borrowed from the college butler, he spends an evening trying to cut his way through the padlock. In desperation, he lays the suitcase on his bed, draws a ceremonial kukri from its scabbard, and, in thrall to its power, makes a perfect circular incision in the lid. Drawing back the flap, he smells Murray at sunset, and the sweat on Rani's neck as she crouches at his side, peering into the rock pool. Official army files, British, Indian, Pakistani. Faded parchments appointing Arthur Henry George Mundy to the rank and condition of second lieutenant, captain in this regiment, then a lesser regiment, then the one below it. One yellowed, hand-printed playbill of the Pasha Players' production of Snow White, featuring E.A. Mundy in the role of Dopey. Letters from unhappy bank managers concerning mess bills and sundry other debts that can no longer be covered by this account. Beautifully handwritten protocol of a court-martial convened in Murray in September 1956, signed Warrant Officer J.R. Singh, court clerk. Statements of witnesses. Statement of prisoner's friend. Judgment of this court. The prisoner confesses his crime. No defence offered. Statement by prisoner's friend. Major Mundy was drunk. He went berserk. He is sincerely sorry for his actions and throws himself on the mercy of the court. Not so fast. Sorry is not enough. What actions? Mercy for what? Summary of evidence, submitted in writing to the court but not read out. It is alleged by the prosecution and agreed by the accused that Major Mundy, while refreshing himself in the officers' mess, took exception to certain words spoken in flippant jest by one Captain Gray, an honourable British technical officer on temporary attachment from Lahore. Seizing said respected captain by the collars of his uniform in a manner totally contrary to good order and military discipline, he 3 times head-butted him with great accuracy, causing extensive facial bleeding, kneed him purposefully in the groin, and, resisting the efforts of his perturbed comrades to restrain him, dragged the captain onto the veranda and administered such an horrendous rain of blows with his fists and feet as might have gravely endangered the captain's very life and being, let alone jeopardized his marital prospects and distinguished military career. Of the words spoken by the captain in flippant jest, there is so far no clue. Since the prisoner does not offer them in mitigation, the court sees no purpose in repeating them. He was drunk, he is sincerely sorry for his actions. End of defence, end of career, end of everything. Except the mystery. One fat, buff folder with pockets. The word file inked in the Major's hand. Why? Would you write book on a book? Yes, you probably would. Mundy spills the contents of the folder onto his frayed eiderdown. One sepia photograph, quarto size, on presentation cardboard mount with gilt surround. An Anglo-Indian family and its many servants cluster in a rigid group on the steps of a multi-turreted colonial mansion, set in the foothills of Upper India amid formal lawns and shrubberies. Union Jacks fly from every pinnacle. At the centre of the group stands an arrogant white man in stiff collars. Next to him is arrogant, unsmiling white wife in twinset and pleated skirt. Their two small white boys stand either side of them, wearing Eton suits. Either side of the boys stand white children and adults of varying ages. They can be aunts, uncles and cousins. On the step below them stand the uniformed servants of the household, colour-coded for precedence, the whitest at the centre, darkest at the edges. The printed caption reads, "The Stanhope family at home, Victory in Europe Day, 1945. God save the King." Conscious that he is in the presence of the maternal spirit, Mundy takes the photograph to his bedside light, tipping it this way and that, while he scans the ranks of the female members of the family for the tall, polyglot Anglo-Irish aristocrat who will turn out to be his mother. He is looking particularly for marks of dignity and erudition. He sees fierce-eyed matrons. He sees dowager ladies long past childbearing age. He sees scowling adolescents with puppy fat and plaits, but he sees no potential mother. About to set the photograph aside, he turns it over to discover a single scrawl of brown handwriting, not the Major's. It is the hand of a semi-literate girl, perhaps one of the scowling adolescents, blobbed and reckless in its excitement. "Here's me with me eyes shut. Typical." No signature, but the exuberance is infectious. Returning to the photograph, Mundy examines the group for a pair of shut eyes, English or Indian, but too many are shut on account of the sun. He lays the photograph face up on the eiderdown and rummages among the other offerings in the folder, and selects, at random, but not quite, a wad of handwritten letters bound in string. He turns the photograph face down again and makes the match. The writer of the letters is also the writer of the illiterate inscription on the back of the photograph. Dealing the letters onto the eiderdown, Mundy counts off 6. The longest is 8 unnumbered sides. All are scrawls. All are painfully, atrociously spelled. Marks of dignity and erudition are conspicuously absent. The earliest start, "My dearest," or "Oh, Arthur," but the tone quickly deteriorates. "Arthur, bloody hell, for the love of God, listen to me. The bastard that done this to me is the same bastard that your Nell gave herself willing and weak to. You're God's judgment on me, Arthur. Don't bloody deny it. If I go home ruined, me dad'll kill me. I'll be a scarlet whore with an illegitimate to feed. They'll give me to the nuns and take me baby. I've heard what they make you do for repentance. If I stay in India, it's me with the half-caste prostitutes in the market. God help me. I'd rather drown myself in the Ganges. Confession's not safe here. Nothing is. That dirty bug of Father McGraw would as soon tell Lady Stanhope as put his hand up your skirt. And that housekeeper staring at me belly like I've stolen the lunch off her. Are you pregnant by any chance, Nurse Nellie? God help me, Mrs. Ormrod, whatever makes you think such a thing? It's all the good food you're feeding us in the servants' hall. But how long will she believe that, pray, Arthur, when I'm 6 months gone and still swelling? And me playing the Holy Virgin Mary in the Staffside Christmas tableau, for Christ's sake, Arthur. But it wasn't the Holy Spirit done it to me, was it? It was you. They're fucking twins, Arthur. I can feel their bloody hearts going. Hear me. Mundy needs a magnifying glass. He borrows it from a first-year student on his staircase who collects postage stamps. "Sorry, Sammy, something I need to look at a bit closer." "At fucking midnight?" "At any fucking time," says Mundy. He has focused his attention on the lower step and is searching for a tall girl in nurse's uniform with her eyes closed, and she isn't hard to spot. She's a sunny, overgrown child with a head of black curls and her Irish eyes clamped shut exactly the way she says they are. And if Mundy ever wore a nursemaid's drag and a black wig and squeezed up his eyes against the Indian sun, this is what he'd look like. Because she's the same age as I am now, and the same height, he thinks. And she's got the same damn fool all-weather grin I'm wearing while I gawp at her through the magnifying glass, which is the closest I will ever be to her. Or, hang on, he thinks. Maybe you're smiling out of shyness because you're too tall. And there's something of the wild spirit about you, too, now I come to look at you more closely. something spontaneous and trusting and joyful, like a tall white Rani full grown. Something that is actually a great deal more to my taste than the stuck-up, tight-arsed aristocrat of dignity and erudition that I've had shoved down my throat from the day I was old enough to be lied to. Personal and confidential to yourself. Dear Captain Mundy, I am directed by Lady Stanhope to draw your attention to your obligations to the person of Miss Nellie O'Connor, a nursemaid in her ladyship's employ. Her ladyship asks me to advise you that if Miss O'Connor's position is not promptly regulated in a manner befitting an officer and gentleman, she will have no alternative but to apprise your regimental colonel commanding. Yours faithfully, Private Secretary to Lady Stanhope. One marriage certificate, signed by the Anglican Vicar of Delhi, in what looks like rather a rush. One death certificate, signed 3 months later. One birth certificate, signed the same day. Edward Arthur Mundy is hereby welcome to the world. He was born, to his surprise, not in Murray, but in Lahore, where both his mother and his baby sister were certified dead. Mundy deftly completes the equation. The nature of Captain Gray's words spoken in flippant jest is no longer in question. Mundy, Mundy, aren't you the fellow who put the Stanhope nursemaid in the family way? By providing no cause to have them repeated in court, the Major secured an embargo on them, but only in court. The Secretary's letter may have been personal and confidential to the Major, but so it was to the entire strength of the Stanhope household and its outstations. His head still buzzing with images of the berserk Major raining blows on luckless Captain Gray, Mundy searches his heart for the appropriate rage, anger, and recrimination that he tells himself he should be mustering. But all he can feel is a helpless pity for two inarticulate souls trapped in the conventional cages of their time. Why did he lie to me for all those years? Because he knew he wasn't enough? Because he thought she wasn't? Because he was sorry and guilty? Because he wanted me to have the dignity? It's called love. The brass-cornered suitcase has one more trick up its sleeve, an ancient leather-bound box embossed with a gold crest containing a Pakistani War Office citation dated 6 months after the birth of the infant Mundy. By directing the operations of his platoon with reckless disregard for his own safety and firing his Bren gun from the hip, Major Arthur Henry George Mundy emptied 20 saddles and is hereby appointed an honorary bearer of the Pakistani something or other of honour. The medal, if it was ever struck, is missing, presumed sold for drink. Dawn has broken. With tears streaming down his cheeks at last, Mundy pins the citation to the wall above his bed, and next to it the group photograph of the victorious Stanhopes and their minions, and hammers them both home with his shoe. Ilsa's radical principles, like her eager little body, are unappeasable, and Mundy, in the flush of his initiation, can be forgiven for not spotting the difference. Why should he care that he knows even less about Mikhail Bakunin than he does about the parts of the female anatomy? Ilsa is giving him the crash course in both, and it would be downright impolite to accept the one without the other. If she rails against the state as an instrument of tyranny, Mundy passionately agrees with her, though the state is about the last thing on his mind. If she lisps of individualization, extols the rehabilitation of the I and the supremacy of the individual, and promises to cut Mundy free of his submissive self, he implores her to do exactly that. That she talks in the same breath of radical collectivism disturbs him not at all. He will make the bridge. If she reads aloud from Lang and Cooper, while he dozes, temporarily sated on her naked belly, a nod of appreciation can scarcely be accounted hardship. And if making love appeals to her more than making war, for in her spare moments away from anarchism and individualism, Ilsa is also an evangelizing pacifist, he will hang up his musket for her any day, just as long as her impatient little heels keep hammering his rump on the coconut matting of her anchorite's horsebox in St. Hugh's. Gentlemen callers tolerated between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m. for Earl Grey tea and Marmite sandwiches, with the door open. And what more soothing in the afterglow of lust temporarily assuaged than the shared vision of a social paradise ordered by the free agreement of all component groups? Yet none of this should imply that Ted Mundy is not by predisposition committed to the New Jerusalem that Ilse has revealed to him. In her starry radicalism he has found not only echoes of the venerable Dr. Mandelbaum, but evidence of his own vague stirrings of revolt against most of the things that England means to him. Her just causes are his by adoption. He's a hybrid, a nomad, a man without territory, parents, property, or example. He's a frozen child who is beginning to thaw out. Occasionally, trotting off to a lecture or library, he will brush up against a former schoolmate in sports jacket, cavalry twill trousers, and polished brown toe caps. Awkward exchanges pass before each hurries on his way. Christ, that fellow Mundy, he imagines them thinking, gone completely off the rails. And they're right. Pretty much he has. He belongs neither to the Gridiron nor the Bullingdon, the Canning nor the Union. At raucous, if dismally attended political meetings, he relishes his tussles with the hated rightists. His height notwithstanding, his favoured position away from Ilse's arms is perching cross-legged with his knees up by his ears in the cramped rooms of left-leaning dons while he listens to the gospel according to Thoreau, Hegel, Marx, and Lukács. That he is not persuaded by intellectual argument, that he hears it as music he can't play rather than the iron logic it professes to be, is neither here nor there. He is undaunted by belonging to a tiny band of gallant comrades. When Ilse marches, Mundy, the great joiner, puts his whole good self where her loyalties are, boarding the coach with her at Gloucester Green at daybreak, equipped with the Mars bar she likes, and the carefully wrapped egg and cress sandwiches from the market, and a thermos of tinned tomato soup, all stowed for her in the Major's army-issue kit bag. Shoulder to shoulder, and often hand in hand, they march to protest against Harold Wilson's support of the Vietnam War, and, since they are robbed of the chance to dissent through the parliamentary process, proclaim themselves members of the extra-parliamentary opposition. They march to Trafalgar Square to protest against apartheid, and issue passionate declarations of support for American students burning their draft cards. They cluster in Hyde Park, are politely dispersed by the police, and feel vindicated, if a little hangdog. Yet hundreds of Vietnamese are dying every day, bombed, burned, and thrown out of helicopters in the name of democracy, and Mundy's heart is with them, and so is Ilse's. To protest the seizure of power in Athens by the CIA-backed Greek colonels and the torture and killing of unnumbered Greek leftists, they linger vainly outside London's Claridge's Hotel, where the colonels are believed to be residing during a furtive visit to Britain. None emerges to receive their jeers. Undaunted, they repair to the Greek embassy in London, under banners reading, "Save Greece Now." Their most satisfying moment comes when an attaché leans out of a hotel window and shouts, "In Greece we would shoot you!" Safely back in Oxford, they still feel the wind of that imaginary bullet. In the winter term, it's true, Mundy takes time out to stage a German-language production of Büchner's Woyzeck, but its radical sentiments are impeccable. And in the summer, if a little sheepishly, he opens the bowling for his college, and would have a high time drinking with the boys if he didn't remind himself of his allegiances. Ilse's parents live in Hendon, in a semi-detached villa with a green roof and plaster dwarfs fishing in the garden pond. Her father is a Marxist surgeon with a wide Slav brow and fuzzy hair, her mother a pacifist psychotherapist and disciple of Rudolf Steiner. Never in his life has Mundy met such an intelligent, broad-minded couple. Inspired by their example, he wakes up in his rooms one morning, seized with a determination to propose marriage to their daughter. The case for doing so strikes him as overwhelming. Bored out of her wits by what she perceives as half-baked British protest, Ilse has for some while been hankering for a campus where the students go the whole hog, such as Paris, Berkeley, or Milan. Her choice, after much soul-searching, has fallen on the Free University of Berlin, crucible of the New World Order, and Mundy has pledged himself to accompany her there for his year out. And what more natural, he argues, than to go as man and wife? The timing of his proposal is not perhaps as propitious as he imagines, but Mundy, in the grip of a great plan, is blind to tactic. He has turned in his weekly essay on the symbolic use of colour by the early Minnesänger, and feels master of the moment. Ilse, on the other hand, is worn out by 2 days of ineffectual marching in Glasgow, in the company of a Scottish working-class history student named Fergus, who she claims is irredeemably homosexual. Her response to Mundy's declaration is muted, if not downright contemptuous. Marriage. This was not one of the options they considered when they were debating Lang and Cooper. Marriage? Like a real bourgeois marriage, he means? A civil ceremony conducted by the state? Or has Mundy so far regressed in his radical education that he covets the blessing of a religious institution? She stares at him, if not angrily, with profound gloom. She shrugs, and not with grace. She requires time to reflect on whether such an outlandish step can be reconciled with her principles. A day later, Mundy has his answer. A squat Hungarian angel, wearing nothing but her socks, stands feet splayed in the only corner of her anchorite's horsebox, where she can't be spotted from across the quad. Her pacifist, anarchist, humanist, radical philanthropy has run out. Her fists are clenched. Tears are streaming down her flushed cheeks. "You have completely bourgeois heart, Teddy," she bawls in her charmingly accented English. And as an afterthought, "You wish stupid marriage, and you are complete infant for sex." Chapter 3. The aspiring student of the German soul who steps off the interzonal train into the vibrant Berlin air possesses 6 of his late father's shirts that are too short for him in the sleeve, but mysteriously not in the tail, £100 sterling, and 56 Deutschmarks that a weeping Ilse has discovered in a drawer. The grant that kept him just below water at Oxford, he has been advised too late, is not available for study overseas. "Sasha who? Sasha where, for God's sake?" he yells at her on the platform of Waterloo Station, while Ilse, racked by Magyar remorse, decides for the umpteenth time to change her mind and jump aboard with him, except she hasn't brought her passport. "Tell him I sent you," she implores him as the train mercifully pulls out. "Give him my letter. He is a graduate, but democratic. Everyone in Berlin knows Sasha." Which to Mundy sounds about as convincing as everybody in Bombay knows Gupta. It is 1969. Beatlemania is no longer at its zenith, but nobody has told Mundy. In addition to a monkish mop of brown hair that flops over his ears and bothers his eyes, he sports his father's webbing kit bag to denote the rootless wanderer he intends to become, now that life has lost its meaning for him. Behind him lies the wreckage of a great love. Ahead of him, the model of Christopher Isherwood, illusionless diarist of Berlin at the crossroads. Like Isherwood, he will expect nothing of life but life itself. He will be a camera with a broken heart. And if by some remote chance it should turn out that he can love again, but Ilse has obviously put pay to that, well, just maybe, in some sleazy cafe where beautiful women in cloche hats drink absinthe and sing huskily of disenchantment, he will find his Sally Bowles. Is he an anarchist? It will depend. To be an anarchist, one must have a glimmer of hope. For our recently anointed misanthrope, nihilism is closer to the mark. So why then, he might wonder, this spring in my stride, as I venture forth in search of Sasha, the great militant? Why this sense of arriving in a fresher, jollier world, when all is so demonstrably lost? "Go to Kreuzberg!" Ilse is howling after him as he waves his last tragic farewells from the carriage window. "Ask for him there, and look after him, Teddy," she commands as a peremptory afterthought, which he has no time to explore before the train conveys him on the next stage of his life. Kreuzberg is not Oxford, Mundy observes with relief. No kind lady in blue curls from the University Delegacy of Lodgings is on hand with cyclo-styled lists of addresses where he must behave himself. Priced out of the better parts of town, West Berlin's unruly students have set themselves up in bombed-out factories, abandoned railway stations, and tenement blocks too close to the wall for the sensibilities of property developers. The Turkish shanty towns of asbestos and corrugated iron, so reminiscent of Mundy's childhood, sell neither academic books nor squash rackets, but figs, copper saucepans, halva, leather sandals, and strings of plastic yellow ducks. The scents of jeera, charcoal and roasting lamb are a welcome home to Pakistan's lost son. The flybills and graffiti on the walls and windows of the communes do not proclaim college productions of the plays of minor Elizabethan dramatists, but pour invective on the Shah, the Pentagon, Henry Kissinger, President Lyndon Johnson, and the napalm culture of US imperialist aggression in Vietnam. But Ilse's advice is not misplaced. Bit by bit, in cafes, impromptu clubs, at street corners where students lounge, smoke and rebel, the name Sasha raises the odd smile, rings a distant bell. Sasha? You mean Sasha the Great Rouser? That's Sasha. Well, now we have a problem here, you see. We don't give just anybody our addresses these days. The Schweinesystem has long ears. Best leave your name with Students for Democratic Socialism and see if he wants to get in touch with you. Schweinesystem. Mundy the new boy repeats to himself. Remember that phrase. The pig system. Does he feel a momentary wave of resentment against Ilse for launching him into the eye of the radical storm with no charts or instruments? Perhaps. But evening is drawing in. His path is set, and despite his state of mourning, he has a great appetite to begin his new life. Try Anita, Commune 6, a somnolent revolutionary advises him, in a clamorous cellar dense with pot smoke and Viet Cong flags. Maybe Brigitte can tell you where he is, another suggests, over the strains of a girl guitarist in a Palestinian kifaya giving her a rendering of Joan Baez. A child sits at her feet, a big man in a sombrero at her side. In a bullet-pocked former factory as high as Paddington railway station hang likenesses of Castro, Mao and Ho Chi Minh. A portrait of the late Che Guevara is draped in black bunting. Hand-daubed slogans on bedsheets warn Mundy that it is forbidden to forbid, urge him to be realistic, demand the impossible, accept no gods or masters. Strewn across the floor like survivors from a shipwreck, students doze, smoke, breastfeed babies, play rock music, fondle and harangue each other. Anita left, 2 hours ago, says one adviser. Brigitte, try Commune 2 and fuck America, says another. When he asks to use a lavatory, a tender Swede escorts him to a line of 6, each with its door smashed in. Personal privacy, comrade. That's a bourgeois barrier to communal integration, the Swede explains in earnest English. Better that men and women piss together than bomb Vietnamese kids. Sasha, he repeats, after Mundy has courteously declined his advances. Maybe you find him at the Troglodyte Club, except they call it the Shaven Cat these days. He detaches a cigarette paper from its packet and, using Mundy's back to press on, draws a map. The map leads Mundy to a canal. With the kit bag slapping his hip, he sets off along the towpath. Sentry towers, then a patrol boat bristling with guns glide past him. Ours or theirs. It is immaterial. They are nobodies. They are part of the great impasse he is here to unblock. He turns into a cobbled side street and stops dead. A 20-foot-high breeze-block wall with a crown of barbed wire thorns and a sickly halo of floodlights bars his way. At first he refuses to recognize it. You're a fantasy, a film set, a construction site. 2 West Berlin policemen call him over. Draft, Dodger. English, he replies, showing his passport. They take him to the light, examine his passport, then his face. Ever seen the Berlin Wall before? No. Well, look at it now. Then go to bed, Englishman, and stay out of trouble. He retraces his steps and finds a side road. On a rusted iron door, amid Picasso peace doves and ban the bomb signs, a hairless cat on 2 legs brandishes its penis. Inside, music and argument combine in a single feral roar. Try the peace center, comrade, top floor, a beautiful girl advises him, cupping her hands. "Where's the peace centre? Upstairs, asshole!" He climbs, his feet clanging on the tile steps. It's close on midnight. At each floor, a fresh tableau of liberation is revealed to him. On the first, students and babies lounge in a Sunday school ring, while a stern woman harangues them on the crippling effect of parents. On the second, a post-coital quiet reigns over bundles of intertwined bodies. "Support the neutron bomb," a handmade poster urges them. "Kills your mother-in-law, doesn't harm your TV set." On the third, Mundy is thrilled to see some sort of theatre workshop is in progress. On the fourth, shaggy Septemberists pummel typewriters, confer, feed paper into hand presses, and bark orders into radio telephones. He has reached the top floor. A ladder rises to an open trapdoor in the ceiling. He emerges in an attic lit by a builder's inspection light. A passage like the entrance to a mine shaft leads from it. At its end, 2 men and 2 women are bowed over a candlelit table, strewn with maps and beer bottles. One girl is black-haired and grim-faced, the other fair-haired and large-boned. The nearer man is as tall as Mundy, a Viking with a golden beard and mop of yellow hair bound in a pirate's headscarf. The other man is short, vivid and dark-eyed, with uneven, spindly shoulders that are too narrow for his head. He wears a black Basque beret drawn dead level across his pale brow, and he is Sasha. How does Mundy know this? Because all along, he realizes, he has known intuitively that Ilse was talking about someone as small as herself. Too diffident to intrude, he hovers at the opening to the mine shaft, clutching her letter in his hand. He hears fragments of war talk, all Sasha's. The voice is stronger than the body and carries naturally. It is accompanied by imperious gestures of the hands and forearms. "Don't let the pigs cram us into side streets, hear me? Stand up to them in the open, where the cameras can see what they do to us." Mundy is already deciding to tiptoe back down the ladder and make his entrance another time when the party breaks up. The black-haired girl folds up the maps. The Viking rises and stretches. The blonde girl hugs him to her by his buttocks. Sasha stands too, but he is no taller than when he was sitting. As Mundy steps forward to present himself, the others move instinctively to shield the little emperor at their centre. "Good evening. I'm Ted Mundy. I've got a letter for you from Ilse," he says in his best head prefect's voice. And when he receives no answering light of recognition from the wide, dark eyes, "Ilse, the Hungarian student of political philosophy. She was here last summer and had the pleasure of meeting you." Perhaps it is Mundy's politeness that catches them off balance, for there is a moment of shared suspicion among them. Who is he, this courtly English arsehole with the beetle haircut? The tall Viking is first to respond. Placing himself between Mundy and the rest of them, he accepts the envelope on Sasha's behalf and subjects it to a quick examination. Ilse has stuck down the flap with sticky tape. Her peremptory scrawl of "private, strictly personal," twice underlined, is a clear claim to intimacy. The Viking hands the envelope to Sasha, who rips it open and extracts 2 blotchy pages of Ilse's densely packed handwriting, with afterthoughts charging up the margins. He reads the first few lines, turns to the back page to find the signature. Then he smiles, first to himself and then at Mundy. And this time it's Mundy who is taken off balance, because the wide dark eyes are so brilliant and the smile is so young. "Well, well, Ilse," he muses. "That's quite a girl, yes?" Slipping her letter into the side pocket of his threadbare lumberjacket. "One can really say that," Mundy agrees in his best High German. "Hungarian," as if to remind himself. "And you are Teddy?" "Well, Ted, actually." "From Oxford?" "Yes." "Her lover?" It's a straight question. "We are all lovers here," he adds to laughter. "I was, until a few weeks ago." "A few weeks? That's a lifetime in Berlin. You are English?" "Yes. Well, not completely. Foreign-born, but English-bred. Oh, and she sends you a bottle of scotch. She remembers you liked it." "Scotch? What a memory! My God! A woman's memory will hang us all." What are you doing in Berlin, Teddy? Are you a revolutionary tourist? Mundy is pondering his reply when the black-haired girl with the grim face cuts in ahead of him. He means, do you sincerely wish to take part in our movement, or are you here for the purposes of human zoology? She demands, in a foreign accent he can't place. I took part in Oxford. Why not here? Because here is not Oxford, she snaps. Here we have an Auschwitz generation. In Oxford you do not. In Berlin we can lean out of the window and shout Nazi swine, and if the asshole on the pavement is more than 40 years old, we shall be right. What are you proposing to study here in Berlin, Teddy? Sasha inquires, in a softer tone. Germanistic. The dark-haired girl takes immediate exception to this. Then you will have to be lucky, comrade. The professors who teach that archaic shit are so scared they won't come out of their bunkers. And the 20-year-old stooges they send us are so scared they sign up with us. Now it's the turn of the blonde girl beside her. Have you any money, comrade? Not very much, I'm afraid. You are without money. Then you are a worthless human being. How will you eat cutlet every day? How will you buy a new hat? Work, I suppose, says Mundy, trying his best as a good fellow to share their unfamiliar brand of humour. For the pig system? The girl with dark hair is back. She wears it pushed behind her ears. She has a strong, slightly crooked jaw. What is the purpose of our revolution, comrade? Mundy has not expected a viva voce, but 6 months of Ilsa and her friends have not left him unprepared. To oppose the Vietnam War by all means, to arrest the spread of military imperialism, to reject the consumer state, to challenge the nostrums of the bourgeoisie, to awaken it and educate it, to create a new and fair society, and to oppose all irrational authority. Irrational? What is rational authority? All authority is irrational, asshole. Do you have parents? No. Do you share the opinion of Marcuse that logical positivism is a load of shit? I'm not really a philosopher, I'm afraid. In a state of unfreedom, nobody has a liberated consciousness. Do you accept this? It seems to make pretty good sense. It is the only sense, arsehole. In Berlin, the student masses are in permanent movement against the forces of counter-revolution. The city of the Spartacists and the capital of the Third Reich has rediscovered its revolutionary destiny. Have you read Horkheimer? If you have not read Horkheimer's Twilight, you are ridiculous. Ask him whether he is eingebläut, the blonde girl suggests, using a word Mundy has never heard before, at which everyone laughs, except Sasha, who, having observed this exchange in quick-eyed silence, decides to come to Mundy's rescue. Okay, comrades, he's a nice fellow. Let's leave him alone. Maybe we all meet later at the Republican Club. Watched by Sasha, one after the other of his aides descends the ladder. Finally he lowers the trapdoor on them, locks it, and to Mundy's surprise, reaches up and claps a hand on his shoulder. You have that whiskey with you, Teddy? In my bag. Don't mind Christina. Greek women have too much mouth. The day she has an orgasm, she won't speak another word. He is opening a small door low in the wainscoting. And everyone's an asshole here. It's a term of affection, like comrade. The revolution doesn't like circumlocutions. Is Sasha smiling as he says this? Mundy can't tell. What does eingebläut mean? She was asking whether you have had your first beating from the pigs. She wants you to have nice blue bruises from their truncheons. Stooping double, Mundy follows Sasha into a long, cavernous chamber that at first sight resembles the belly of a ship. 2 skylights appear high above him and slowly fill with stars. Sasha removes his beret and reveals a revolutionist's mop of untamed hair. He strikes a match and lights a lantern. As its flame rises, Mundy makes out a Bombay desk with brass inlay, and on it heaps of pamphlets and a typewriter. An iron double bedstead, strewn with worn-out cushions of satin and brocade, stands along one wall, and on the floor, like stepping stones, stacks of books. "Stolen for the revolution," Sasha explains, waving a hand at them. "Nobody reads them. Nobody knows the titles. All they know is intellectual property belongs to the masses, not to blood-sucking publishers and booksellers. Last week we held a competition. Whoever brings the most books has struck the biggest blow against petty bourgeois morality. Have you eaten anything today? Not much. Not much being English for nothing. Then eat. Sasha pushes Mundy towards an ancient leather armchair and sets down 2 empty tooth mugs, a chunk of sausage and a loaf of bread. His bony left shoulder rides higher than its companion. His right foot trails as he darts around. Mundy unfastens the buckles of his kit bag, extricates Ilsa's bottle of St. Hugh's buttery Scotch whisky from the Major's shirts, and pours 2 shots. Sasha perches opposite him on a wooden stool, pulls on a pair of spectacles with thick black frames, and settles to a purposeful examination of Ilsa's letter, while Mundy cuts himself a slice of bread and sausage. "Teddy will never let you down," he announces, reading aloud. "That's a quite subjective judgment, I would say. What's it supposed to mean? That I'm going to invest my confidence in you? Why should she make that assumption?" No answer springs to Mundy's mind, but Sasha doesn't seem to need one. His German has a regional accent of some kind, but Mundy is not yet equipped to place it. "What did she tell you about me?" "Not much. You're a graduate, but democratic. Everybody knows you." Sasha doesn't appear to hear this. "A good companion, loyal in all circumstances, a stranger to deceit, belongs to no group. Am I supposed to admire you for that? In his head a bourgeois, but has a socialist heart. Maybe with a capitalist soul and a communist prick you'll be complete. Why does she write to me like this?" A thought occurs to him. "Did she walk out on you by any chance?" "Pretty much," Mundy concedes. "Now we're getting to the bottom of it. She walked out on you so she feels guilty. And what's this? I don't believe it. He wanted me to marry him. Are you crazy?" "Why not?" Mundy says sheepishly. "The question is why, not why not. Is it your English practice to marry every girl you sleep with a few times? We had that here in Germany once. It was a disaster." No longer sure how he is expected to reply, Mundy takes another mouthful of sausage and washes it down with a swig of whisky, while Sasha returns to the letter. "Teddy loves peace as much as we do, but he's a good soldier." Jesus Christ, what does she mean by that? That Teddy obeys orders without questioning them? You shoot whoever you're told to shoot? That's not a virtue. That's grounds for criminal proceedings. Ilsa should pick her compliments more carefully. Mundy grunts, partly in agreement, partly in embarrassment. "So why does she say you're a good soldier?" Sasha insists. "Good soldier like I'm a good Democrat? Or does she mean you're a great hero in bed?" "I don't think so," says the complete infant for sex. But Sasha won't leave the point alone. "Did you fight somebody for her? Why are you a good soldier?" "It's a phrase. We went on demos together. I took care of her. I play sport a bit." "What the hell?" He is standing, his bag slung over his shoulder. "Thanks for the whiskey." "We haven't finished it." "She sent it to you, not me." "But you brought it. You didn't keep it, you didn't drink it. You were a good soldier. Where do you propose to sleep tonight?" "I'll find somewhere." "Wait. Stop. Put your stupid bag down." Compelled by the insistence in Sasha's voice, Mundy pauses, but doesn't quite put down the bag. Sasha tosses the letter aside and stares at him for a while. "Tell me something truthful, no bullshit, okay? We get a little paranoid here. Who sent you?" "Ilsa." "Nobody else? No pigs, spies, newspapers, clever people? This town is full of clever people." "I'm not one of them." "You're who she says you are. Is that what you're telling me? A political tyro, reading Germanistic, a good soldier with a socialist heart, or whatever the hell. That's the whole story?" "Yes. And you always tell the truth?" "Mostly." "But you're queer." "No, I'm not." "Me neither. So, what do we do?" Looking down on Sasha, puzzling how to reply, Mundy is again struck by his host's fragility. It's as if every bone in his body has been broken and stuck back the wrong way. Sasha takes a pull of whiskey and, without looking at Mundy, hands him the glass to drink from. "Okay," he says reluctantly. "Okay what?" Mundy wonders. "Put that fucking bag down." Mundy does. "There's a girl I like, okay? Sometimes she visits me up here. She may come tonight. She's young, bourgeois, shy, like you. If she shows up, you sleep on the roof. If it's raining, I lend you a tarpaulin. That's how shy she is, okay? If necessary, I do the same for you." "What are you talking about?" "Maybe I need a good soldier. Maybe you do. What the fuck?" He takes back the glass, drains it, and refills it from the bottle, which seems too big for his wrist. "And if she doesn't show up, you sleep down here. I've got this spare bed. A field bed. I don't tell that to everyone. We can put it the other end of the room. And tomorrow I get you a desk for your Germanistic. We put it over there under the window. That way you get daylight. If you fart too much, if I don't like you after all, I ask you nicely to fuck off. Okay?" He goes straight on, not bothering with Mundy's answer. "And in the morning I put you up for selection to the commune. We have a discussion, then a formal vote. It's all bullshit. Maybe you get a couple of questions from Christina about your bourgeois origins. She's the biggest bourgeois of us all. Her father's a Greek ship owner who loves the colonels and pays for half the food here." He takes another pull of whiskey and again hands the glass to Mundy. "Some squats are legal. This one isn't. We don't like Nazi landlords. When you register with the university, you don't give this address. We provide you with a nice letter from a guy in Charlottenburg. He says you live with him, which isn't true. You're a good Lutheran boy, which isn't true. You're in bed alone every night at 10 o'clock. You marry everyone you fuck." Which is how Mundy learns that he is to become Sasha's roommate. A golden age has unexpectedly dawned in Ted Mundy's life. He has a home, he has a friend. Both new concepts to him. He is part of a brave new family, determined to rebuild the world. An occasional night of exile under the stars is no hardship to a soldier's son serving at the front line of the revolution. He is not offended when a red ribbon round the attic door handle advises him that his general is not receiving. While Sasha's dealings with women are swift and purposeful, Mundy remains true to his vow of abstinence. Occasionally he is obliged to exchange a platonic word or two with one of the squat's indecently high proportion of beautiful girls, but that is only because within hours of his admission he is gallantly providing free conversation lessons in English 3 times a week to any fellow communard so inclined. And the salamander is living in the flames. Dr. Mandelbaum would be proud of him. The awareness of being in a combat zone, the knowledge that any moment he may be summoned to join his fellow partisans at the barricade, the night-long debates on how the world's rotten wood can be swept away and the new growth planted, act on him like a constant stimulant. If Mundy arrived in Berlin a greenhorn, under the guidance of Sasha and the comrades, he becomes an eager inheritor of the movement's noble history. The names of its heroes and villains are soon as familiar to him as those of great cricketers. It was the Iranian exile, Bahman Nirumand, on the eve of the Shah of Iran's visit to West Berlin, who informed a packed student audience in the Free University's Auditorium Maximum of the true awfulness of the Shah's American-backed regime. It was Benno Onezorg who demonstrated against the Shah's visit to the city, and was, on the very next day, shot through the head by a plain-clothes police inspector outside the West Berlin Opera House. It was Benno's funeral and the denial of all wrongdoing by the police and the mayor that drove the students to greater militancy and sped the rise of Rudi Dutschke, founder of the students' extra-parliamentary opposition. It was the fascistic rhetoric of the press baron Axel Springer and his odious Bild Zeitung that incited a deranged workman with far-right fantasies to shoot down Rudi Dutschke in Berlin's Kurfürstendamm. Dutschke survived for a time. Martin Luther King, shot the same month, did not. He knows the dates and places of the great sit-ins and bloody confrontations of the recent past. He knows that the student revolt is raging across the world on 1,000 battlefields, and that the students of America have been as brave as any, and as savagely put down. He knows that the finest publication in the world is Concrete, founded by the movement's high priestess, the immaculate Ulrika Meinhof. Germany's two great revolutionary writers of the moment are called Langhans and Teufel. So many brothers and sisters everywhere, so many comrades who share the dream. Even if the dream itself is not yet entirely clear to him, but he's getting there, wherever there is. So a life begins. First thing in the morning, the chaste English boarding school boy, and as yet unbruised recruit to the cause of world liberation, springs from his field bed while Sasha sleeps off the night's great arguments. After a communal shower enlivened by girls he studiously ignores, he takes his turn in the squat's cookhouse, chopping stolen sausages and vegetables for the day's soup, then hurries out to pound West Berlin's precious parks and open spaces, trawl the libraries, and attend whatever lectures have survived the student body's edict against fascistic indoctrination. Later in the day, he will offer himself as an apprentice at the print shop to help run off salient passages from the works of the fashionable revolutionaries, and, packing them into the major's kit bag, stand bravely at street corners, foisting them on the passing bourgeoisie on their way home to unawakened lives. And this isn't just a matter of handing out free newspapers. This is risky work. Not only does the Berlin bourgeoisie refuse to awaken, but it has had enough of students to last it several generations. Less than 25 years after Hitler, the good citizens are not pleased to see their streets seething with riot police with truncheons, and mobs of foul-mouthed radicals hurling rocks at them. State-funded Berlin students exempted from conscription should pay their fees, obey, study, and shut up. They should not smash glass, advocate copulation in public, cause traffic jams, and insult our American saviors. More than one good citizen's fist is raised at him. More than one old lady of the Auschwitz generation screams into his face to take his stupid pamphlets nach drüben, where they can be used as toilet paper. She means over the wall to East Germany. Or makes a grab for his long hair, but he's too tall for her. More than one taxi driver from the forces of reaction bumps his cab over the curb, sending Mundy scampering for cover and his wares flying over the street. But the good soldier is not fazed, or not for long. Come evening of the same day, as soon as he has finished his conversation lessons, he can as likely be found relaxing over a beer at the Shaven Cat, or the Republican Club, or enjoying Turkish coffee and an arak in one of Kreuzberg's many ramshackle cafes, where the aspiring novelist likes to spread his notebook and indulge his Isherwood persona. But there are times when, for all his determined good spirits, Mundy is infected by the unreality of the divided city, its gallows humour, and doomed atmosphere of unassured survival. Surrounded by angers that are new and often alien to him, he does wonder, in his lowest moments, whether his comrades are in fact searchers and puzzlers like himself, drawing their strength from the presumed convictions of their neighbours rather than from their own hearts, and whether, in his quest for the larger truths of life, he has after all ended up living in what Dr. Mandelbaum called a bubble, clutching his end of a banner at a street demonstration, protesting the latest act of despotism by the terrified university authorities, or waiting manfully at the barricades for a police charge that fails to materialise. The expatriate son of a British Army major does occasionally ask himself which war he is fighting, the last one or the next. Yet his search for connection continues. There is an evening when, inspired by the benign weather and an arak, he improvises a game of cricket for the many Turkish children hanging around the shanties. A dust patch serves as a pitch. A stack of empty beer cans makes a wicket. Mundy grabs a hacksaw and a plank from Faisal, the proprietor of his favourite cafe, and hacks out a bat. No Rani steps out of the evening sunlight to greet him, but the shouts of encouragement and despair, the skimming faces and olive limbs lift his heart. The Kreuzberg Cricket Club is born. On restless safaris in the shadow of the wall, he seeks out foreign sightseers and regales them with inspiring tales of escape. Should a factual episode elude him, then he will invent one and feel rewarded by their gratitude. And if these remedies are not enough to rescue his occasionally flagging spirits, there is Sasha to come home to. At first they are wary of each other. Like a couple who have rushed to the altar without benefit of courtship, each is inclined to fall back until he sees what he's got. Is Mundy really the good soldier Sasha took him for? Is Sasha really the limping, charismatic firebrand who needs Mundy's protection? Though they share the same territory, they live their lives in parallel, only overlapping at mutually agreeable moments. Of Sasha's personal background, Mundy knows next to nothing, and the word around the squat is that the subject is taboo. He is of Saxon Lutheran origin, an East German refugee, an avowed enemy of all religion, and, like Mundy, an orphan, though he has this last from hearsay only. That is all that need be known. It is not till Christmas Eve, or, as the Germans have it, Holy Evening, that they experience one of those moments of mutual self-revelation from which there can be no retreat. Already, by the 23rd of December, the squat is three-quarters empty, as communards abandon principle and slink home to celebrate in the bosom of their reactionary families. Those who have nowhere to go remain behind like uncollected children in a boarding school. Heavy snow is falling, and Kreuzberg is a sentimental dream of Yule. Waking early the next day, Mundy is exhilarated to see the attic skylights above him whited over, but when he calls this to Sasha's attention, he receives only a groan and the injunction to fuck off. Undaunted, he flings on all the clothes he possesses and wades down to the Turkish settlement to build a snowman and cook kebabs with Faisal and the kids from the cricket club. Returning to the attic at dusk, he finds the radio playing carols, and Sasha looking like Charlie Chaplin in modern times, wearing his beret and an apron, and stooping over a mixing bowl. The desk is set as a dinner table for two. An Advent candle burns at its centre, beside a bottle of Christina's father's Greek wine. More candles are balanced on the piles of stolen books. An unpromising chunk of red meat sits on a wooden board. "Where the fuck have you been?" Sasha demands, without lifting his eyes from his work. "Walking. Why? What's wrong?" "It's Christmas, isn't it? The fucking family feast. You're supposed to be at home." "We haven't got families. We've got dead parents and no brothers and sisters. I tried to wake you up, but you told me to fuck off." Sasha has still not raised his head. The bowl contains red berries. He is preparing some kind of sauce. "What's the meat?" "Venison. Do you wish me to take it back to the shop and change it for your eternal fucking Wiener Schnitzel?" "Venison's fine. Bambi for Christmas. Is that whiskey you're drinking by any chance?" "Probably." Mundy chatters, but Sasha will not be humoured. Over dinner, trying to jolly him along, Mundy rashly relates the tale of his aristocratic mother, who turned out to be an Irish nursemaid. He selects a merry tone, designed to assure his listener that he has long ago come to terms with an amusing byway of family history. Sasha hears him out with ill-concealed impatience. "Why do you tell me this bullshit? Do you wish me to shed tears for you because you are not a lord?" "Of course not. I thought you might laugh." "I am interested only in your personal liberation. There comes a moment for all of us when our childhood ceases to be an excuse. In your case, I would say that, as with many English, the moment is somewhat delayed." "All right. What about your dead parents? What did you have to overcome in order to arrive at the perfect state in which we find you?" Is the taboo of Sasha's family history to be broken? Apparently so, for the Schiller head is giving a succession of tight nods, as if overcoming its reservations one by one. And Mundy notices how the deep-set eyes have aged somehow, and appear to absorb the candlelight rather than reflect it. "Very well. You are my friend, and I trust you, despite your ridiculous preoccupations with duchesses and housemaids." "Thank you. My late father is not quite as late or as dead as I would wish him to be. If we are to judge him by normal medical criteria, he is in fact offensively alive." Either Mundy has the wit to stay silent, or he is too bemused to speak. "He did not assault a brother officer. He has not succumbed to drink, though periodically he tries. He is a religious and political Wendehals.
A turncoat, whose existence is so intolerable to me that even today, when I am forced to think of him, I can only bring myself to refer to him as the Herr Pastor. Never father. You look bored. I'm anything but bored. Everyone told me your private life was holy ground. How could I imagine it was this holy? From his earliest childhood, the Herr Pastor believed unquestioningly in God. His parents were religious, but he was super-religious, a puritanical Lutheran fanatic of the most incorrigible sort, born 1910. When our dear Führer came to power, his invariable term for Hitler, the Herr Pastor was already an enthusiastic member of the Nazi Party, 23 years old and recently ordained. His faith in our dear Führer was even greater than his faith in God. Hitler would work magic. He would give Germany back its dignity, burn the Versailles Treaty, get rid of our communists and Jews, and build an Aryan heaven on earth. You are really not bored? How can you ask? I'm riveted. But not so riveted that you will rush out and tell your 10 best friends that after all I have a father, I hope. The Herr Pastor and his fellow Nazi Lutherans call themselves Deutsche Christen. How he survived the last years of the war is unclear to me, since to this day he refuses to discuss such matters. At some desperate moment, he was sent to the Russian front and captured. That the Russians didn't shoot him is a dereliction of good sense that I have long held against them. Instead, they sent him to prison in Siberia, and by the time he was released and returned to East Germany, Herr Pastor, the Christian Nazi, had become Herr Pastor, the Christian Bolshevik. As a consequence of this conversion, the East German Lutheran Church gave him a job, curing communist souls in Leipzig. I will confess to you that I greatly resented his return from captivity. He had no right to take my mother from me. He was a stranger, a violator. Other children had no father. Why should I have one? This broken little coward of a man, sniffing a lot, preaching himself up to twice his size with the words of Jesus and Lenin, was repulsive to me. To please my poor mother, I was obliged to declare myself a convert. It is true that there were times when I was confused by the bond between the two deities. But since they both had beards, it was possible to assume a symbiosis. In 1960, however, God was good enough to appear to the Herr Pastor in a dream and order him to take his family and everything he owned to the West while there was time. So we put our Bibles in our pockets and fled over the sector border, leaving Lenin behind. Did you have brothers and sisters? This is really appalling, Sasha. An elder brother whom my parents greatly preferred to me. He died. At what age? 16. What of? Pneumonia, complicated by respiratory problems. A long, slow dying. I envied Rolf because he was our mother's favorite, and loved him because he was a good brother to me. For 7 months I visited him every day in hospital, and was present at his end. It was not a vigil I remember with pleasure. I'm sure not. He risks it. So what happened to your body? It appears that I was conceived while the Herr Pastor was on home leave, and subsequently born in a ditch while my mother was attempting to escape from the Russian advance. Her later information, probably inaccurate, was that I was deprived of oxygen in the womb. What my mother was deprived of, I can only imagine. It was not a salubrious ditch. He resumes. The Herr Pastor made the spiritual transition from east to west with his customary agility. Having caught the eye of a Missouri missionary organization of dubious connections, he was flown to St. Louis for a course of religious instruction. He graduated summa cum laude, and returned to West Germany an ardent Christian conservative of the 17th century, and a devotee of free-market Christian capitalism. Appropriately, a curacy was found for him in the old Nazi stamping ground of Schleswig-Holstein, where every Sunday, to the enchantment of his congregation, he may be heard singing the praises of Martin Luther and Wall Street from the pulpit. Sasha, this is truly terrible.
terrible and fantastic. Can we go up to Schleswig-Holstein and listen to him? Never. I have disowned him totally. As far as my comrades are concerned, he is totally dead. It is the one point on which the Herr Pastor and I have found common ground. He does not wish to acknowledge an atheist radical militant for a son, and I do not wish to acknowledge an aggressive, hypocritical, religious turncoat for a father. That is why, with the Herr Pastor's collusion, I have expunged him from my past. All I ask is that he will not die before I have a chance to tell him once more how much I hate him. And your mother? Lives, but does not live. Unlike your Irish nursemaid, she did not have the good fortune to die in childbirth. She walks the fens of Schleswig-Holstein in a mist of grief and confusion for her children, and speaks constantly of taking her life. As a young mother, she was, of course, repeatedly raped by our victorious Russian liberators. His empty glass before him, Sasha is seated at his desk, as stiffly as a condemned man. Watching him, listening to his self-ironies, Mundy experiences one of those surges of spiritual generosity that make all things clear to him. And so it is the undemonstrative English pragmatist, rather than the anguished German seeker after life's verities, who fills their glasses and proposes a humble Christmas toast. "Well, here's to us, anyway," he mumbles, with appropriate reserve. "Prosit. Happy Christmas," and so on. Still frowning, Sasha lifts his glass, and they drink to each other in the German way. Raise your glass, look into the other fellow's eyes. Drink. Raise it again. Look again. Allow a moment's silence to put down your glass, and dwell reverently upon the moment. Relationships must deepen or die. In Mundy's later remembering, that Christmas was the night when their relationship deepened and found an unforced ease. Henceforth, Sasha pays no visit to the Republican Club or the Shaven Cat without tersely inquiring whether Mundy is coming along too. In student bars, on slow, unequal walks along frozen canal towpaths and river banks, Mundy plays Boswell to Sasha's Johnson, and Sancho Panza to his Quixote. When their commune becomes richer by a herd of stolen bourgeois bicycles, Sasha insists the two friends extend their horizons by exploring the outer limits of the half-city. The ever-willing Mundy prepares a picnic: chicken, bread, a bottle of red Burgundy, all honestly bought from his earnings as a Berlin Wall tour guide. They set out, but Sasha insists they first push their bicycles a distance, because he has something to discuss, and it is best discussed on foot. They are safely out of sight of the squat before he says what it is. "Come to think of it, actually, Teddy, I don't believe I have ever ridden one of these fucking things," he confesses with monumental casualness. Fearing Sasha's legs may not be equal to the job, and cursing himself for not having thought of this earlier, Mundy walks into the Tiergarten and seeks out a gentle grass slope with no children looking on. He holds Sasha's saddle, but Sasha smartly orders him to let go. Sasha falls, swears foully, struggles back up the slope, tries again, falls again, swears more foully still. But by the third descent, he has learned to trim his uneven body so that he remains aloft, and a couple of hours later, flushed with pride, he is squatting in his greatcoat on a bench, eating chicken, and with frosted breath dilating on the sayings of the great Marcuse. But Christmas, as is usual in warfare, is only a temporary suspension of hostilities. No sooner has the snow melted than the tensions between the students and the city return to breaking point. It is incidental that every university in West Germany is crawling with unrest, that from Hamburg, Bremen, Göttingen, Frankfurt, Tübingen, Saarbrücken, Bochum and Bonn come stories of strikes, mass resignations of ruling professors, and the triumphant advance of radical bodies. Berlin has larger, older and more vicious scores to settle than the whole lot of them put together. In the shadow of the approaching storm, Sasha makes a dash to Cologne, where rumour reports that a brilliant new theoretician is pushing out the borders of radical thought. By the time he returns, Mundy is braced for action and in facetious mood. "And did the oracle pronounce on how men of peace should bear themselves in the forthcoming confrontation?" he inquires, expecting at the very least one of Sasha's tirades against the repressive tolerance of pseudo-liberalism, or the cancer of military-industrial colonialism. Tomatoes, stink bombs, thunder flashes? Uzi machine guns, perhaps? "We intend to reveal the social genesis of human knowledge," Sasha replies, stuffing bread and sausage into his mouth before he hurries off to a meeting. "What's that when it's at home?" Mundy asks, slipping into his familiar role of test audience. "Man's preternatural state, his ur-state. Day 1 is already too late. We must begin on day 0. That is the entire point." "You're going to have to spell this one out for me," Mundy warns, brows appropriately puckered. And the notion is indeed surprising to Mundy, since Sasha has until now insisted that they must deal with harsh political realities, rather than fancy visions of utopia. "As a first stage, we shall wipe the human slate clean. We shall detoxify the brain, cleanse it of its prejudices, inhibitions, and inherited appetites. We shall purge it of everything old and rotten." Another chunk of sausage. "Americanism, greed, class, envy, racism, bourgeois sentimentality, hatred, aggression, superstition, and the craving for property and power." "And enter what, exactly?" "I fail to understand your question." "It's simple enough. You've wiped my slate clean. I'm pure. I'm not American, racist, bourgeois, or materialistic. I've got no bad thoughts left, no bad inherited instincts. What do I get in return, apart from a policeman's boot in the balls?" Standing impatiently at the door, Sasha has ceased to take kindly to this inquisition. "You get what is needful to a harmonious society, and nothing more. Brotherly love, natural sharing, mutual respect. Napoleon was right. You English are totally materialistic." All the same, it is a theory of which Mundy hears no more. Chapter 4. "Those girls are total dykes," insists the Viking, now better known to Mundy by his kennel name of Peter the Great. Peter is a pacifist from Stuttgart. He came to Berlin to escape military service. His rich parents are whispered to be Zimpis, members of the guilt-ridden higher bourgeoisie who secretly give succour to those bent on their destruction. "A lost cause." Sasha, taken up with larger matters of revolutionary strategy, distractedly agrees. "Don't waste your stupid time on them, Teddy. Freaks, the pair of them." They are speaking of legal Judith and legal Karen, so named because they are studying jurisprudence. The fact that they happen to be the two most desirable females in the squat only adds to their offence. Sexual choice for women, in the opinion of the two great liberators, does not include refusing to go to bed with important male activists. "Take a look at the sackcloth skirts they wear, for God's sake," Peter urges, "and those mannish shoes like army boots. Where do they think they're marching to? And the way they put their hair up in messy buns and slop around the squat like a couple of lovesick burghers of Calais." Peter claims that they take out one law book from the library at a time, so that they have something to read together in bed. Karen moves her finger along the line, he says. Judith does the words. The only person they consort with, apart from one another, is Mundy's erstwhile inquisitor, the Greek Christina, who is suspected of sharing their sexual predilections. Mundy has never previously encountered the phenomenon of lesbianism, but has to concede that all known evidence supports the rumour. The two women refuse to shower communally. From the day they arrived in the squat, they insisted on having their own room, and fitted a padlock to the door with a sign saying, "Fuck off." It's still there. Mundy has been to see it. Any further proof he should require, let him try his luck, and see what he gets apart from a broken jaw, says Peter. Yet for all these doom-laden prognostications, legal Judith is imposing grave strains on Mundy's vows of Isherwood detachment. Her efforts to disguise her beauty are futile. Where Karen hunches her shoulders and acts grumpy, Judith is wispy and ethereal. At protest meetings, Karen snarls like a bulldog, but Judith in anger merely shakes her golden head. Yet as soon as the meeting's over, there they are again. Legal Judith and legal Karen, nicely brought up North German girls, received in Berlin's best radical drawing rooms, strolling hand in hand along the shores of Lesbos. So forget her, Mundy orders himself each time he catches his hopes rising. Those straight looks she gives you during English conversation lessons are because you're weird and tall and Oxford. Our verbal flirtations, of Judith's contrivance admittedly, are opportunities for her to try out her English on you, nothing more. "Did I speak that sentence accurately, Teddy?" she will ask, with a smile to melt glaciers. "Marvellous, Judith. Not a syllable out of joint." "Joint?" "Out of place, slip of the tongue. You're immaculate, official." "But do I suffer from an American accent, Teddy? If I do, you will please immediately correct me." "Not a hint of one, Scout's honour. English to the core. Fact," Mundy blurts in the agony of his frustration, and the blue metallic eyes not believing him, but staying on him like a child's, till he says it all to her again, the way children need you to. "Thank you, Teddy. Then I wish you a pleasant day. Not a nice day, for that would be American, yes?" "Absolutely right. You too, Judith. And you, Karen. Because she's never alone, naturally." Legal Karen is sitting right there at her side, tessellating with her, learning about glottal stops with her, breathing out with her as they try to say "go away" without the fricative bump in the middle. Or so things stand until a day comes when, without warning, it is tacitly acknowledged that legal Karen has left the squat, whereabouts unknown. At first she is reported sick, then she is visiting her dying mother, until someone remembers that both her parents were killed on the last day of the war. But after a raid by police on a nearby cooperative, a different rumour starts the rounds. Legal Karen has become illegal, meaning that she has followed the sainted Ulrika Meinhof on her journey underground. Ulrika, our moral angel, our leading leftist, high priestess of the alternative life, the movement's Joan of Arc in all matters of courage and integrity, who has recently announced to the radical world that shooting may begin. It is also rumoured that Christina has accompanied her, in one stroke depriving Judith of her life's companion and the squat of half its income. But for Mundy, it is the sight of Judith drifting like Ophelia down the corridors of the commune that is too much to bear. All the more surprising, therefore, when one evening she lays a frail hand on his upper arm and inquires whether he would care to accompany her on a sleepwalk. "Sleepwalk, Judith? My God, walk anywhere with you." He is going to add, "sleep anywhere with you too," but changes his mind in time. "Sure that's what you mean? What's the German, if you don't mind my asking?" She gives it. "Nachtwandlung. It is an action of political importance, also completely secret. It is to force Berliners to confront their fascist past. You are willing?" "Will Sasha be there?" "Unfortunately, he will be in Cologne consulting certain professors. Also, he's not appropriate on a bicycle." Loyal Mundy hastens to protest. "Sasha's fine on a bicycle. You should see him. Goes like a hare." Judith does not relent. It is by now early spring, but the weather doesn't know this. Flurries of wet snow pursue him through the darkness as he makes his way to a derelict schoolhouse close to the canal. Peter the Great and his girlfriend Magda are there ahead of him. So is a Swede called Torkil and a Bavarian Amazon called Hilde. On Judith's orders, each conspirator has supplied himself with one hand torch, one can of crimson spray paint, and one can of water glass, a mysterious solution that allegedly etches itself so deeply into glass that to remove it you must remove the whole window. Peter the Great, as the appointed quartermaster, has furnished a stolen bicycle for each combatant. Mundy wears 3 of his father's shirts, a scarf and an old anorak. His torch and water glass and paint are in his kit bag. Torkil and Peter the Great have brought balaclava helmets. Hilde sports a Chairman Mao face mask. Placing herself before a city plan, Judith briefs her troops in crisp North German accents. She has thrown aside her sackcloth in favour of a fisherman's sweater and extremely long white woolen tights. If she is wearing a skirt, it is not in evidence. Our targets for tonight are the former houses, ministries and headquarters of the Third Reich, presently masquerading as innocuous buildings, she announces. The aim of our operation is educational. It is to redress the amnesia of the city's bourgeoisie by indicating the function of each building during the Nazi period. Past experience has proved that the West Berlin pigs are incensed by such markings and mount special actions to replace windows and eradicate the graffiti. We shall therefore be scoring a double victory against the bourgeois love of property and the efforts of the pig system to deny its Nazi past. Prime objectives, she indicates them on the map, will include Tiergartenstrasse 4, home of the euthanasia program, and afterwards Adolf Eichmann's offices in the Kurfürstenstrasse, now all but removed to make way for a spanking new hotel. Also Heinrich Himmler's headquarters on the corner of the Wilhelmstrasse and the Prince Albrechtstrasse, now unfortunately a victim of the Berlin Wall, but we'll do whatever we can in the circumstances. Subject to operational considerations, we shall also attack the marshalling points where Berlin's Jews were assembled for transportation to the death camps, including Grunewald railway station, which still has the very ramps built for the job, and the old military courthouse with its entrance in the Witzlebenstrasse, where the gallant few who plotted against Hitler are proudly commemorated, in contrast to the millions who supported him to the hilt and are conveniently forgotten. Our inscription at the Schloss Park will address this injustice. The possibility of riding out to Wannsee, where Hitler's final solution for the Jews was agreed upon, has also been discussed, but prevailing weather conditions are against it. Wannsee will therefore be the target of a separate action. Tonight's secondary objectives will, however, include the city's much-admired lampposts, originally designed by Hitler's personal architect, Albert Speer. Peter will have the responsibility of pasting them with leaflets, exhorting all good Nazis to rally to the American genocide in Vietnam. Judith will ride point. Teddy and Torkil will make up the second echelon. Peter and Hilda will keep up the rear. Magda will hang back, watch out for pigs, and engage them in diversionary tactics if they attempt to foil the operation. Laughter. Magda is pretty and shameless. To earn money without compromising her revolutionary principles, she is proud to hire herself out as an occasional prostitute. She is also considering bearing the child of an infertile petit bourgeois couple as a means of furthering her studies. The team sets off, Mundy shooting ahead by mistake on account of his long legs, then braking to let Judith overtake him, which he does at full tilt. Head down, white backside lifted to the sky, she races past him, whistling the Internationale. He gives chase. Discipline is abandoned. Hoots of merriment follow him through the freezing air. The Internationale becomes their battle cry. Fair hair flowing free as she jives to the rhythm of her singing, Judith embellishes one shop window, and Mundy her comrade-in-arms another. A message is passed breathlessly down the line. Pigs approaching at 40 degrees. The rear guard peels away, but Judith goes on writing, first in German, and afterwards, for the benefit of our British and American readers, in English. Mundy, her self-appointed bodyguard, watches over her while she calmly pursues her work. After hot pursuit through cobbled back alleys, the team regroups. Heads are counted, and Peter the Great produces a welcome thermos of bourgeois mulled wine before they advance on their next target. Orange streaks of dawn are appearing through the swirling snow clouds as the victorious troops return exhausted to their squat. Alight with cold and the exultation of the hunt, Mundy escorts Judith to her door. "Wondered whether you'd like a spot more English conversation, if you're not too tired," he proposes airily, only to watch the door, with its injunction to fuck off, close softly in his face. For an age he lies wakefully on his bed. Sasha was right, damn him. Even when she's left high and dry, Judith is a lost cause. In his frustration, he is visited first by Ilse, then by Mrs. McKechnie in her see-through black chiffon. He brushes them wearily away. Next comes legal Judith herself, with her fountain of fair hair tumbling over her shoulders, and otherwise stark naked. "Teddy, "Teddy, I require you to wake up, please," she is saying, as she rocks his shoulder with increasing impatience. "I'll bet you do," he thinks sourly. He tries opening his eyes and closing them again, but the mirage is still there, despite the unpleasing morning light. Irritably, he throws out an arm and meets, not, as he is expecting, empty air, but legal Judith's extremely naked bum. His first thought, idiotically, is that, like Christina and legal Karen, she is on the run and needs a place to hide. "What's happened? Have the police come?" he asks, in English, since it is their lingua franca. "Why? Would you prefer to make love to the police?" "No, of course not." "Do you have an engagement today? Perhaps with another girl?" "No, I haven't. Nothing at all. I haven't got another girl." "We shall take time, please. You are my first man. Are you discouraged by this information? You are too English, perhaps, too respectable." "No, of course I'm not. I mean, I'm not discouraged by this information. I'm not respectable at all." "Then we are fortunate. It was necessary to wait till everyone was asleep before I came to you. This is for security. Afterwards, you will please not tell anybody that we have made love. Otherwise all the men in the commune will demand to make love to me, which would not be convenient. You agree to this condition?" "I agree. I agree to everything. You're not here. I'm asleep. Nothing's happening. I'll keep everything under my hat." "Your hat?" Thus does Ted Mundy, the complete infant for sex, become the triumphant lover of legal Judith, total dyke. The intensity of their love-making unites them as a single rebel force. Their first passions slaked, they transfer themselves to Judith's lair. The fuck-off sign remains, but by evening of the same day the bedroom has become their love nest. Her insistence on security, and speaking only English, even in their extreme moments, ensures that they inhabit a sphere apart from other terrestrials. He knows nothing of her, nor she of him. To ask the banal questions would be to commit the mortal sin of conformity. Only now and then does an answer slip unbidden through the lines. She is not yet eingebläut, but is confident that once the spring marches begin she will be. She expects, like Trotsky and Bakunin, to spend the rest of her life as a professional revolutionary, probably half of it in prison or Siberia. She sees frozen exile, hard labour and privation as necessary stages on her path to radical perfection. She is studying law because law is the enemy of natural justice, and she wishes to know her enemy. "A lawyer is always an asshole," she proclaims contentedly, quoting a favoured guru. Mundy finds nothing inconsistent in her selecting a profession populated by assholes. She is impatient to sweep away all repressive social structures and believes that only by ceaseless struggle will the movement succeed in forcing the pig system to abandon its mask of liberal democracy and reveal its true face. The exact form of the forthcoming struggle was, however, the stumbling block between herself and Karen. Like Karen, Judith accepts the thesis of Regis Debray and Che Guevara that if the proletariat is not ready or mature, then the revolutionary vanguard must put itself in the place of the masses. She also agrees that in such a situation, the avant-garde acquires the right to act on behalf of the deficient proletariat. What is at issue between them is method, or, as Judith puts it, method and morality. "If I am putting sand into a pig's petrol tank, do you consider this action to be morally acceptable or not morally acceptable?" she demands to know. "Acceptable, absolutely. Just what pigs deserve," Mundy assures her gallantly. The debate is taking place as usual in Judith's bed. Spring has announced itself. Sunshine is streaming through the window, and the lovers are entwined in its rays. Mundy has spread her long gold hair over his face like a veil. Her voice comes to him through a dreamy haze. "But if it is a hand grenade I am putting into a pig's petrol tank, is this still morally acceptable, or is it morally unacceptable?" Mundy doesn't recoil, but even in his state of permanent ecstasy, he misses a beat and sits up before replying. "Well, no, actually," he says, taken aback that the English for hand grenade should trip so lightly from his loved one's lips. Emphatically no go. Not in the petrol tank, not anywhere. Motion not carried. Ask Sasha, he agrees. To Karen, such a hand grenade is not only morally acceptable, it is desirable. Against tyranny and lies, all methods are for Karen legitimate. To kill an oppressor is to perform a human service. It is to protect the oppressed. This is logical. A terrorist for Karen is someone who has a bomb, but no aeroplane. We should not have bourgeois Hemmungen. Inhibitions, Mundy translates, obligingly, doing his best to ignore the didactic edge that has entered her voice. Karen subscribes completely to the words of Frantz Fanon that violence exercised by the oppressed is invariably legitimate, she adds, as a defiant afterthought. Well, I don't, Mundy retorts, flopping back onto the bed. And neither does Sasha, he adds, as if that clinches the matter. A long silence follows. You wish to know something, Teddy? What, my love? You are a totally insular, imperialistic English asshole. See it as just another fixture, Mundy urges himself, as he once again dons his father's shirts, this time by way of body armour. Demos are mock battles, never the real thing. Everybody knows where they're going to happen, and when and why. Nobody gets seriously hurt. Well, not unless they ask for it. Not even on a field day. And I mean, for heaven's sake, how many times have I stood shoulder to shoulder with Ilse, except that her shoulder came up to my elbow, and jostled along in jam-packed crowds all the way down Whitehall, with policemen marching close on either side of us in order not to have to use their truncheons? And what happened? A few knocks here and there, the odd kick in the ribs, but nothing half as bad as being an overgrown, underpowered rugby forward versus downside anyway. It is true that by an act of divine malice or mercy, he's never sure which, he was not among those present at the great Grosvenor Square march. But he's demoed here in Berlin. He's occupied university buildings, participated in sit-ins, manned barricades, and, thanks to his prowess as a fast bowler, earned his colours as a prodigious thrower of stink bombs and rocks, usually at armoured police vans, thereby delaying the advance of fascism by at least 1/100th of a second. And all right, Berlin isn't Hyde Park, it isn't Whitehall. It's less sporty, a rougher deal. And all right, the odds aren't exactly evenly distributed, what with one team all geared up with guns, truncheons, handcuffs, shields, helmets, gas masks, tear gas, water cannon, and busloads of reinforcements round the corner, and the other side with, well, come to think of it, not very much at all, beyond boxes of rotting tomatoes and bad eggs, and a few heaps of rocks, a lot of pretty girls, and a shining message for mankind. But I mean, we're all civilized, well, aren't we? Even on Sasha's special day. Sasha, our charismatic orator, our coming man for the leader's throne, our Quasimodo of the social genesis of knowledge, who, according to the prevailing pot talk, could fill the aula with the girls he screwed. For this same Sasha, quoting information covertly obtained by the ubiquitous Magda while in bed with a policeman, has today been singled out for particular attention, which is why Mundy, Judith, Peter the Great, and other members of his supporters club are rallied to him on the university steps. It is also why the pigs themselves have turned out in such spectacular numbers to acquaint themselves in greater detail with the doctrines of the Frankfurt School before politely inviting Sasha to step into a grüne Minne, which is what Germans call a Black Maria, and ride with them to the nearest police station, where he will be requested, with due respect for his constitutional rights under the Basic Law, to make a voluntary statement, listing names and addresses of his comrades and their plans to cause mayhem and rapine in the highly inflammable half-city of West Berlin, and generally return the world to where it was before it succumbed to the multiple diseases of fascism, capitalism, militarism, consumerism, Nazism, Coca-colonization, imperialism, and pseudo-democracy. Exactly these topics are Sasha's text for today's sermon on the hallowed lawn of the Free University, and the sight of the police cordon as it closes round him inspires him to develop his themes to their extremity. He has poured scorn and hatred on America for the carpet bombing of Vietnam cities, the poisoning of her crops, and napalming of her jungles. He has called for the Nuremberg Tribunal to be reconvened, and the fascist imperialist American leadership arraigned before it on charges of genocide and crimes against humanity. He has accused the morally degenerate American lackeys of the so-called government in Bonn of sanitizing Germany's Nazi past with consumerism and turning the Auschwitz generation into a flock of fat sheep with nothing in their heads but new refrigerators, TV sets and Mercedes cars. He has railed against the Shah and his CIA-backed secret police, the SAVAK, and spread himself on the subject of the American-sponsored Greek colonels and the American puppet state of Israel. He has listed America's wars of aggression, from Hiroshima through Korea, by way of Central America, South America, and Africa to Vietnam. He has sent fraternal greetings to our fellow activists in Paris, Rome, and Madrid, and saluted America's courageous students of Berkeley and Washington, D.C., who blazed the trail we are all now marching. He has lashed out at a mob of infuriated rightists who are yelling at him to shut his big mouth and get on with his studies. "Shut our mouths," he yells at them. "You, who were silent under the Nazi tyranny, are telling us we should be silent under yours? We are good children. We have learnt our lessons too well. From you, assholes. From our silent Nazi parents. And we can promise you this. The children of the Auschwitz generation will never be silent." He is raised on a soapbox of Mundy's manufacture in order to say this. Mundy has run it up on Faisal's workbench at the back of the cafe. Judith stands at Mundy's side, wearing a fireman's helmet and a keffiyeh bound across her lower face. Her Chairman Mao jacket is bulked out with Mundy's cricket pullover. But her best-kept secret is the peerless body that she keeps hidden under all the shapeless tat. And it is a secret that Mundy shares with her. He knows it better than his own, every fold and contour of it. Each cry of indignant pleasure that he draws from her is a cry from his own heart. In politics, as in love-making, she is never content until they have crossed together into the wild borderlands of anarchy. Suddenly, absolutely nothing is happening, or nothing Mundy is aware of. It is as if film and soundtrack have stopped simultaneously, then started up again. Sasha is still speechifying from his soapbox, but the extras are screaming. Rings of armed police are tightening round the protesters. The beating of truncheons on shields has become thunderous. The first tear gas canisters have gone off, which doesn't bother the police, because very sensibly they've put on their masks. Amid the mist of smoke and water cannon, students are escaping in all directions, howling and whining from the gas. Mundy's ears, nose and throat are dissolving with the heat. Tears are blinding him, but he knows better than to wipe them away. Jets of water are crashing into his face. He sees flying truncheons and hears horses' hooves clattering on the cobble and the childlike whimpering of the wounded. In the scrum of yelling, punching bodies round him, there is only one player showing any class, and that's legal Judith. To his amazement, she has produced a family-sized baseball bat from inside her Mao jacket, and, ignoring Sasha's exhortations to passive resistance, whacks a young policeman so hard on the side of his new helmet that it falls into his hands like a gift from heaven as he sinks smiling stupidly to his knees. "Teddy, du gibst bitte Acht auf Sasha," she advises Mundy politely, speaking for once the delicious language of Thomas Mann, rather than the English of their passion. Then she vanishes under a snake heap of brown and blue uniforms, and there is no way on earth he can reach her. The last he sees of her, she has swapped her fireman's hat for a cap of blood, but her exhortation is burning in his ears. "Teddy, you will kindly take care of Sasha." And he remembers that Ilse made the same request of him, and that he has made the same request of himself. The water cannon are being wheeled up, but the two armies are now so intermingled that the pigs are reluctant to drench their own, and Sasha is still yelling out his message from his soapbox. The pigs are within truncheon range of him. A very fat sergeant screams, "Get me this shit-faced poison dwarf!" And Mundy is doing what he never dreamed of doing, and if he had planned it, he would never have done it. The son of Major Arthur Mundy, holder of the Pakistani something or other of honour, emptier of 20 saddles, is charging the enemy. But it is Sasha, not a Bren gun, he is holding in his arms. Blindly obedient to legal Judith's command, as well as his own good impulses, he has whisked Sasha from his soapbox and slung him across his shoulders. He has Sasha's thrashing feet in one arm and flailing hands in another, and he is wading through the enemy tear gas and a mass of howling, bleeding bodies, not feeling the truncheons that rain on him, and not hearing anything except Sasha's bitching and complaining. "Let me down, you asshole! Run! Get out of here! The pigs will kill you!" Until the sun comes out, and Mundy is lighter by an entire millstone, because by now he has carried out Judith's orders to the best of his ability, and Sasha has slipped from his shoulders and hightailed it across the open square. And it is Mundy, not Sasha, who sits in the police van with his hands cuffed to a bar above his head, while 2 policemen take turns to beat the living daylights out of him. Ted Mundy is being eingebläut, and he doesn't need Sasha's translation to tell him what it means. It was never afterwards easy for Mundy to document what followed. There was the van, there was the police station. There was the cell that smelled of the things cells are supposed to smell of, excreta, salt tears, vomit, and from time to time, warm blood. For a while he shared it with a bald-headed Pole who proclaimed himself a multiple murderer, rolled his eyes a lot, and giggled. In the interrogation room there was no Pole. It was the private domain of Mundy and the same 2 policemen who had given him his first beating in the van, and were now giving him another, under the mistaken impression that he was Peter the Great with his beard shaved off, pretending to be a British subject. He possessed a perfectly good student's card they could have looked at, even if it had the wrong address on it, not to mention a British passport. But unfortunately he had left them back in the attic for fear of losing them in the fray. He offered to go and fetch them, but obviously he couldn't tell his inquisitors where to find them for themselves, because to do so would have been to point them straight at Sasha and the illegal squat. His stubbornness on this point drove them to new heights of fury. They stopped listening to him, and wailed into him for the hell of it. Groin, kidneys, soles of the feet, groin again, but for cosmetic purposes, leaving the face relatively intact, though ultimately not as intact as any of them might have wished. Periodically he dropped off. Periodically they carted him back to his cell while they had a rest. How many times this happened was always a blur to him, just as the sudden end of it all and the ambulance ride to the British military hospital were blurs. He had an impression of blue lights that flashed inside his head instead of in the street where they belonged, and of clean bedsheets that smelled of Dettol, and of a glistening ward presided over by a children's nursemaid with a silver-plated stopwatch pinned to her white linen bosom. "Mundy. Not related to a little shit called Major Arthur Mundy, are we, ex-Indian Army?" "Can't be," the chief medical officer asked suspiciously, peering down at the bandaged length of him. "I'm afraid not, sir." "Don't be afraid, old boy. Count yourself bloody lucky is all I can say. How many fingers am I holding up? Well done, jolly good." He is lying in the ship's cabin, but without the comfort of the Major's Burmas. He is crouched beside Rani at the rock pool, but can't stand up. He has his head in a hand basin and is clutching the taps in the school washroom while the prefects take it in turns to beat him for his lack of Christian reverence. He is out of bounds, a plague case. The sight of him could be infectious. He's an untouchable, and there's a stenciled notice hanging just the other side of his door to prove it. Authorized military personnel only. Or as Judith would say, fuck off. In earnest of this, there is also a red-capped military police sergeant to watch over his well-being. The sergeant makes his feelings clear on the first occasion Mundy is strong enough to shuffle down the corridor to pee. "We'd have put the manners on you if we'd had you, son," he assures him. "You'd be bloody dead, and grateful for it." A British official comes to visit. He is Mr. Amory, and brings a printed card to say so. Mr. Nicholas Amory, Vice-Consul, the British High Commission, Berlin. He is only a few years older than Mundy, and for an unredeemed bourgeois Englishman of the oppressive classes, disconcertingly agreeable. He wears a good tweed suit, but is shaggy in a reassuring way. His suede shoes are particularly disgraceful. The Major's kit bag dangles from his nicely tailored shoulder. "Whoever sent you these grapes, Edward?" he inquires, fingering them and grinning. "The Berlin police." "Did they, by Jove? And the chrysanths?" "The Berlin police." "Well, I think that's mighty handsome of them, don't you, given the strain the poor chaps are under these days?" Laying the kit bag at the foot of Mundy's bed. "This is the front line, you know. Nobody can be blamed for losing their rag now and then, especially when they're provoked by a bunch of state-funded students who don't know their radical arses from their elbows, any more than you do, I suspect." He has pulled up a chair and is studying Mundy's face critically in close-up. "Who's your nice friend, Edward?" "Which one?" "The little twerp who came storming into our office like the bloody SS," he replies, helping himself to a grape. "Jumped the queue, slammed your passport on the reception desk, and barked at our German clerk to secure your immediate release from the West Berlin police, or else. Then barged out again before anyone could take his name and address. The poor clerk was scared out of his wits. A submerged Saxon accent, he said, audible but not ridiculous. Only a Saxon would be such an oaf. Do you have a lot of chums like that, Edward? Angry East Germans who won't leave their names?" "No." "How long have you been in Berlin?" 9 months. "Living where?" "My grant ran out." "Living where?" "In Charlottenburg." "Someone told me Kreuzberg." No answer. "You should have come and signed a book. Distressed British students are what we do best." "I wasn't distressed." "Well, you are now. You bowled for the public schools, didn't you?" "A couple of times. We've got quite a decent side here. Too late now. Pity. What's his name, as a matter of interest?" "Whose?" "Your short-arsed Saxon knight with a hobble. His ugly face struck our clerk as familiar. Thought he might have seen it in the papers." "I don't know." Amory seems quietly amused by this. He consults the disgraceful suede shoes. "Well, well. The question is, Edward, what are we going to do with you?" Mundy has no suggestions. He is wondering whether Amory is one of the prefects who beat him in the washroom. "You could raise a stink, I suppose. Call in 6 lawyers. We can give you a list. The coppers would press charges of their own, of course, causing a breach of the peace for openers, abusing your status as a foreign guest, which the judges won't like, registering yourself under a false address. We'd do our best for you, naturally. Feed you French bread through the bars. Did you say something?" Mundy hasn't said a word. Amory can beat him as much as he likes. "As far as the police are concerned, you're simply a case of mistaken identity. If you'd been the right person, they'd have been highly commended. They say some mad Polish murderer did it to you. Is that possible?" "No." "However, they are prepared to cut a deal, if we are. They won't throw the book at you, and you won't press charges for any little mishap that may or may not have occurred while you were in the nick. And we will save our British blushes at this delicate time of international crisis by smuggling you out of Berlin disguised as a Nubian slave. Done?" The night nurse is as big as Aya, but she tells no stories about the Prophet Muhammad. He arrives as a doctor, the way clever heroes do in movies, at crack of dawn, while the sergeant's man is dozing in the sentry's chair, and Mundy is lying on his back, sending messages to Judith. The white medical coat has 3 pips on each shoulder, and is several sizes too big for him. A stethoscope dangles haplessly round his neck, and a pair of enormous surgical galoshes cover his fraying sneakers. The whole of West Berlin must have been looking out for a shit-faced poison dwarf, but that hasn't stopped him. He's resourceful. He's wriggled or talked his way past the sentries at the gate, and once inside the hospital, he's made a beeline for the M.O. room and forced a locker. There is a yellowy sickness round his eyes. His forelock is too young for him, his revolutionist scowl replaced by deep uncertainty. The rest of him is smaller and more crumpled than ever. "Teddy, I am without words. What you did for me, saving my life no less. This was the gesture of a friend I do not deserve. How can I repay you? Nobody has ever performed such an absurd act of sacrifice on my behalf. You are English, and for you all life is a silly accident. But I am German, and for me, if it has no logic, it is meaningless. Lakes have formed in the brown eyes. His oversized voice is husky inside the little chest. His words sound carefully prepared. "How's Judith?" Mundy asks. Judith? Legal Judith. He seems to have difficulty remembering the name. Judith. Ah, well, she is in good form, thank you, Teddy, yes. Affected, as we all are, by this outrage, but, as you would expect of her, not bowed. She suffered a small head wound. She breathed too much gas. She is eingebläut, like you, but she is recovered. And she asks to be remembered to you. As if that settles the matter. Warmly remembered to you, Teddy. She admires you for what you did. Where is she? In the squad. A small bandage for the first few days. Then nothing. The nothing and the silence that follows it prompt Mundy to pull a humorless grin. To the girl who has got nozzings on, he intones idiotically in English, quoting a line of doggerel the Major was fond of reciting in his cups. She knows they're throwing me out, does she? He asks. You did? Of course. A totally unconstitutional act. The lawyer in her is outraged. Her immediate instinct was to go to the courts. I had to use all my persuasive powers to convince her that your legal position here is not as strong as she would wish. But you managed. Only with great difficulty. Like many women, Judith does not take kindly to arguments of expediency. However, you would be proud of her, Teddy. Thanks to you, she is completely liberated. After that, as good friends may, Sasha sits at Mundy's bedside, holding his friend's wrist rather than his smashed-up hand, but somehow contriving not to look Mundy in the eye. Mundy lies staring at him. Sasha sits staring at the wall, until Mundy, out of politeness, finally pretends to be asleep. Sasha leaves, and the door seems to close twice. Once on Sasha, and once on the completely liberated Judith. Chapter 5. Flat years. Frustrating years. Years of directionless wandering are about to blight the progress of Ted Mundy, life's eternal apprentice. He later thinks of them as his empty quarter, though in number they amount to less than a decade. Not for the first time in his brief existence, he is hustled out of town at first light. He has no disgraced father to care for. The road is flat and metalled. No weeping Rani hunches as if crippled at the compound gates, and though he searches everywhere for her, no Judith. Murray's ancient army truck has been replaced by a polished jeep with white spats, and it's the military police sergeant, not a Punjabi warrior, who offers a last piece of friendly advice. Come back any time you like, son. We'll remember you, and we'll be bloody waiting for you. The sergeant need not worry. After 3 weeks of studying the ceiling of his hospital ward, Mundy has no plans to return, and no destination in mind. Should he return to Oxford? As who? In what disguise? The prospect of resuming a degree course among a bunch of over-educated children who have never seen an ideal fired in anger is repugnant to him. Landing at Heathrow, he heads on an impulse for Weybridge, where the inebriated lawyer who attended his father's funeral receives him in a dark mock Tudor house called the Pines. It's raining, but then it always was. One had rather hoped you'd have the decency to reply to one's letter, the lawyer complains. One did, Mundy says, and helps find the missing document among a heap of chewed files. Yes, well, there we are then. Something in the kitty after all. Your late father Arthur signed a banker's order on his savings fund. Stupid bugger. He'd have stopped it years ago if he'd known. Don't mind if I knock off the first 500 for fees. A lawyer is always an arsehole, Mundy reminds himself, as he slams the garden gate behind him. Striding down the road, he meets the fairy-lit outline of the Golden Swan. The night's last revellers are departing in the rain. Mundy spots himself and his father among them.
"Good crowd tonight, boy,"
the Major is remarking, dragging on his arm like a drowning man.
"High level of conversation. You don't get that in a mess. All shop."
It was really interesting, sir.
If you want to feel the heartbeat of England, they're the ones to listen to. I don't say much, but I listen. Especially Percy, fond of knowledge. Can't understand where the fellow went wrong.
Number 2, the Vale, has been razed to the ground. All that remains, so far as Mundy can make out by the street lamp, is a builder's board offering family homes with 3 bedrooms and a 90% mortgage. At the railway station, the last train to anywhere has left. An old man with an Alsatian dog offers bed and breakfast for £5 cash in advance. By midday, Mundy is a new boy again, riding westward on the school train, looking out for chaps who comb their hair in public. The Abbey, with its flag of St. George, looms like a risen crypt over the dismal town. At its foot lies the Close, and up the hill the ancient school. But Mundy doesn't climb the hill. Somehow there was never quite the space up there for impecunious refugees from Hitler's Germany to teach cello or the language of Goethe. They were deemed more comfortable living above a red-brick shoe shop on the roundabout. The side door is in an alley. The same faded handwritten notice in Mandelbaum's pedantic German hand is fastened to it with rusted drawing pins. For out of hours, press only lower. For Mallory, press only top, and afterwards please wait. Mundy presses only top, and is pleased to wait. He hears footsteps and starts to smile, until he realizes they are not the footsteps he wants. They are swift and flurried, and whoever owns them is yelling back up the stairs as she descends. "Hang on, Billy, Mummy will be back in a minute." The door opens 6 inches and stops dead. The same voice says, "Shit!" The door slams shut. He hears the chain come off. The door flies open. "Yes?" Young mothers never have time. This one has a pink flustered face and long hair she has to sweep away to let him see her. "I was hoping for Mr. Mallory," Mundy says. He indicates the faded notice. He's a teacher at the school. Top floor. "Is he the one that's dead?" "Ask in the shop, they'll know." "Coming, Billy!" He needs a bank. Somewhere they cash cheques from lawyers in Weybridge for young men in search of Godot. Airborne once more, Mundy drifts between dream and reality. Rome, Athens, Cairo, Bahrain and Karachi receive him without comment and pass him on. Landing in Lahore, he declines the airport's many imaginative offers of a night's accommodation and delivers himself into the hands of a driver called Mahmood, who speaks English and Punjabi. Mahmood has military moustaches and a 1949 Wolseley car with a mahogany dashboard and wax carnations in a vase fixed in the rear window. And Mahmood knows his way to the very precise location, Sahib, no ifs and buts, but the perfectly exact position where an Irish Roman Catholic nursemaid and her dead daughter would have been most reverently laid to rest. Mahmood knows this because, by coincidence, he is a lifelong friend and also first cousin of an ancient white-turbaned Christian sacristan who says his name is Paul after the saint, and is the owner of a leather-bound register which, when encouraged by a small donation, indicates where the most gracious sahibs and mem-sahibs are buried. The cemetery is an enclosed oval of descending terraces beside a derelict gasworks. It is strewn with decapitated angels, bits of ancient car, and smashed concrete crosses, with their intestines open to the sky. The grave lies at the foot of a tree, whose spreading branches make such a pool of blackness under the glaring sun that Mundy, in his half-dazed state, fancies it is open. The headstone is sandy soft, the carved inscription so faded that he has to guess the words with his finger. in memory of Nellie O'Connor of County Kerry, Ireland, and her baby daughter Rose, beloved of our husband Arthur and son Edward. Rest in God. I'm Edward. A score of children have attached themselves, tendering flowers from other graves. Unheeding of Mahmoud's protests, Mundy presses money into every small hand. The hillside becomes a hive of begging children, and the tall, stooping Englishman longs to be one of them. Crammed into the passenger seat with his knees knocking against the mahogany dashboard of the ancient Wolsey, the returning son watches himself enter the dusty haze that in India you must always pass through on your way to somewhere, and when you arrive, the haze is waiting for you. On lush hillsides, he recognizes the deserted stone breweries built by the Raj to wash down the Major's curry. It's the road we drove down when they sent us back to England, he thinks. These are the bullock carts we hooted at. These are the children who stared at us, but I didn't stare back. The bends have acquired a rhythm. Like a willing dray horse, the Wolsey responds to it. Brown mountains with their peaks sawn off by haze lift ahead of them. To their left lie the foothills of the Hindu Kush, presided over by the mother peak of Nungye Pubat. "Your very town, Sahib," cries Mahmoud, and there it is, a glimpse of brown houses perched on a ridge, gone again with the next turn. Now the relics of the departed British take on a military note, a collapsed sentry post, a dying barrack hut, an overgrown saluting base. A final push by the Wolsey, a few more turns. They are in the town. From tour guide and chauffeur, Mahmoud promotes himself to estate agent, conversant with every fine property in Murray and the bargain price that will secure it. This main street, Sahib, is today one of the most fashionable in all of Pakistan. Note the fine restaurants, food stalls and clothes shops. In these secluded side streets you may observe the elegant summer villas of the richest and most discerning citizens of Islamabad. Kindly reflect upon the most superb views, Sahib. Admire the distant plains of Kashmir. As to the climate, it is most jolly. And the pine forests are full of animals at all times of year. Smell also the sweet Himalayan air. Oh, gladness! Please drive on uphill, said the returning son. Yes, this way. Past the Pakistani Air Force base and keep going. Thank you, Mahmoud. The Air Force base is made of smart tarmac instead of grass. A second floor has been added to the officers' quarters. Those bloody pansies in blue, they hog the budget every time. Mundy hears the Major fume. The road is pitted now and overgrown. Dusty poverty replaces the affluence of the town. After a couple of miles they reach a brown slope strewn with abandoned military cantonments and poor villages. Stop here, please, Mahmoud. Thank you. Here is fine. Goats, pie dogs, and the eternal poor drift across the overgrown parade ground. The dust patch next to the mosque where the great cricketers of tomorrow honed their skills is today a hostel for the dying. The same hand that erased number 2, the Vale, has turned the Major's bungalow into a half-dried skull, ripping off its tin roof, doors and balcony, but leaving the eyeless sockets of the windows to stare at the destruction. Do the asking, please, Mahmoud. I have forgotten my Punjabi. Aya. Everyone's an Aya, Sahib. What's her name? She had no name but Aya. She was very big. Mundy wants to add that she had a huge bottom and perched on a tiny stool in the corridor outside his bedroom, but he doesn't want the children to laugh. She worked for an English major who lived here, he says. The major left suddenly. He drank too much whiskey. He liked to sit under that neem tree over there and smoke cheroots called Burmas. He mourned his wife, loved his son, and regretted the partition. Does Mahmoud translate this? Probably not. He too has his delicacy. They find the oldest man in the street. Oh, I remember Aya most well, Sahib. A Madrasi, as I recall. All her family had perished wretchedly in the many massacres, except for the good lady herself. Well, sir, yes, there we are, as we say. After the English left, nobody wanted her any more. First she begged, then she died.
By the end she was most diminutive. The Sahib would not have recognized her as the large lady he is describing. Rani, he speculates, warming to his work. Now which Rani would that be, Sahib? The Rani whose father ran a spice farm, Mundy replies, by a feat of memory that bewilders him, until he recalls how she used to bring him gifts of spices wrapped in leaves. Suddenly the oldest man in the street remembers Rani exactly. Miss Rani, she is married most suitably, I assure you, Sahib. You will rejoice to hear of her good fortune, thank you, sir. When she was but 14 years of age, her father gave her to a rich factory owner resident in Lahore, what we call in this region a most suitable match. To date they have been blessed with 3 fine sons and 1 daughter already, which I say is not bad going, thank you, Sahib. You are most gracious, like all the British. They are walking back to the Wolsey, but the oldest man is still with them, clutching Mundy's arm and peering into his eyes with unearthly benevolence. And now I beseech you to go home, sir, please, he advises, with the utmost good humour. Don't bring us your commerce, I implore you. Don't send us any more soldiers. We have quite enough, thank you. You British have taken what you need from us. You have enough now. It's time you gave us a bit of a rest, I say. Wait here, Mundy tells Mahmoud. Look after the car. He treads softly down the forest path, thinking he is barefoot. In a minute, Aya will call to me, telling me I mustn't go too far. The 2 great tree trunks are as vast as they ever were. The zigzag footpath between them leads to the stream's edge. The rock pool still flashes with mother-of-pearl, but the only face he sees in it is his own. Very dear Judith, Mundy writes the same night, in stern school English, from his hotel room in a poor part of Lahore. You owe me, at the very least, some sign of yourself. I need to know that our time together meant as much to you as it did to me. I have to believe in you. It's one thing to keep searching in life. It's another to have no firm ground under one's feet. I believe you would love this place. It is populated by what you would call the true proletariat. I know about Sasha, and I don't mind. I love you, Ted. Which doesn't sound like me at all, he decides, but what does? The postbox in the hotel bears Queen Victoria's insignia. Let's hope Her Majesty knows where to find the Kreutzberg squat. He is in England again. Sooner or later you have to turn yourself in. Perhaps his visa ran out. Perhaps he grew tired of his own bad company. Availing himself of time-honoured tradition, the former head prefect and cricket hero signs up with a rural preparatory school that accepts unqualified teachers at a discount. Embracing its discipline like an old friend, he throws himself with his habitual zeal on the Germanic mysteries of verb, verb, gender and plurality. In the hours left him after correcting schoolwork, he masterminds the school's production of Ambrose Applejohn's Adventure and makes furtive love to a Judith substitute, who happens to be the science master's wife, in the scorer's shed beside the first 11 cricket field. In the school holidays, he persuades himself that he is the coming Evelyn Waugh, a view not shared by publishers. Between times, he dashes off ever more desperate letters to the squat. Some propose marriage, some profess a broken heart, but all are mysteriously dogged by the prosaic tone of his letter from Lahore. Knowing only that her family name is Kaiser and she is from Hamburg, he ploughs through telephone directories in the local library, besieges overseas inquiries, and pesters Kaisers across the North German seaboard in case they have a Judith. None points him in the direction of his former language pupil. Towards Sasha, he adopts a reserved approach. There are too many bits of his erstwhile roommate that in retrospect he finds difficult to enjoy. He resents the spell Sasha cast over him when they were face to face. He regrets his undue reverence for Sasha's zany philosophical abstractions. He is irked, despite his protestations to the contrary, that Sasha went before him as Ilsa's lover, and after him as Judith's. One day I'll write to him.
Meanwhile, I'll write my novel. All the more disconcerting, therefore, that a full 3 years after being thrown out of Berlin, he should receive a battered bunch of readdressed envelopes, sent care of his Oxford College, and forwarded to his bank, after long months of convalescence in the porter's lodge. There is a round dozen of them. Some are as long as 20 sides of single-spaced typescript from Sasha's Olivetti portable, with addenda and postscripts in his spiky Germanic hand. Mundy's first dishonourable thought is to consign the whole lot to his dustbin. His second is to hide them somewhere he won't find them, behind the chest of drawers, or in the rafters of the scorer's shed. But after days of shifting them from place to place, he pours himself a stiff drink and, laying out the letters in their chronological order, works his way through them. He is at first moved, then ashamed. All his self-indulgent obsessions disappear. This is Sasha in despair. This is a cry of real pain from a fragile friend who has not left the battlefront. Fled the snappish tone, the dogmatic statements from the throne. In place of them, a desperate appeal for a glimmer of hope in a world that has collapsed around his ears. He asks nothing material. His daily wants are few and easily taken care of. He can cook his own food. Mundy shudders. He does not lack for women. When did he ever? He is owed money by magazines. One or other will pay before it goes under. Faisal at the cafe makes an illicit arak that can blind a horse. No, the tragedy of Sasha's life is of a grander, nobler order altogether. It is that West Germany's radical left is a spent force, and Sasha is a prophet without a country. Passive resistance has become no resistance. Civil disobedience has become armed violence. Maoist groups are fighting each other for the entertainment of the CIA. The extremists have taken over from the radicals, and those who do not conform with the Bonn reactionaries are banished from what is to be called society. Perhaps you did not know that we now have a law which officially bars from public life all who do not pledge allegiance to the basic principles of liberal democracy. 1/5 of West German employees, from train drivers to professors to myself, are to be considered non-persons by the fascists. Think, Teddy. I am not allowed to drive a train unless I agree to drink Coca-Cola, bomb the Red River Dam, and napalm Vietnamese children. Soon I shall be forced to wear a yellow S, declaring me a socialist. Mundy is by now searching hungrily for word of Judith. He finds it submerged in a footnote, devoted to matters not associated with the letter's central theme, which, as usual, is Sasha. People leave Berlin in the night. Often we cannot tell where they go. Peter the Great, one hears, has gone to Cuba. He will fight for Fidel Castro. If I had 2 good legs and Peter's shoulders, I would perhaps offer myself to the same great cause. Of Christina, we have depressing rumors that through her father's influence, she has been permitted to return to Athens. By kind consent of our country's American-backed fascistic military dictatorship, she will join her family's shipping company. Judith, ignoring my advice, has joined Karen in Beirut. I fear for her, Teddy. The path she has taken is heroic but misguided. Even among revolutionaries, there are too many cultural differences to be resolved. According to a friend who recently returned from those regions, not even the most radical Arabs take kindly to our sexual revolution, dismissing it as decadent Westernism. Such prejudice does not bode well for Judith's libertarian appetites. Unfortunately, by the time of her departure, I exerted little influence over her actions. She is a willful woman, led by her senses and not easily persuaded by arguments of moderation. Such an unjust portrait of Mundy's true love rekindles his romantic longings. Go to her, fly to Beirut, comb the Palestinian training camps, join the struggle, separate her from Karen, bring her back alive. Discovering that he is still sitting in his chair, however, he reads on. I am so sick of theory, Teddy.
I am so sick of bourgeois posturers whose ideal of revolution is smoking pot instead of tobacco in front of their children. The hated Lutheran in me will not sleep. I admit it. I admit it. Writing to you at this moment, I am ready to give up half of what I believe in exchange for one clarifying vision, to see one great rational truth glowing on the horizon, to go to it regardless of cost, regardless of what must be left behind, is what I dream of beyond all things. Will tomorrow change me? Nothing changes me. It is only the world that changes. And here in West Germany there is no tomorrow. There is only yesterday, or banishment, or enslavement to the forces of imperialism. Mundy begins to feel the old fuzziness descend on him. If he were listening, he would by now have switched off. Somehow he continues reading. Any acts of protest currently performed by the left only legitimize the rightist conspiracy that we are forced to call democracy. Our very existence as radicals underpins the authority of our enemies. Bonn's military-industrial junta has strapped West Germany so tight to the American war wagon that we shall never be able to raise a finger against its atrocities. He thunders on. Mundy is by now reading him diagonally. Our officially tolerated voices are all we have left to fight the corporate tyranny. True socialist ideals have become the court eunuchs of the Bonn pantheon. Did the pantheon keep eunuchs? Mundy, the pedantic schoolmaster, doubts it. He licks a finger and skims a couple more pages, then a couple more. Great news. Sasha is still a cyclist. I have taken no more falls since that day you taught me in the Tiergarten. The news of his former mentor in Cologne is less good. The bastard has retracted half his writings and done a bunk to New Zealand. Mundy pushes the letter aside and takes up the last of all. It opens with an ominous announcement. Here beginneth the second bottle of arrack. The writing is freer, and for all its high-flown style, more intimate. I do not begrudge you your silence, Teddy. I grudge you nothing. You saved my life. I stole your woman. If you are still angry with me, please remain angry. Without anger, we are nothing. 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 Good to hear it. Now what? If you are guarding your literary muse with silence, guard her well, write well, tend your talent. I shall never again take you for granted. When I talk to you, I talk to that good ear that has listened to so much of my bullshit that I blush. Well, now you know. Does it listen still? I believe so. You are not ideologically encumbered. You are my bourgeois confessor, as I pursue my odyssey of logical metamorphosis. To you alone I am able to think aloud. Therefore, I will whisper to you through the grill that I am like the Persian poet, who, having heard all the world's great arguments, evermore comes out of the same door he went in through. I see the dark door before me now. It is open, waiting for me to enter. Dark door? What the hell's he bleating about? Suicide? For Christ's sake, Sasha, get a grip on yourself, thinks Mundy, but he is seriously alarmed. Unfinished page. Turn to the next one. The writing is now hectic. A message in a bottle from a marooned man contemplating the jump off the rocks. Therefore, Teddy, you see your friend standing at the crossroads of his life. A crossroads or a dark Persian door? Get on with it, arsehole. What names do I read on the signpost? The fog is so thick I can barely decipher them. For answer me this, dear friend, or better answer my new seducers. If our class enemy is capitalist imperialism, and who can doubt that it is, who ultimately is our class friend? Do I hear you warn me that Sasha is venturing into a quicksand? Ah, got it. Your dark door opens onto a beach, naturally. You are right, Teddy. You are right as always. Yet how many times have you not heard me declare that it is the duty of every true revolutionary to throw his weight where it will be most effective to the cause.
Mundy recalls no such times, but then probably he wasn't listening.
Well, Teddy, now you may see for yourself how neatly I am impaled on the imperfect logic of my own convictions. Go well, dear Teddy. You are my absolute friend. If I decide as I fear I have already decided, I shall carry your loyal heart with me.
Groaning theatrically, Mundy pushes the letter away from him, but he has one more page to go.
Write to me care of Faisal at the Istanbul Carre. I shall arrange for your letters to reach me in whatever improbable circumstance I find myself. Have the pigs left you with a limp? Oh, what bastards those fellows are! Can you still found a dynasty? I hope so. For the more Teddies there are in the world, the better place it will be. What about the headaches? All this I need to know. Yours in Christ, in agape, in friendship, in despair, Sasha.
Seized with guilt and concern, as well as some kind of habitual unease whenever Sasha's shadow falls across his path, Mundy grabs pen and paper and applies himself to the task of explaining his silence and vowing eternal loyalty. He has not forgotten how precarious was Sasha's hold on life, or the feeling, whenever he hauled his little body out of the room, that he might never come back. He remembers the uneven shoulders, the dramatic head, the daffy, uncoordinated hobble, on or off a bicycle. He remembers Sasha by Christmas candlelight, soliloquizing about the Herr Pastor. He remembers the brown, over-studious eyes, fervently searching for a better world, incapable of compromise or diversion. He determinedly forgives him Judith. He forgives Judith, too. He has been forgiving her for longer than he cares to think, and failing every time. The writing starts well, but dries. Do it in the morning when I'm fresh, he tells himself. But morning is no better than the night before. He tries a moment of post-coital lassitude after a particularly satisfying encounter in the scorer's shed, but the fond, lightly humorous letter that he plans remains stubbornly unwritten. He makes the usual feeble excuses to himself. It's 3 bloody years, for God's sake. 4, probably. Faisal will have closed down the Istanbul. He was saving up to buy a taxi. Anyway, whatever mad step Sasha was contemplating, he'll have taken it. And besides, I've got this pile of fifth-form German compositions staring at me. Mundy is still prevaricating in this way when the science master's wife, yielding to an implausible fit of remorse, makes a clean breast of her misdemeanours to her husband. The trio is summoned to the headmaster's study, where a solution is crisply arrived at. By adding their signatures to a document the headmaster has obligingly prepared for them in advance, all parties contract to put their passions on hold until exams are over. "You wouldn't care to take her on for the holidays, would you, old boy?" the science master murmurs in Mundy's ear in the village pub, while his wife pretends not to listen. "I've been offered this rather good part-time job at Heathrow Airport." Mundy regrets that he has already made his holiday arrangements. And it is while he is debating what these arrangements might be, and not just for the holidays, that he is freed from his writer's block. In a few warm-hearted sentences, he echoes Sasha's pledge of undying loyalty, urges him to cheer up and not be so serious. Dr. Mandelbaum's term, "foolishly earnest," springs happily to his pen. He recommends the middle way. Don't be so hard on yourself, man. Give yourself a break. Life's a botch, and you can't solve it single-handed. Nobody can. Least of all your new seducers, whoever the hell they are. And for amusement's sake, but also as a way of saying he has put male jealousy behind him, he provides a Rabelaisian and not wholly accurate account of his recent affair with a science teacher's wife. "And I have put it behind me," he reasons. "Judith and Sasha had a bit of free love, and I paid for it. And as Sasha so rightly says, without anger we are nothing." Launching himself upon a career in journalism as a stepping stone to literary immortality, Mundy submits to a correspondence course and enrolls as a cub reporter with a dying provincial newspaper in the East Midlands. At first, all bodes well. His coverage of the decline of the local herring fleet is admired. His descriptions, sensitively embroidered, of the goings-on in the mayoral parlour are found amusing, and no colleague's wife offers herself as a Judith substitute. But when, during the absence on holiday of his editor, he files an exposé of underpaid Asian labour in a local canning factory, the idyll ends abruptly. The owner of the factory is the proprietor of the newspaper. Transferring his talents to a pirate radio station, he interviews local celebrities and plays songs of yesteryear to Mum and Dad on their golden day, until a Friday evening when the producer suggests they pop down the road together for a jar. "It's the class bit, Ted," the producer explains. "The punters say you sound like some overfed geezer from the House of Lords." Bad months follow. The BBC turns down his radio play. A children's story about a pavement artist who produces a chalk masterpiece and recruits a gang of street kids to help him remove the flagstone finds no favour with publishers, one of whom responds with unwelcome frankness. "We find the actions of your German police violent and their language offensive. We fail to see why you have set your story in Berlin, a city of unpleasant connotations for many of our British readers." But from the depths of gloom, Mundy, as ever, sees a chink of light. In a quarterly periodical devoted to readers with literary ambitions, an American foundation offers travelling scholarships to writers under 30 who seek the inspiration of the new world. Undaunted by the prospect of venturing into the giant's castle, Mundy beams his charm at 3 kindly matrons from North Carolina over tea and muffins in an elderly hotel in London's Russell Square. 6 weeks later, he finds himself once more aboard ship, this time bound for the land of opportunity. Standing on the afterdeck, watching the imperial outlines of Liverpool fade into the drizzle, he has the unaccountable feeling that it is Sasha and not England that he is leaving behind. The years of directionless wandering have yet to run their course. In Taos, a real writer at last, Mundy rents an adobe hut with a fine view of desert sagebrush, telegraph poles, and a pack of shiftless pie dogs wandered in from Murray. Seated at his window, he drinks tequila and rhapsodies about the long mauve dying of each day. There are many such days, and many tequilas, but so there were for Malcolm Lowry and D.H. Lawrence. The natives are not merely friendly, they are sun-soaked, benign, and frequently stoned. He has no sense of the ravening world colonizers he deplored in Berlin. His efforts to raise a local drama group are balked, not by unbridled aggression, but differences of ethereal perception. Achieving 50 pages of a novel about civil strife in a fictional European country, he packs them off to a publisher with the suggestion that he should advise him how to complete it. The publisher is not inclined to do so. Next comes a slender volume of poems to Judith, privately printed on handmade paper and entitled Radical Love. Undiscovered talents like himself are unanimous in their admiration, but the cost is twice the estimate. Time loses its impact. Ambling down the dusty streets on his evening pilgrimage to the Spanish Inn and Motel, Mundy wears a perpetual and slightly shameful grin. News of causes that were once dear to him reaches him like the Major's incomplete readings of Kipling. The Vietnam War is a continuing tragedy. All Taos says so. Several of its young have burned their draft cards and disappeared to Canada. The Palestinians have launched a campaign of terror, he reads in an old copy of Time, and Ulrika Meinhof's Red Army Faktion is giving them a helping hand. Is Judith the face behind the mask, behind the gun? Is Karen? The notion appalls him, but what can he do? Karen subscribes completely to the words of Frantz Fanon that violence exercised by the oppressed is invariably legitimate. Well, I don't, and nor does Sasha. But you do, presumably. And your sexual liberation is not compatible with the moral standards of rejectionist Arabia. If Mundy feels the occasional pang of conscience because he isn't marching and being beaten up, a couple of tequilas can suppress it any time. In a paradise where everyone round you lives for art alone, it's only civilized to do the same. But paradise has other snags that no number of tequilas can quite overcome. Shut out your past at the front door, and it creeps in at the back. Sit on the veranda of your adobe hut with a yellow pad on your lap, watching the same damned sun disappear yet again behind the same damned mountain top. Prowl round your typewriter night after night, glowering at the blank paper or the blank window, and cranking up your genius with tequila. And what do you hear, if not Sasha with his mouth full of garlic sausage lecturing you on the genesis of human knowledge? On your way to the Spanish Inn and Motel, when the desert loneliness hits you with the sunset, and you start to count old friends, who, if not Sasha, hobbles along beside you over the Berlin cobble, as the pair of you make your way to the Shaven Cat, for Sasha to put the world to rights? And when you are in the arms of one of the many female painters, writers, transcendental meditators and truth-seekers, whose road to enlightenment includes a detour in your bed, whose peerless body, plus or minus its long white woolen tights, presides over your dutiful endeavours? And then, as Hemingway might say, there is poor little Bernie Luger, the bearded, rich, undersized action painter with his Cuban model Nita, who never poses for him, because how can she? Bernie's not painting fucking female flesh anymore. He's way beyond that shit, man. His 8-foot-tall masterpieces are black and crimson infernos of the last day. His work in progress is a triptych of the napalming of Minnesota, so tall he needs a ladder. Do all small painters paint large canvases? Mundy suspects they do. Bernie, if you believe him, and you'd better, is the greatest libertarian and freedom fighter since Thoreau, whose work he reads aloud at his all-night parties, while he peers over the brown precipice of a Spanish pulpit that he claims was given him by Che Guevara in gratitude for services he may not name. Bernie has done civil disobedience in Memphis. He's been clubbed insensible by National Guardsmen more times than he remembers. See this scar. He's led marches on Washington and stewed in jail for insurrection. The Black Panthers call him brother, and the FBI taps his phone and reads his mail. Or that's if you believe him, which few do. So how on earth can Mundy put up with him, this loud-mouthed rich boy with his oily, thick spectacles, his awful paintings, grey ponytail, and ludicrous pretensions? Perhaps it's because Mundy understands the state of constant terror Bernie lives in. One puff could knock him down. Nita understands it too. Fierce-eyed, rude and fearless, she sleeps with all male touse in the name of human liberty, but protects her baby Bernie like a lioness. "That shit you did in Berlin," Bernie declares late one night, raising himself on one elbow to bark at Mundy across the recumbent Nita, stretched between them. The scene is Bernie's dude hacienda, an old Spanish farmhouse at the meeting of two stony rivers. A dozen guests are sprawled round them, relishing the hallucinogenic wisdom of peyote. "What about it?" says Mundy, already regretting that a few days back, in a moment of weakness or nostalgia, he confessed his radical past. "You were a communist, right?" "Only with a small c." "What the fuck does small c mean, Limey?" "Communist philosophically, maybe, but not institutionally. A plague on both your houses, basically." "So you were the middle way," Luger sneers, starting to heat up, despite the soothing tones of Simon and Garfunkel in the background. "A fucking safe liberal with a big L and a small dick." Mundy knows from experience that it is best to offer no opposition at these moments. "Well, I was that person once," Luger goes on, leaning right across Nita now, but lowering his voice. "I did middle way, path of peace and fucking concord. And I'll tell you something, man, there is no middle fucking way. It's cop-out. When the chips are down, there's one way only. Do we jump aboard the fucking train of history, or do we stand at the trackside, scratching our British candy asses while we watch the fucking train go by?" Mundy remembers how Sasha posed much the same question in his letters, but keeps the thought to himself.
And Jesus, man, am I on that train. I'm on that train in ways you could never dream of, ways you would never dare to dream of. Hear me, comrade? Hear me?
Loud and clear, old boy. Just don't know what you're telling me exactly.
And count yourself fucking lucky, man, because you could die from knowing.
In his passion, he has seized Mundy's forearm with a trembling hand. Now he relaxes his grip and pulls a beggar's smile.
Just joking, okay? I love you, Limey. You love us. I never said it. You never heard it. Not if they pull out our fucking fingernails. Swear to me, man. Swear.
Bernie, I've forgotten already, Mundy insists, and wandering home, reflects uneasily that there are no lengths a deceived lover will not go to in order to disguise his frailty. One day a letter reaches him, but it is not from Sasha. The envelope is of high quality, and this is fortunate, since having begun its journey in Canada, it has twice crossed the Atlantic, and, while on dry land, passed through many hands. The sender's name is printed in waxy capitals in the top left corner. Epstein, Benjamin, and Longford, Sweet something or other. Assume grand offices in Toronto. Mundy duly assumes them, and assumes further that he is about to be sued by an outraged husband. Leaving the envelope to mature for a week or two, therefore, he waits until the right number of tequilas has brought him to the right level of insouciance, and rips it open. The letter inside is 3.5 pages long. The home address and telephone number, also in Toronto, are unfamiliar. The signature, which he has not seen before, is an executive scrawl. One name, illegible.
Dear Teddy, well, I guess you will be surprised to hear from me after all these years, but what goes around comes around. I am not about to weary the shit out of you with an account of my travels. Travails, after we all split from Berlin. Jesus, who were we in those days? Except to say that I have discovered that in life, if you take enough wrong turnings, at a certain age you end up right where you started. And I guess, in a way, if I'm totally rational, which in my job I have to be, that's where I am now. From Berlin, I thought I couldn't go any further downhill, but I was wrong. But maybe if I hadn't hit bottom, I would never have realized just how crazy my life had become. And I would never have gone to the embassy in Beirut, or called my parents and told them to get me the hell out before I killed someone, or got blown to fuckereens like Karen, making some fucking awful bomb in a Nairobi back street. So what am I now? A, I am a respected member of the Ontario Bar, a successful Toronto lawyer, and B, the mother of a cute little girl called Jasmine, who is going to look just like me, if you remember how that was. And C, married to the sweetest, dearest man, a great father, who adores his little girl and her mother, naturally, and is the creepiest, the most fucking boring, and the most deceitful little shit in the world. And rich, which by Canadian middle-class standards we both are. Except don't run away with the idea that Canadian lawyers get paid US rates, which is a subject I could dwell on at considerable length. Larry is kind of placid about LCD, lawyers' comparability drive. But you know me. I'm right up there with the ringleaders. I left D to the end, and I guess that's why I'm writing this, Teddy. Maybe it's a long shot, but I have a hunch it may not be. You know something? Jesus, Teddy, I love you too. All that hot talk you put into your letters, well, it really chimed my bells. And not just my bells, but a few other parts of me that you know pretty well. One day I thought, I'm going to write and tell Teddy just how hot I am for him. But, well, fuck. I guess I'm just the world's second lousiest correspondent, with no first prize yet awarded. So let's just say I would have told you if I'd gotten round to it. Okay, you were my first straight fuck. You had my cherry, if that means anything these days. But damn it, Teddy, there's more to it than that. Why did I go first for Teddy? when I could have gone for Peter, the greatest stud on earth, or Sasha, a charismatic Socrates, who later admitted me to his harem, I may add, to absolutely no great effect, or for any of the pretty boys hanging round the Republican. Why did I go wet every time I saw you strolling through the squat with everybody screwing and jawing and doping around you, and you not even fucking looking at them? You were so cool. It's because you were something special, Teddy, and you for me still are. If I bitched at you from time to time, well, I guess that's just because you opened my mind and my something else to normality, which, thank Jesus, is where I am at these days. But by now Mundy is doing what he did when he was reading Sasha's letters, hurrying through the rest to see what she wants. He doesn't have to search for long. She wants Teddy instead of Larry. She's checked Larry out, and she's confirmed what she long suspected. He's cheating on her. She doesn't handle divorces herself, but a partner in the firm who does has told her strictly off the record that he reckons that with the evidence she has, a settlement could come in at around 2 to 2.5, and she's talking millions, not peanuts. So, Teddy, here's what I propose. Like I said, it's a long shot. We have a cabin on Lake Joseph, winterized. It's all mine. I made Larry buy it that way. He doesn't even get to own a key. I want you to take me there. And I want it to be our second Berlin. You remember how you called it our fuckathon? Well, let's have another, and take life from there. I have an excellent maid for Jasmine. You did.
In short, further proof, thinks Mundy, if proof were ever needed, that a lawyer is always an asshole. The same night, in a secret ceremony, Mundy burns his remaining copies of Radical Love. His bed companion of the moment is an expatriate painter named Gale, who in a former life worked for something called the British Council, which, according to Gale, does for British art what the Foreign Office does for British politics, but better. Prompted by Mundy, she appeals urgently to her former employer, a married man who is the cause of her exile. By return of post, an application form arrives, accompanied by a 2-line unsigned letter, advising Mundy to complete the enclosed and never tell anyone where he got it from. In offering the British Council his services, Mundy neglects to mention that he does not, strictly speaking, possess a university degree. Propped on the railings of his slow boat back to England, he watches Liverpool's same muddy shoreline reach out to reclaim its own. Sooner or later, he thinks for the second time, I had to turn myself in. Everybody in the British Council likes him from the start, and Mundy likes everything about the British Council and everybody in it. Breezy, unfettered people, keen on art and spreading the good word, and above all, no politics. He likes getting up in the morning in his bedsit in Hampstead and catching the bus to Trafalgar Square. He likes his monthly paycheck and pottering down the corridor for a coffee and a natter in the canteen. He even likes the suit he has to wear. And he likes Crispin, whose job in greeting section he'll be taking over as a way of cutting his milk teeth, just as soon as Crispin hits 60. Though, actually, old boy, don't tell personnel, it's 70. They got it wrong, as he confides to Mundy over lunch in the little Italian around the corner. In honour of the occasion, Crispin has donned the greeter's full Monty, the black Homburg and the red carnation in the velvet collar of his coat. Best job in the world, Ducky. The hardest part is avoiding being promoted out of it. All one does is ride up and down to Heathrow in one slow but steady government limo, ask for Henry, the driver, he's a brick, flash once past the nice boy at the barrier, and make the hugest fuss of one's distinguished foreign guest in the name of Her Majesty's government before dumping him in his cut-rate hostelry in King's Cross. Pray the plane will be delayed so that you can have a little glass of something helpful in the VIP room while you wait. Pray his room won't be ready when you arrive at the hotel, so you'll have to give him another in the bar. Hurry back to base to fill in your expenses with just the right amount of panache, and Bob's your uncle. I say, are you paying all the bill? Oh, you'll go a long way. And Mundy will. In no time at all, he's the best greeter in the business. "Well, what an honour, sir," or "Signor, Monsieur, Madame," or "Herr Doctor," he cries, sometimes twice in one day, stepping forward from behind the immigration officer's desk and flinging up an arm. "No, no, no, for us. Not for you. Never dreamed you'd accept our invitation. Minister absolutely beside himself with pleasure. And may I just say what an enormous fan I personally am of your—" fill-in as appropriate. "Here, let me take that. My name's Mundy, by the way, and I'm the minister's humble emissary. No, just plain Mister, I'm afraid. I'm in charge of your comfort while you're here, and anything at all we can do to make your stay more enjoyable. Here's my card. The phone rings right on my desk, and here I am at home, if ever there's an emergency." Or the same in German or passable French, and a buttonhole like Crispin's for that extra touch. But life in the British Council is not all greeting. Unlike Crispin, Mundy has his eye on higher things. For the right man, plum jobs abound, as the kindly lady in personnel, who seems to have taken a liking to him, makes clear at their first interview. There are British ballet and theatre groups to be escorted to faraway places, not to mention painters, writers, musicians, dancers, and academics of every stripe. Under her motherly encouragement, Mundy begins to form a vision of himself as a kind of cultural roving ambassador, nurturing the talents of established artists while discreetly cultivating his own. If a post is advertised that in personnel's estimation might serve him as a springboard, he applies for it. Which is how, within months, he advances from mere greeting to the richer pastures of twinning, with the delicate task of forging cultural links between reluctant British communities and their more eager counterparts in the land of their former enemy. With the new job comes an office of his own and a map of Britain, indicating the most stubborn pockets of anti-German resistance. In whistle-stop tours around the shires, he blandishes village elders, mayors, and masters of the hunt. He acquires an opposite number in a reserved but amiable Frau Doctor of the Goethe Institute. British schools also feature large in his ambit, and thus it happens that without fanfares he meets Kate, a pretty, bespectacled North London deputy headmistress, who teaches mathematics, and gives up her spare evenings to licking envelopes for the St. Pancras Labour Party. Kate is fair-haired and practical. She is tall and topples slightly as she walks, a thing that touches Mundy in ways he can't explain, until he recalls the string-bean Irish nursemaid in the group photograph of the victorious Stanhope family at home. Her complexion is creamy and always slightly out of focus. Her hazy smile seems to stay on him after she has switched it off. A low sun beats through the 19th-century windows of her study at the edge of Hampstead Heath as Mundy makes his pitch. The Frau Doctor nods gravely at his side. "The trick is in the matching," he insists. "No good marrying a lame duck with a high flyer. And this marvellous school, Miss Andrews, if you don't mind my saying so, is a high flyer, if ever I saw one." "I say, we haven't kept you from class, have we?" he cries in alarm, after administering twice his usual dose of charm. "Well, look here, anything you're worried about, the smallest thing, call me at this number. And here's me at home if—" He does a double take. "Well, probably quicker just to pop up the road. Turn left at the lights, it's number 7, and ring the top bell. And here is my card, Miss Andrews," the Frau Doctor murmurs, in case they have forgotten her. A courtship gets quickly underway. On Friday evenings, Mundy will collect Kate from school, arriving early for the pleasure of watching her cope with swarms of multi-ethnic children. At the Hampstead Everyman Cinema, Kate pays for her own ticket. Over Dutch dinners at the Bacchus Greek Taverna, they laugh over Mundy's tales of council intrigues and Kate's raging feuds inside the St. Pancras Labour Party. Mundy admires her for being a mathematician and says he can't add for toffee. Kate respects his interest in things German, though she has to confess that, purely practically speaking, she regards languages as a poor investment, given that the whole world will soon be speaking English. Mundy confides to Kate his dream of promotion to overseas drama and arts. Kate thinks he's absolutely cut out for it. At weekends, they walk on Hampstead Heath. When Kate's school puts on an exhibition of artwork, Mundy is first on the doorstep. Her solid socialist values, in her family home they were the only ones to have, mesh comfortably with whatever remains of Mundy's, and before long, he too is giving up a couple of hours a week to lick envelopes for Labour. His posh voice and manners are at first a butt for the wit of his new comrades, but soon he has them laughing with him rather than at him. Away from headquarters, Kate deplores the infiltration of the party she loves by Trotskyists and other militants. Mundy judges that the moment is not yet ripe for him to confess that he once played roommate and Batman to a red-toothed anarchist who stole his girl. A couple more months must pass before the pair manage to go to bed together. It is Kate who takes the initiative. Mundy feels oddly shy. She selects his flat, not hers, and a Saturday afternoon, when downstairs are watching an international soccer match on television. It's a day when Hampstead is bathed in the browns and golds of autumn. Their walk on the heath has been a journey through sloping shafts of sunlight, scented with wood smoke. Closing Mundy's front door behind her and putting the chain across, she takes off her coat, then continues to take off her clothes until she has none left. Then she buries her face in Mundy's shoulder while she helps him off with his. It is afterwards a secret joke between them that they won their first match 3-love. And yes, of course, she will marry him. She's been hoping he will ask. They agree that the Frau Doktor must come to the wedding. The great decision taken, everything else, as so often in life, slots neatly into place. Kate's father, Des, provides the down payment on an unconverted Victorian house in Estelle Road. Des is a bruised-up former boxer, turned builder, and a man of solid opinions, all rebellious. The house is an honest red brick worker's cottage, nothing fancy. One of a row in a street where dads of all colours kick footballs at their kids between inexpensive cars. But as Des remarks when they have their first look round together, it's got all the trimmings and then some. The heath and the Lido just across the footbridge, a soccer pitch, swings and roundabouts, and even an adventure playground. The walk to Kate's school takes her 10 minutes, and they've got the railway from Gospel Oak, if they're feeling like a day in Kew. And if we're talking money, Ted, that house is a snip, believe me. Only last week, number 16 over the way went for 20 grand more than what yours ever did. And it's got 1 bedroom less, which is stupid. Half the sun, and a lounge you couldn't swing a cat in. Well, could you? Was there ever a time when Mundy's life looked so good to him? He refuses to believe there was. He loves it all, his job, her family, the house, and the sense of belonging. And when Kate comes home from the doctor, grinning like the baby she's just heard she's going to have, he knows that his cup of happiness is full. At the wedding, he wasn't able to whistle up a single relative to call his own. Well, just you wait till the christening. And to cap it all, only days later, Mundy's good fairy in personnel comes up with her own little piece of good news. In recognition of his fine performance in the twinning department, Mr. E.A. Mundy is promoted to Deputy Field Assistant, Overseas Drama and Arts, with immediate effect. He will be away from home more, which they'll both hate, particularly now Kate is pregnant. But if he keeps proper expense accounts for once, and lives small, he can help pay off the mortgage. And as if all that weren't enough, to their shared delight, his particular responsibility will be youth. Mundy's days of directionless wandering are over at last. Chapter 6. Bloody angels, says Mundy. No, honestly, darling, I mean it. Well, maybe not angels exactly, but the sort of kids you'd give your last rupee for, he enthuses to Kate, in a hasty call from Harwich Docks before he embarks. He's speaking of the Sweet Dole Company, a bunch of volatile working-class kids from across the north of England, an ethnic free-for-all of Black, White and Caroline, Geordies, Mancunians, and a couple of them from Doncaster, where Kate grew up. They are his first 25 and under theatre group, and from the day their psychedelic double-decker British Leyland bus lumbers onto the ferry bound for Holland, they call him Pop. The oldest is a freckled gamine called Spike, and she's their producer, reckoned over the hill at 22. The youngest is a soulful black Hamlet called Lexham, who's pushing 16, and costumes are the work of Sally the Needle, who is minute and Portuguese. Their stock in trade is potted Shakespeare on the hoof, and in their short existence together as an acting troupe, they've played doss houses, picket lines, soup queues, factory gates, and works canteens in the lunch hour, and they are Mundy's gypsy family for the next 40 days and nights of gigs. Welcome and farewell parties, love tangles and bushfire punch-ups that flare and go out so fast he often doesn't know they've happened, till one fellow is wiping blood off his face with the other fellow's handkerchief. Officially, he's their travelling representative and tour supervisor. Unofficially, he's their co-driver, wardrobe keeper, sparks, interpreter, prompter, understudy, stills man, agony aunt, and when Spike the producer is sent home in tears with glandular fever on day 9, willy-nilly, her stand-in. Hooked up to the double-decker is a 2-wheel farmer's trailer for the props they can't squeeze onto the top deck, and there's a rack that runs the full length of the roof of the bus where they can lash the rolled-up backdrop. Their tour of Holland, West Germany and Austria is a sleepless march of heroes. Amsterdam and The Hague adore them. They enchant Cologne, win first prize at a youth drama fest in Frankfurt, and are cheered to the echo in Munich and Vienna, before stiffening their backs and buttoning their tongues, thus Mundy's exhortation on their last evening in the West, to cross the Iron Curtain for their swing through Eastern Europe. The troupe, by now, is beginning to fray, and the puritanical constraints of socialist society do not improve their manners. In Budapest, Mundy must sweet-talk a drunken Polonius out of jail. In Prague, march Falstaff to a pox doctor. In Krakow, he must interpose himself in a fist-fight between Malvolio and a pair of plain-clothes policemen, and in Warsaw receive the tearful confession of Ophelia that she is pregnant, probably by Shylock. Yet not even the sum of these misfortunes accounts, to Mundy's watchful eye, for the mood of sullen resentment that has descended over the troupe by the time the bus pulls up before the cluster of flags, huts, sentry towers, border policemen, and customs officials that marks the crossing point from Poland to East Germany, and they are once more ordered to dismount and line up along the roadside, while their passports, possessions, and the bus itself are subjected to the usual tedious examination. So what the hell's got into them? Mundy wonders wearily. They stand about like prisoners. They visit the vile lavatories singly, come back and scowl at the ground. They barely speak to one another, let alone to Pop. What are they scared of? He suspects the worst. They've scored drugs in Warsaw. They're waiting for the yell of discovery that will land them in jail. More extraordinary still, they scarcely notice the changing of the guard. Their beloved Polish interpreter and travel escort, nicknamed Spartacus on account of his spindly frame, is shuffling tearfully down the line, making his emotional goodbyes. Until now, they have treated Spartacus like a prince. They flirted with him, adopted him, taught him all the worst English swear words, showered him with cigarettes and invitations to Huddersfield. Now all they can muster is a few listless hugs and "Cheers, Sparts," and the odd pat on his bird-like shoulders. His East German replacement is a heavyweight blonde matron in a shiny black suit, yet not a single wisecrack or sotto voce wolf whistle escapes them. She has small, quick eyes in big white cheeks and hair plaited in a ring loaf. She delivers her English in a series of rapid-fire statements for the record. "Good morning, Mr. Mundy," nearly breaking Mundy's hand. "My name is Erna. I am from Leipzig. I am your official escort during your goodwill visit. Welcome to the German Democratic Republic." After which, like an inspecting general, she requires to be presented to each member of the troop in turn, while Spartacus watches mournfully from the touchlines. And they submit. Nobody is cheeky. Nobody protests or comes up with a funny name for her. There is no impromptu performance of a piece of Shakespearean slapstick. And while they submit, East German frontier guards in fatigues storm their bus, ransack their trailer, scale the roof, and bounce up and down on the rolled-up backcloth that is lashed along the length of it. And after that, like so many vultures, they savage their way through the troops' suitcases and rucksacks, even shaking pregnant Ophelia's stuffed rabbit in case it rattles. But nobody protests, not even Lexham, when they give him that extra bit of attention because he is black. Everybody complies, passively, shiftily, and when they are finally herded back into the bus, the boom lifts and they enter the territory of their new hosts. Not a single cheer goes up, which in Mundy's recollection is a first. By now he is seriously concerned. Weimar is their last stand, their grandest gig, their prize number. In Weimar, cultural jewel of East Germany, it will be Shakespeare Week, and the Sweet Dole Company is the only British theatre company invited. They will play to students, schools, and Weimar's hallowed National Theatre itself before setting course for West Berlin and home. So why not cheer up? Why no song from Sally the Needle and her accordion? Why aren't they trying to winkle a smile out of Erna's frozen features as she towers massively at Mundy's side on the box seat next to the driver, and glowers ahead of her at the pitted Autobahn? On any other day, Lexham would by now have come up with a nickname for her: Moby Dick, Tinkerbell, the Sugar Plum Fairy. But not today. It is not until late the same night, when they have been settled into a grim youth hostel in Weimar's Humboldtstrasse, and over meat and dumpling in the canteen, treated to an exquisitely boring address by a male representative of the Weimar Shakespeare Society on socialist harmony and the healing powers of a shared literary heritage, that Mundy, out of the corner of his eye, catches sight of Viola secreting a chunk of meat, 2 pieces of bread, and an apple in her Tibetan bag. For what? Who's she feeding? Viola is famous for eating nothing. Is she providing extra rations for Ophelia, who, like Kate, is feeding too? Or has Viola, who is mad about animals, befriended a dog? She can't have done. She hasn't had time. Hostel rules require that boys and girls are segregated. Mundy's bed is in a cubicle in the corridor between the 2 dormitories. At midnight, he wakes from a half-sleep to the rustle of bare feet on wooden stairs. Viola. He allows her a moment, then follows her down the stairs into a rear courtyard where the psychedelic bus is parked. Big stars, a warm moon, a scent of blossom. He is in time to see Viola, wearing only a short nightdress and her Tibetan bag, enter the bus and mount the spiral staircase to the upper deck. He waits. She doesn't emerge. He climbs softly after her and discovers her bottom up on a pile of stage costumes. Closer inspection reveals that the costumes conceal a young, beautiful and naked Polish actor named Jan, who attached himself to the troupe in Warsaw and insisted on following it around night and day wherever it went. In a tearful whisper, Viola admits all. She is hopelessly, desperately, eternally in love with Jan, and he with her. But Jan has no passport. He is brave, and therefore hated by the Polish police. Sooner than be parted from him forever, she hid him in the costume chest, and with the connivance of the rest of the troupe, smuggled him across the border from Poland into East Germany. She regrets nothing. Jan is hers, her stowaway, her great love. She will take him to Berlin, to England, to wherever she needs to take him. She will never give him up. Ever, ever, Pop. And I don't care what you do to me, I swear. Jan has about 5 words of German and none of English. He is small and vivid, and obviously packs up beautifully. Mundy disliked him in Warsaw, but dislikes him a great deal more now. Mundy must wait till morning rehearsal. In the afternoon they will give an open-air performance to conscripted schoolchildren. Their stage will be this patch of meadow in front of the ruined tower of the Temple Lords in the historic park that stretches either side of the River Ilm. A jolly sun smiles on them. The park is alight with flowers. Erna, who has no nickname, roosts implacably on a long iron bench, knees apart, watching over her charges. For reinforcement, she has the same official who last night bored the company to death with his speech, but also 2 sallow boys in leather jackets who have renounced facial expression. Their bench stands 20 yards from the improvised stage. Mundy rallies the cast around him inside the ruined tower. He hopes out of earshot and out of sight. As things stand at the moment, he informs his audience, he calculates that they're in for about 20 years' hard labour per head, 10 for smuggling Jan out of Poland, 10 more for smuggling him into East Germany. So if anyone has any bright suggestions about where to go from here, Mundy would be grateful to hear them. He is expecting contrition, but he has forgotten about actors. In a dread theatrical silence, all heads turn to Viola, who does not fail them. Hands clenched below her chin, she gazes bravely upward at Goethe's blue heaven. She will kill herself if she is parted from Jan. Jan has assured her he will do the same. Of her friends she expects nothing. If they have lost faith, then go. Go. And she and Jan will throw themselves on the mercy of the East German authorities. God knows, someone somewhere in this country must have a human heart. Mundy doubts it. Moreover, it won't just be yourselves you'll be throwing at the mercy of the East Germans, he tells Viola. It will be the whole bloody lot of us. So does anyone else have a suggestion? For a moment, no one has. Viola has played her big scene to the hilt, and it would take a brave actor to follow her. Mainly, Mundy suspects, the kids are scared stiff by what they've done, but see no way back. It falls to their self-appointed lawyer, an 18-year-old redhead called Len, to put the motion to the vote. His tone is necessarily muted, his courage perhaps also. All right, gang. Which is it? Do we desert a fellow Thesp in his hour of need? Forget the love angle a minute. He's getting shit from the authorities in his own country, right? So what are we supposed to do? Help get him out of it or send him back to it? How many for helping him out? Carried unanimously, if uncertainly, the only abstention being Mundy himself. He is now in a serious quandary. He'd like to talk it through with Kate, but without the East German secret police listening. He doesn't need reminding that the chances of smuggling a Polish actor or anybody else across the Berlin Wall are wafer-thin. The chances of setting back Anglo-East German cultural relations by 10 years, on the other hand, are excellent. From now on we act happy and bright, he orders the troop. We're proud of ourselves. We're stars. We've won a prize, and we're on the home run. All the rest to follow. Got it? Got it, Pop. The matinee for schools is a riot. Shorn kids crammed in rows on the grass forsake their gravity and dissolve in hysterics at the posturings of Lexham as Malvolio in love. Even Erna has a bit of a chuckle. The Walter Ulbricht Youth Club the same evening is a rave. And next morning, under the all-seeing eye of Erna and her 2 sallow boys, the whole troop, including Mundy, is marched through Goethe's townhouse, and thence to admire the Red Army Heroes Memorial, with its blood-red hammer and sickle on the gate. And nobody misbehaves. Everybody's good as gold. They pose for photographs in front of Shakespeare's statue. They swap acting notes with Russians, Vietnamese, Palestinians, and Cubans. They play chess and drink to the fellowship of all mankind in a student's bar in a tower in the city's ramparts. In quick, tense visits, while the troop covers for her, Viola takes Jan food and comfort. But Mundy times her visits to the bus and keeps them short. The day of their last performance dawns. Tonight they play the National Theatre. Tomorrow they drive to Berlin and home. There will be no more rehearsal. The troupe will pass the morning in supervised group discussion with fellow actors of other nations, but Mundy is intent on having the day he has long planned. Weimar is his holy city, the shrine of his beloved German muse. He will treat himself to a tour of its treasures, even if Erna insists he do so in the company of a professor of arts from Leipzig, who just happens, by the most delightful of coincidences, to be in Weimar. The professor turns out to be an elegant, silvery fellow in his 60s, who is determined to show off his unnaturally good English. His manner is so proprietorial that Mundy keeps racking his brain to fathom where they might have met along the road, say in Prague or Bucharest, or one of the score of cities that have flitted past him in the last 5 weeks. And with the professor comes the shapely comrade Inga, who claims to represent the Goethe Institute. "And you are Ted, are you not?" the professor inquires, with that amused smile he has. "Ted, yes. And I, of course, am Wolfgang. Comrade is really too bourgeois, don't you think?" Why, of course, Mundy wonders, as the professor's eyes continue to signal their mysterious familiarity. With Comrade Inga one side of him and the professor the other, Mundy inhales the tomb-like air of Goethe's tiny summer house and touches the very desk at which the poet wrote. He hovers dutifully in the rooms where Liszt made music, eats sausage in the cellar bar of the Hotel Elephant, and clinks glasses with a group of drunken Chinese publishers, while he struggles to evoke the ghost of Thomas Mann. But that damned Polish boy gets in his way each time. In the afternoon they travel by unsprung limousine to Ilmenau to worship at the hilltop shrine of the loveliest and shortest poem in the German language. The professor sits in the front beside his driver. Comrade Inga jogs carelessly against Mundy in the back. The road is pitted and often flooded. Crumbling farmhouses vie with slab apartment blocks, jammed into green fields. They pass a horde of cyclists and another of Soviet soldiers in grey singlets taking their afternoon run. The air is wet with smuts. Black smoke billows from the chimneys of sprawling roadside factories. The trees beside the road are sickly yellow. Gigantic signs remind him that he is in the land of peace and progress. The sky opens, and they are on the edge of the Thuringian forest. Flowing wooded hills surround them. They climb a snake road and pull into a lay-by. Their driver, a gangling boy in fancy Texan-style boots, springs to open the doors. Leaving him to watch over the car, they set off up a rocky track between pine trees, the professor leading. "You are happy, Ted?" asks Comrade Inga tenderly. "Blissfully, thank you." "Maybe you are missing your wife." "No, actually, Inga, I'm worrying about how to smuggle a Polish actor across the Berlin Wall." They have reached the summit. Before them, range after range of forested mountains fades into the distance. The famous hut is locked. An ancient iron plaque in Gothic script provides the only testimony to an old poet's thoughts as he gazes upon eternity. For a fleeting moment, it is true, Mundy hears the lost, melodious voice of Dr. Mandelbaum intoning the sacred lines. "Over all the mountains is peace. Soon you, too, will be at rest." "You are moved, Ted?" Comrade Inga inquires, laying the flat of her hand along his upper arm. "Enormously," says Mundy grimly. They descend the hill, the professor once more leading. Comrade Inga wants to know whether socialism will ever be possible in Britain without a revolution. Mundy says he hopes so. The unsprung limousine is waiting. The gangling driver hovers beside it, finishing a cigarette. As he opens the doors for them, a mud-spattered Trabant lurches inexpertly out of the shadow of the trees and coasts past them before gathering speed and setting off down the hill. One driver, probably but not certainly male, Mundy registers. Woolen cap pulled low over the forehead. "I imagine that will be the curator of our museum," the professor remarks in his perfumed English, noticing Mundy's interest. "Poor Herr Studman is a great warrior. He is aware we have a distinguished guest today, so he is wishing to ascertain that everything is in order for you." "Then why didn't he stop and introduce himself?" "Poor Herr Studman is shy, a bookish fellow. Social contact is anathema to him. Also a little eccentric, which you English appreciate." Mundy feels a fool. It was nothing. Nobody. Cool down. Somehow the day is passing, which is all that matters. On the journey back, the professor treats them to a dissertation on Goethe's relationship with nature.
If you are in Weimar again, will you please call me at my office? Comrade Inge insists, handing Mundy a card. The professor confesses airily that he has no card. He seems to be implying that he's too well known to bother with one. They agree to remain lifelong friends. Backstage in Weimar's National Theatre, just a stone's throw from their youth hostel and the psychedelic bus, the Sweet Dole Company is gearing itself up for the last performance of its tour, and Mundy has decided to distract himself by packing up props and costumes in the theatre's basement, in preparation for an early getaway tomorrow. Every sane bone in his body is urging him to dump the Polish boy overboard, but the Major's son can't do that. Neither can the father of his unborn child, or the husband of Kate. The basement doubles as a conference room. A honey-coloured table occupies the centre. Leather-backed thrones are arranged either side. The floorboards are of the finest rainforest teak. Iron delivery doors give onto a rear courtyard. Picking up Hamlet's crown, Mundy hears directly above him the booming voice of Lexham, our Jamaican Macbeth, over claps of witches' thunder. Wrapping the crown in strips of rag, he stuffs it in a packing case. But as he starts to do the same with Polonius's chain of office, he spots Banquo staring at him from one of the brick arches to his left. And Banquo tonight is being played by Sasha in modern dress. No smoke, no strobe lights, just a very thin, very small Sasha, with his hair cropped short and his hollowed eyes larger than ever, sporting an undertaker's black suit and a Boy Scout's brown tie, and holding a party-issue imitation leather briefcase in his left hand, and keeping his right hand to his side as he stands crookedly at attention in the archway. So obviously the producer has told him, this is what you do with your right hand while your left hand is carrying the briefcase, and you are giving your friend Teddy the hairy eyeball. The packing case is on the floor, and Mundy is hunkered beside it, with Polonius's chain lying across his hands, exactly as if he's about to make a presentation of it. It is in this position that for a while he simply denies the evidence of his senses. You're not Banquo, and you're not Sasha. You're not anyone. How can you be Sasha in that ridiculous suit? Then, reluctantly, he must admit that the figure who is so patently not Sasha is speaking to him, and nobody, Mundy included, can do Sasha's voice except Sasha. God's blessings on you, Teddy. You must be quick and quiet. You are well? Flourishing. You too? In a dream, instead of saying what's in your head, you say something totally absurd. And married, I hear, and about to found a dynasty, despite the efforts of the West Berlin police. I congratulate you. Thanks. For a moment the two men share the duellist's stillness. Sasha does not venture forward from his archway. Mundy remains on his haunches in front of the packing case, with Polonius's chain draped across his palms. From where he crouches, the distance to Sasha is as long as the Kreuzberg cricket pitch, or longer. Teddy, I require you to pay close attention to me and keep your comments to a minimum. It will come hard to you, but try. In West Berlin we were partisans, but in this petty bourgeois kindergarten we are criminals. Mundy lays the chain in the packing case and stands up. He turns to find Sasha at his side, peering up at him, a web of fine lines round each dark, dependent eye, but otherwise the basic model, with no extras. Are you listening to me, Teddy? He is. The first act of your bizarre production will end in 15 minutes. I must return to my seat in the audience in time for the ecstatic applause. At the official reception afterwards, you and I will spontaneously recognize each other for the first time, express due astonishment and disbelief, and embrace as old friends. You follow me? He does. A certain embarrassment will colour our public reunion. You are knocked a little off balance. You are not expecting to be reminded so graphically of your radical past, least of all here in the German democratic paradise. I also shall be overjoyed but restrained and a little evasive. This is normal in a society where every word has several meanings,
and many listeners. What do you propose to do with your besotted Polish actor? Smuggle him into West Berlin. Does he say this? Does Sasha hear him? Sometimes in a dream everyone hears you except yourself. How? Sasha demands. On the roof of the bus. Roll him up in the backdrop. Do exactly as you plan. The frontier guards are under orders not to find him. Your comrade Erna is an old hand and will make sure they are not overzealous by mistake. The boy is a plant, the product of a joint operation by ourselves and the Poles to penetrate the corrupt bastions of the West. When you arrive in West Berlin, go immediately to the British Political Advisor's office. Demand to speak to Mr. Arnold, which is the work name of the head of your Secret Service station. If they try to persuade you he's in London or Bonn, reply that you know he arrived at Tempelhof from London this evening at 5 o'clock. While you're about it, you'll hand over your Pole to him. Are you already working for British intelligence? No. You will be. You will also inform Mr. Arnold that the Polish boy is a plant, but he should not act on this information, or he will compromise an excellent potential source. He will understand the logic of this instruction. Have you noticed how this country stinks? I suppose so. Every filthy corner of it, of cheap cigarettes, cheap sweat, cheap deodorant, and briquettes of compacted brown coal that gas you without heating you. We are stuck in the glue of state bureaucracy. Society begins with the rank of captain. Every waiter and taxi driver is a despot. Have you slept with any women here? Not as far as I remember. Without first acclimatizing yourself, the experience is not to be recommended. And avoid the wine at all costs. The Hungarians poison us with something they call bull's blood. It is considered a great delicacy, but I suspect it is a vengeance for suppressing their counter-revolutionary uprising in 1956. We have entered the Second Cold War. In the East we have Comrade Brezhnev and Afghanistan. In the West we have Pershing and cruise missiles. Kindly tell your Mr. Arnold to direct them at East Germany before anywhere else. While Sasha talks this way, he unpacks his briefcase in quick order onto the conference table. In the last weeks, Mundy has been given the same junk 6 times over, and he's being given it again now. 1 blurred picture book of the Bolshoi Ballet, 1 chrome statuette of a virile worker in baggy cap and +4s, 1 blue and white imitation Meissen pottery box with ill-fitting lid bound to the base with transparent tape, and 1 departure from the usual script, a sealed pack of unexposed 35mm Kodak Tri-X film, the type Mundy uses for the camera that takes all the pictures he's going to show Kate when he gets home. These precious gifts are all for you, Teddy, with the heartfelt affection of your old friend. However, when you reach West Berlin, they will be for Mr. Arnold. They contain, among other things, the terms and conditions of my recruitment by his organization. In the pottery box you will find walnuts. On no account attempt to eat these walnuts during your journey, not even if you are in the last stages of starvation. Pack the films with the rest of your camera gear. They are not for your use, but to give to Mr. Arnold also. A summer festival of dance is to be held in Prague starting on the 1st of June. Does the British Council propose to send you? Not as far as I know. The 1st of June, he remembers from another life, is 6 weeks away. It will. Mr. Arnold must arrange for you to escort some British dancers. I shall be there also. Like you, I will have discovered a belated passion for cultural diplomacy. I shall work only with you, Teddy. I am what we call in the spy business a one-man dog, and you are my man for as long as I bark. I have informed Mr. Arnold that I trust nobody else. I am embarrassed to impose this condition on you, but you are a chauvinist at heart, and you will enjoy serving your ridiculous country. What happens if they find this stuff when we're searched? It'll lead straight back to you. The search of your acting company's bus and effects will be intrusive but unrevealing. For this we may thank the heroic Jan. Mundy has found his voice at last, or one like it.
"Sasha, what are you doing? This is bloody crazy."
After our dramatic encounter at tonight's reception, the nature of our former relationship will become official knowledge to my masters. You enjoyed your day with Professor Wolfgang? I had too much on my mind. At Ilmenau, through my car window, you gave every impression of getting along swimmingly. The good professor is very taken by you. He considers you an excellent subject for cultivation. I have warned him that you will not be an easy conquest. A sophisticated courtship will have to be mounted in order to obtain you, and he has agreed to entrust it to me as your old friend and ideological mentor. In Prague, if I deem the moment right, I shall make the first pass. You will be reluctant and a little shocked. That is normal. You are Teddy, my student friend. Still secretly critical of capitalist values, perhaps, but fully integrated into the consumerist society. After a period of reflection, however, you will discover that the old rebellious fires still burn in you, and you will succumb to our blandishments. You are, as usual, broke? Well, you know, up against it. In a dream, one does not have to explain that the combined salaries of a state schoolteacher and a junior civil servant leave little to spare after hefty monthly payments to a mortgage company. But Sasha understands anyway. Then money may play a discreet part in your motivation. My masters will be reassured. Ideology without greed embarrasses them. Do you covet the beautiful companion we provided for you today, or do you intend to remain stubbornly faithful to your wife? Mundy must have spoken up for marriage, because Sasha is already withdrawing his offer of the beautiful interpreter. It is immaterial. A dalliance would place you more firmly in my master's grasp, but we can do without it. You will insist on working to me exclusively, however, Teddy. You too will be a one-man dog. It is said by one of your English writers that with double agents, one never knows whether one is getting the fat or the lean. I shall supply Mr. Arnold with the lean. In return, you and he will supply Comrade Sasha with the fat. How on earth did you get here, Sasha? Why do they trust you? I don't understand. In a dream, one asks the questions too late, with no expectation of a reply. Did you have an opportunity to visit Buchenwald concentration camp during your stay in Weimar? It was offered, but there wasn't time. And just 8 kilometers up the road. What a pity. In addition to Goethe's celebrated beech tree, the camp's crematorium is particularly noteworthy. You didn't even have to be dead to be burned in it. Did you know the Russians kept the camp running after they liberated it from fascism? I don't think I did. Oh, yes. And provided us with a fine example of socialist realism while they were about it. We called it Buchenwald II. They brought in their own prisoners and treated them much as their predecessors had done before them. Their victims weren't all Nazis by any means. Most were social democrats and other anti-party elements who wished to revive capitalism and restore the rule of the bourgeoisie. Tyranny is like the electric wiring in an old house. A tyrant dies, the new tyrant takes possession, and all he has to do is drop the switch. Do you not agree? Mundy supposes he does. The British Council is a hive of anti-socialist propaganda, I hear. A factory for counter-revolutionary lies. I am shocked that you should be associated with it. In a dream, protests are futile, but we make them all the same. That's nonsense. How can Capsule Shakespeare be counter-revolutionary? Never underrate our paranoia, Teddy. You will soon be a vital tool in the people's constant struggle against ideological subversion. A little imagination on the part of Mr. Arnold, and you will realize that your poor counsel exists only to provide cover for the perpetrators of anti-proletarian sabotage. I hear poor Macbeth crying his last. I shall see you at the reception. Will you remember to be astonished? An elderly London bus, barging its way through peaceful communist countryside, belching out offensive Western rock music and diesel fumes and flaunting crazy daisies and coloured balloons, is asking to be arrested, whether or not a 14-stone Valkyrie with her hair in a twisted loaf is sitting beside you on the box seat. Every village they pass through, old people scowl and press their hands to their ears, and kids leap around and wave as if the circus has come to town. The exhaust pipe must be stoved, or else it's the silencer, because the engine's din has gone up several decibels, which perhaps explains why a police car with its lights on has been following the bus for the last half hour, and a police motorcycle is dawdling out ahead of it. Any moment now, thinks Mundy, we're going to be pulled over and charged with about 15 offences under the Workers' Paradise Transport Act, including possession of a lovesick Polish actor rolled up in the backdrop on the roof, a pottery box full of unopenable walnuts, and a pack of unexposed Kodak film to be handed to the head of British intelligence immediately on arrival in West Berlin. They are driving across drab yellow fields. The only visual relief is the occasional cluster of broken-down farmhouses, decaying churches, or a brutalist Soviet-style pylon positioned to cause maximum offence to the eye. Steve, their toothless driver, is at the helm. Mundy sits in his usual place on the box beside him, with the passports and visas and permits and insurance papers in an attaché case wedged between his knees. Erna sits next to him. From the back of the bus come bursts of jolly singing that die without explanation until Sally the Needle strikes up on her squeeze box to get everybody going again. In the mirror above him, he can watch the blue fishtail of the backdrop flapping in the rear window and the trailer bobbing along behind it. And 100 yards behind the trailer, he can watch the police car keeping the same distance all the time, slowing down when we slow down, and putting on the speed if we get a straight stretch. When the bus goes into a corner, he hears the backdrop creaking on its moorings. When he clambers up to the top deck to check you're all okay up here, he tries not to look too hard at the sugar paper bundles in the luggage racks and the muscled silver arm of the Socialist Workers' statuette sticking out of its wrapping. "Does everyone around here get a police escort?" he asks Erna, resuming his place beside her. "Only if they are very distinguished, Ted." Mundy has taken refuge in his own thoughts. The staged reunion of two old friends at the official farewell reception passed off exactly as Sasha forecast. They catch sight of each other at the same moment. Their eyes widen simultaneously. Sasha is the first to find the words to express his astonishment. "Good God, Teddy, my dear friend! The fellow who saved my life! Whatever are you doing here in Weimar?" And Mundy, looking suitably confused, which in the circumstances is not a problem to him, comes back with, "Sasha, my old cellmate, of all the people, this is plain daft. Explain." After the embraces and the backslapping, the pained separation is just as smooth, with its ostentatious exchange of addresses and telephone numbers, and imprecise talk of a get-together in the near future. Then back to the hostel with the troop, to toss on his iron school bed and listen to the whisperings of his wards through the paper-thin walls, and hope to goodness nobody else is listening, because how many times has he told them already that careless talk costs lives? All night he lies awake, turning the unanswerable questions round and round in his head. When he tries to sleep, he dreams of Jan the Pole slipping a hand grenade into the bus's petrol tank. When he stays awake, his nightmares are worse. If Sasha is to be believed, their Polish stowaway and the packages will get through, and that will be the end of it. But is he to be believed? And assuming he is to be believed, is the game he is playing going to work? At 6 o'clock, while it's still dark, Mundy sits bolt upright and bangs on the partition walls to either side of him and yells, "All right, gang, wakey, wakey, to hell with breakfast, and let's get this show on the road," in the sort of gung-ho military voice he would never normally use. But what he means is clear to all of them. We smuggle the little bastard out exactly the way we planned it, and we do it now and get it over. For his operational team, he has selected Lexham, Viola, and Sally the Needle. The rest of you act natural. Arse around and try to look relaxed, he has told them, none too kindly. Whatever you say, Pop. At crack of dawn, with Viola leading, Mundy, Sally and Lexham cross the courtyard, climb to the top deck and shake Jan from his slumbers. They strip him naked and smear him from head to toe with axle grease. The aim is to confuse the sniffer dogs. Viola, you do the close work for us. Next, they wind him in mothball-scented stage curtains and pack layers of kapok over his heart and pulse points. Crossing into East Germany, Mundy remembers seeing frontier guards armed with earphones and oversized stethoscopes for listening to suspicious objects. When they've finished wrapping him, Mundy presses his ear against the place where Jan's heart should be, and hears nothing. Probably hasn't got one, he tells Sally under his breath. By now, their stowaway looks like an Egyptian mummy. They have given him an air hole, but in case it closes by mistake, Mundy shoves a piece of metal tubing in his mouth before rolling him up in a dusty carpet. They are still on the top deck of the bus, and Jan is no longer Jan, but a carpet standing on its end. Half toppling and half carrying him, they feed him down the staircase to the courtyard, where the blue-painted canvas backdrop is spread out on the ground awaiting them. It has veins of red puddle water running over it, and its trawler-like stink of size and fish glue hits them before they reach it. Erna has yet to arrive. They told her 7:30, and it's only 15:15. While Viola looks on, Mundy and Lexham dump the carpet with the boy inside it along one edge of the backdrop and roll. And keep on rolling until Jan and the carpet are inside a 30-foot blue sausage, which, to sailor-like cries of "There she blows!" and "Heave, lads, heave!" Mundy and a bunch of willing helpers manhandle onto the roof of the bus, then strap lengthways down the rack, with its tail drooping over the end. To the shriek of worn brakes and bald tyres, black smoke fills the window on Mundy's left. 10 yards short of a red and white boom, the psychedelic bus staggers to a halt. They have reached their first checkpoint. Not your 5-star number, but the country version. Half a dozen armed Voppos, a sniffer dog, a Grüne Minna, the police motorcyclist who till now was riding out ahead of them, and the police car with its lights on that's been following them since Weimar. Mundy bounds from the bus, briefcase in hand. Erna, serene on the box seat, remains aloof to all of it. "Gentlemen, Colonel, comrades, a very good day to you all," he cries facetiously. But he keeps his distance because the colonel, who is actually a captain, is like Sasha, short of stature, and Mundy doesn't want to fan his insecurity by towering over him. The guards board the bus, offer gruff salutations to Erna, and scowl at the festively dressed girls in their funny hats before ordering everyone out while they rip the tarpaulins off the trailer, rummage through suitcases, and leave everything for the hated Westerners to clear up. The captain broods over the passports, hunting for irregularities, while he fires questions at Mundy in a thick Silesian accent. "How long have you been in Weimar, comrade? When did you arrive in the GDR, comrade? How long did you spend in Czecho, Hungary, Romania, Poland?" He compares Mundy's answers with the stamps in the passports, eyes the psychedelic bus, and, more severely, the vamped-up girls. He glowers up at the blue sausage on the roof with its balloons and streamers, and at the lump that has developed in the middle, which to Mundy's eye resembles a swallowed mouse halfway down the body of a boa constrictor. At last he makes the gesture Mundy has learned to recognize, a sullen and contemptuous tip of the head, a grimace, part hatred, part warning, and part envy. "Go, damn you." Mundy and the troop pile back into the bus. Sally's squeeze box strikes up. It's a long, long way to Tipperary. And damn them, they go. Erna appears to have seen nothing, her small round eyes appearing out of the window. "There was a problem?" she asks Mundy. "Everything in order. Nice chaps," Mundy assures her. With variations of landscape, the scene is enacted 3 more times. With each search, the tension is cranked up a notch, and by the 3rd, nobody is singing any more. Nobody is bothering to speak. "Do whatever the hell you want with us. We can't take any more. We surrender." Erna suddenly stands up, gives them all a jovial wave, dismounts from the bus, and keeps on waving till she is out of sight. Did anybody wave back? Mundy doubts it. They pass through a chicane. He looks glumly down. American soldiers are grinning at them through the windows. Bystanders gawp at the crazy painted giant horse that has emerged from the darkness of over there. A couple of cameras flash, and all the lights of Las Vegas are winking at them from the wet cobbles. They are safe in West Berlin, but nobody inside the bus has anything to say, except Lexham, possibly, who is doing some heavy cursing, all the worst words as usual, but without the energy we expect, and Viola, who is quietly sobbing her heart out and saying, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Oh, Christ." Up on the top deck, one of the boys is having hysterics, and that will be Polonius. The over-tall British arts diplomat with a 36-hour beard, who strides into the British political advisor's office close to our dear Führer's old Olympic stadium, armed with 2 bulky carrier bags and a briefcase, looks as if he has just come off the sea, and the deck is still rolling under him, which is how he feels. The receptionist is a middle-aged Englishwoman with greying hair and nice stern manners. She could be a schoolmistress like Kate. "I need to speak to Mr. Arnold," Mundy blurts, slapping his passport on the counter, together with his British Council visiting card. "I've got a double-decker bus parked in your courtyard with 20 very tired young actors on board, and your sentries are telling the driver to get lost." "Now, which Mr. Arnold would that be, sir?" the receptionist inquires, as she leafs her way through Mundy's passport. "The one who arrived at Tempelhof yesterday evening." "Ah, that one, thank you. The sergeant will show you to the waiting room, and we'll see what we can do about your poor actors. Are those useful bags for Mr. Arnold, or would you be wanting to leave them with me?" She has pressed a bell, and is speaking into an internal telephone. "For Mr. Arnold, please, Jack. As soon as he can manage would be best. And there's a bus full of impatient actors in the courtyard to be cared for. Always the same on a Monday morning, isn't it?" The sergeant is a benign version of the sergeant who guarded Mundy in the military hospital 10 years ago. He wears a sports jacket, grey flannels, and highly polished toe caps. The waiting room is Mundy's private ward, without the bed. White walls, frosted windows, the same photograph of our dear young Queen, and the same chrysanthemums, courtesy of the West Berlin police. It is therefore not at all surprising to Mundy when the same vice-consul ambles in. Shaggy, elegant Nick Amory, wearing the same suede shoes and tweed suit that he wears for his hospital visits, and the same clever, self-deprecating smile. He is a decade older, but in a bad light he could, like Sasha, play the age he has remained in Mundy's memory. A deeper tan, perhaps, a wider brow where the hair has started to recede, a touch of frost on the ginger sideburns, a new, intangible authority. It takes Mundy a moment to realise that Amory is conducting a similar inspection of his visitor. "Well, you look a damn sight better than when last seen, I must say," says Amory, carelessly. "What's the story?" "We've got a Polish defector on the roof of our bus." "Who put him there?" "We all did." "All being your acting troupe?" "Yes." "When?" "This morning, in Weimar. We had a gig there." Amory goes to the window and cautiously parts the net curtain. "He's lying very still for a liberated stowaway. You sure he's alive?" "I've told him to shut up and lie still till we say it's safe to come out." "You told him?" "Yes." "You run a pretty tight ship, then." Somebody had to. And for a while, nothing but Amory's shaggy grin and the sounds of shunting traffic in the courtyard outside. "You don't seem very pleased about it," he remarks at last. "Why are we all just sitting here? Why aren't we dancing in the streets and whistling up the champagne?" "The boy says his family will suffer if he's identified. We've all agreed to keep mum." "Who told you to ask for Arnold?" "Sasha." The smile is not a smile, Mundy realises. If it were, it would have gone by now. The smile is what he wears while he watches you and thinks. "Sasha," Amory repeats after an age. "The chap you roomed with while you were playing at being a pinko. That
Sasha. The one who came here that day and made a stink. He's in the East now. He's some kind of spy. Yes, I think we heard that, actually. Do you know what kind? No. Did he also tell you I flew into Tempelhof yesterday evening? Yes. Why? It's a sort of silly code we have, when one side wants to tell the other side something frightfully important. What's in the bags? Secrets, according to him. And he says the Pole's a plant, but it wouldn't be sensible to do anything about him. For risk of compromising Comrade Sasha? He said the police searches of the bus would be a sham to let the boy get through. The stuff in the bags would be safer that way. Well, that makes a fair amount of sense, doesn't it? Is this all he's giving us, or are we looking at trade samples with a view to placing a serious order? He says he's got more. With you in the loop. He says he's written to you. It's in the stuff. Is he asking for money? He didn't say so. Not to me, anyway. It would be a first if he is. Are you? No, I bloody well am not. What's your next move? Now, this minute. Home to England? This afternoon, as ever is. Yes. With your actors? Yes. Mind if I unpack my stocking? I'm going to call you Edward, if you don't mind. I think I did that before, didn't I? I've got an Uncle Ted I simply can't abide. Still smiling, Amory empties the carrier bags onto the white plastic coffee table. The virile socialist worker, the book on the Bolshoi, the pack of Kodak film, and the blue pottery box. He examines the socialist worker's glued edges, sniffs the book, turns the pack of film over with his fingertips, studies the use-by date, the customs duty stamps, holds the blue pottery box to his ear and gently rattles it, but doesn't pick at the sticky tape that binds the lid to the base. And these are walnuts inside? So he says. Well, well, it's been done before, of course, but then most things have, haven't they? Setting the box on the table beside the rest, he lays a hand flat on the top of his head while he admires the collection. You must have been shitting bricks. We all were, but only about the Pole. You didn't tell your troop about this lot. Eyes drifting lazily back to the table. They don't know about our crock of gold. No. They only know about the boy. They must be raising hell by now. Don't worry. Laura is feeding them buns and fizz. Did the Voppos search seriously for him, do you think? Or was it a sham, the way Sasha said it would be? I don't know. I tried not to look. No doggies? Yes, but they didn't find him. We'd covered him with axle grease to put them off the scent. Edward's idea? I suppose so. Didn't they provide you with a travel escort? Yes, but she was part of the scam. To plant the boy on us. According to Sasha, yes. Called herself Erna, blonde, fights at about 16 stone. Amory's smile widens in fond recognition. And are we still a pinko, or have we put away childish things? Waiting for an answer that doesn't come, Amory replaces the box of film on the table and smiles at it until it's nicely in line with the rest of his crock of gold. Where do we live? Hampstead. And we work full-time with the Brit Cown? Yes. 24 bus to Trafalgar Square? Yes. Got anyone? Wife, friend, whatnot? Wife, pregnant. First name? Kate, short for Catherine. With a C? Yes. Maiden name? Andrews. British subject? Yes, schoolteacher. Born where? Doncaster. Know how long ago? 2 years before me, April the 15th. Why do I submit to this? Why don't I tell Amory to mind his bloody business? Well, bravo, Amory remarks, still reviewing his find. Very bravo, in case I forget to say it later. To the manner born, in fact. I'll just stick this lot in the fridge, if you don't mind. Then you can take me to your charges. I'm a Foreign Office flunky as far as they're concerned, so don't peach on me, or I'll be mortified. The West Berlin police station, for all Mundy knows, is the very one where he was beaten up.
But in his state of dazed anticlimax, he hardly cares. Amory has phoned ahead to arrange things. Amory and his sergeant have perched themselves in Mundy's place on the box next to Steve the driver, and put Mundy in the seat behind them. And it is Amory, not Mundy, who orders the troop to dismount in the windowless hangar where the bus has magically arrived. It is Amory again, who, with his sergeant's help, gathers the troop in a circle round him while he addresses them with just the right mix of irreverence and warning. They've done a wonderful thing, he tells them. They've got every right to congratulate themselves. But we have a secret. We have actually two secrets. One of them is on top of the bus, because we don't want his mum and dad and brothers and sisters back in Poland getting hurt. And the other one is Edward here, because if the British Council gets to hear what he's stage managed, it will pop its bureaucratic garters, and Edward will be out on his ear. Smuggling refugees is not supposed to be what the Council is about. So what we're asking you to do is the hardest thing we can ask any actor to do, and that's to keep your big mouths shut. Not just for tonight, but for ever and ever. Amen. And after the sergeant has read aloud an official declaration under the Official Secrets Act, and each one of them has separately signed an impressive form, Amory calls a jaunty, "Also los, bitte, meine Herren," across the hangar to a squad of policemen in dungarees, who promptly lay their ladders against the British Leyland bus and swarm onto the roof, barking orders at each other, until, with infinite circumspection, the backdrop is laid like a precious archaeological find on the concrete floor and unrolled. An explosion of clapping breaks out as a naked tar baby rises like Adonis from the shreds of rag and kapok, and, wild-eyed in his euphoria, rushes to his deliverers and embraces every one of them, Viola last and longest. After that, everything is suddenly very quick and matter-of-fact. The police put a blanket round him and whisk him away. Viola bustles after him. One wave from the door is all she is allowed. Standing on the platform of the bus, Amory has a final word for them. "Now, the really bad news is we've got to keep Edward here in Berlin for a day or two. So I'm afraid you're going to have to say your goodbyes to him now and leave him here to do the dirty work." To hugs, howls, and stage tears that turn to real tears, the psychedelic double-decker wheezes out of the hangar, leaving Pop to do the dirty work. Returning to Estelle Road 4 days later, than either he or Kate had bargained for, Mundy slips easily into his role of indignant employee. It makes no difference that he'd already telephoned her on each of those days with the same outraged message. He was incensed in Berlin, and he's incensed now. "I mean, why didn't they think of it earlier?" he insists, not for the first time. They being, as usual, his luckless employers. "The sheer incompetence is what gets me down. Why does everything have to be so bloody hand-to-mouth?" he demands, and somewhat disloyally gives a scathing imitation of his good fairy in personnel. "Oh, goody, darling Ted Mundy's in Berlin. How nice for him. Let's give him a few days in our office there so he can meet all the boys and girls. 3 bloody months she's known I was headed for Berlin. Then suddenly, bingo, it's news to her." Kate has put serious forethought into making his homecoming a success after 5 weeks of separation. She is waiting for him with the car when he arrives at London Airport, and she listens with a patient smile to his rant during the drive. But once in Estelle Road, she puts her fingers over his lips and marches him straight upstairs to bed, pausing only to light a scented candle she has bought for the occasion. An hour later, they agree it's time to eat, and he shepherds her to the kitchen and insists on lifting the burgundy beef out of the oven for her, and generally getting in the way in his efforts to spare her needless exertion. His gestures, like his conversation, might strike her as a little theatrical, but after so much exposure to theatre people, what else should she expect? Over supper, with similar conscientiousness, he earnestly debriefs her about her pregnancy, her family, and the ructions inside the St. Pancras Labour Party. But as she obligingly chatters for him, he finds his eyes wandering furtively round the kitchen, treasuring each sacred detail, as if he's just come back from hospital. The tongue-and-groove pine dresser, that with a bit of help from her dad, He ran up to her specifications, because, as Des likes to say, there's a real carpenter in our Ted if he'd only put his mind to it. The non-stick saucepans that her brother Reg and his wife Jenny gave them as a wedding present, and the top-flight German washing machine and dryer that Kate bought out of her savings, because she's one of the old-fashioned ones, she says, and doesn't mind admitting it. Their baby's going to have real nappies, not those blotting paper jobs with the plastic rompers. And after leading her through every hour of the past 5 weeks, he goes round to her side of the table and kisses and caresses her, until there's nothing to be done but go upstairs again and make more love, until, bit by bit, he ventures upon a censored version of his adventures with the kids, interrupting his narrative with gusts of hearty laughter to give himself the extra thinking time, and mimicking the voices of the main players till she swears she'll be able to recognise Lexham anywhere. And thank God I don't have to go through it all again until June, he ends, with a careless sigh of relief. Why? What's in June? Oh, they want to give me Prague. As if Prague is a bit of a downer. Whatever for? Her wry humour at it again. Prague's lovely. International Dance Festival, minding the British entrance. Full subsistence plus responsibility allowance. How long? 10 days, I'm afraid. 12 if we count travel. She goes quiet a moment, then gives her stomach a friendly pat. Well, that's all right, isn't it? As long as he doesn't decide to put in an early appearance. If she does, I'll be here before her, Mundy vows, which is a game they play. She says it's a boy, he says it's a girl. Sometimes, to vary the joke, they change roles. Chapter 7. The psychedelic bus has lumbered out of view. The troop's last tragic howls of farewell have merged into the din of traffic. Mundy and Amory are seated opposite one another in a soundproofed airing cupboard across the corridor from Amory's bare office. A tape recorder turns on the cork table between them. Even as we speak, says Amory, the crock of gold is winging its way to London. The analysts can't wait to get their thieving hands on it. Meanwhile, here's what they want from us by yesterday, says Amory. A self-portrait, warts and all, of Edward. A blow-by-blow account of the Sasha Mundy love affair from first blush to Weimar, and a description of the man who calls himself Professor Wolfgang, omitting no detail, however slight. Dog-tired and overstimulated at once, Mundy answers Amory's questions brilliantly for an hour, then raggedly for another, before he starts to doze off for want of oxygen in the womb. Back in the reception room where he waits for Amory to dispose of the tape, he falls fast asleep, barely wakes for the short car journey to wherever Amory is taking him, and comes round to discover that he is shaved and showered and holding a whisky and soda in his hand, and standing at the lace-curtained window of a pleasant flat overlooking the Kleist Park, with sturdy representatives of Berlin's petty bourgeoisie, including many unawakened mothers with prams, strolling in the pleasant evening sunlight 50 feet below him. If he is an object of curiosity to Amory, he is a mystery to himself. The stress, the realization of what he has unleashed, and a bunch of accumulated anxieties that he has put aside till now have left him drained and bewildered. So maybe it's time you called your Kate while I powder my nose, Amory suggests, with the smile that never leaves his face. To which Mundy says, "Oh, well, yes, that's what's bothering him, actually. Kate, and the problem of what exactly to tell her." "Not a problem at all," Amory corrects him cheerfully. "Your conversation will be monitored by at least 6 intelligence services, so all you can do is play it down the middle." "What middle?" "You're being kept here by the British Council. Reasons to follow. Held up, darling. Trouble at mill. My lords and masters are begging me to stay on till it's sorted. Tschüss, Edward." She's a professional girl. She'll understand. "Where am I staying?" "Here. Tell her it's a bachelor officers' hostel. That'll put her mind at rest. Same number as on the phone. Don't gild the lily too much, and she'll believe you." And she does. While Amory powders his nose, Kate believes Mundy with a conviction that accuses him almost beyond bearing. Yet minutes later he is back in Amory's car, swapping jokes with Cliff the sergeant at the wheel, and the next thing he knows, he's sitting in this new fish place in the Grunewald that a lot of people don't know about yet, thank God, because Berlin's so bloody incestuous these days. And over dinner, which they enjoy head-to-head in a timbered cubicle darkened for lovers and conveniently bombarded with live music and hubbub, Mundy again magically recovers his spirits. So much so that when Amory playfully asks him whether, as a confirmed lefty, he regrets forsaking the sanctuary of communist Europe for the decadence of the capitalist West, Mundy startles not just Amory but himself with a full-throated condemnation of Soviet communism and all its works. And perhaps he really feels all this, or perhaps he's having a last shudder as he looks back with horror on his foolhardiness. Either way, Amory is not about to let the moment pass. "If you want it straight, Edward, you're born one of us," he says. "Onward and upward is the cry. So thanks and welcome aboard. Cheers." And it is from there, Mundy is never afterwards sure why, but it seems at the time perfectly natural, that the conversation shifts to the strictly academic question of what a chap should or shouldn't reasonably tell his wife in a situation like this, without anybody precisely identifying what situation they are referring to. And Amory's point, which he offers tentatively, but on the strength of a certain amount of experience, Edward, is that burdening people one loves with information they don't need and can't do anything about is as hurtful and self-indulgent as not telling them anything at all, and arguably more so. But that's just Amory's personal view, and Edward may feel differently. For example, if the person one is proposing to confide in is pregnant, Amory goes on lightly, or if they're naturally warm-hearted and trusting and haven't got the checks and balances to keep something as big as this bottled up inside them, or if they're someone of high principle, say, who might have problems reconciling their political beliefs with, well, certain activities directed against a certain enemy or ideology, which they don't see in the same light as we do. In short, if they're Kate and have enough to worry about already, what with a school department to run, and a house to run, and a husband to take care of, and a first baby on the near horizon, and a bunch of Trotskyists to flush out of the St. Pancras Labour Party, because somewhere along the line, Mundy must have told Amory about them, too. The Kleist Park flat is not Amory's, and it's not a bachelor officer's hostel either. It's a place he keeps for what he calls the odd chum who's floating through town and doesn't necessarily want to announce his presence. And anyway, Amory needs to get back to the office for an hour in case anything new has come in from London. But Cliff here will be in the bedroom next to you if you need anything. And Cliff always knows how to find me. And if you're thinking of an early walk, which you tell me you're a devil for, I'm game. Meanwhile, get some sleep. And well done again. I'll try. Mundy lies wide awake as last night in Weimar, counting off the quarters and halves of West Berlin's over-synchronized clocks. Cut and run, he tells himself. You don't need this stuff. You've got Kate, the baby, the job, the house. You're not a Taus layabout anymore. You've cleared the pit. You're Ted Mundy, cultural diplomat and father-to-be. Grab your bag, sneak downstairs without waking Cliff, and hightail it to the airport. But while he gives himself this advice, he remembers, and elsewhere in his head was remembering all along, that Nick Amory has his passport. Only a formality, Edward. You'll get it back in the morning. And he also knows that in handing over the passport, he was entirely alive to the significance of what he was doing, and so was Amory. He was joining. A born one of us was signing up to his own. He wasn't submitting. He wasn't being press-ganged. He was saying, I'm in, just as he was saying it over dinner, when he was winging off about the awfulness of communist life. He was offering himself as a playing member of Amory's team, because that was how he saw himself in the flush of his success, and how Amory saw him too. So just remind me, please, how I got into this mess in the first place. It wasn't Amory who recruited me. It was Sasha. Amory didn't dump a sack full of secrets in my lap and say, "Here, take this lot and give it to the British Secret Service." Sasha did. So am I doing this for Mother England, or for a self-flagellating anti-Lutheran on the run from God? Answer: I'm not bloody well doing it at all. I'm jumping ship. All right, Sasha's my friend. Not a friend I necessarily like, but a friend, a loyal one, and an old one, a friend who needs my protection, and God knows has had it. A friend who also happens to be a chaos addict, waging a fanatical one-man war against all forms of established order. And now he's found himself another temple to pull down. So good luck to him. But he's not pulling me down with it, or Kate, or the baby, or the house, or the job. And that's what I'm going to be telling Amory in a couple of hours' time, when I take him up on that early walk he was talking about. Nick, I'll be saying, you're a fine professional. I respect London. And yes, I totally agree. Soviet-style communism is a legitimate enemy, and I wish you every success in your efforts to frustrate it. So if you'd kindly let me have my passport back, and maybe rustle me up a car to the airport, you can make your own arrangements with Sasha, and we'll shake hands and call it a day. But there is no early walk. There is Nick Amory hovering over him in the grey light of dawn, telling him to get dressed now. Why? Where are we going? Home, the shortest route. Why? The analysts have given you an Alpha Double Plus. What the hell's that? Best there is. Vital to national security. Your chum must have been hamstring the stuff for years. They're asking whether you'd prefer a VC or a peerage. To be conveyed, to take no decisions, to sit back and be a spectator to your own life. That's spying too, apparently. Templehof Airport yet again, by early morning jeep. A different sergeant. Goodbye, Cliff. And goodbye to you, Ted, and good luck. The RAF plane waiting, propellers turning. Amory the only other passenger. Hold tight, we're already taking off. The pilots don't look at us. Trained not to. Land at Northolt Airport. Step out of the plane, straight into a green van with extended wing mirrors and 2 blackened windows in the rear doors. She'll be walking to school by now. She'll be about halfway up the concrete path between the Hampstead Lido and the mansion flats. The big kids are chatting her up. The little ones are swinging on her fingers. And she thinks I'm talking Morris dancing with the British Council in Berlin. Through the van's rear windows, Mundy begins to recognise the road to Oxford. He's got an Alpha Double Plus, so they're giving him a degree. Ilsa is in her anchorite's horsebox, telling him he's a complete infant for sex. They enter rolling hills and pass between brick gateposts capped by sandstone griffins. The daylight switches on and off as beech trees close over them. The van stops, but only for the driver to be waved forward. No beech trees now, but paddocks with white fences, a cricket pavilion, and a round pond. The van stops again. The rear doors fly open. A tight-lipped steward in a white jacket and plimsolls commandeers Mundy's kit bag and ushers him past a cluster of parked cars, along a flagstoned passage, up a back staircase to a servants' corridor. My guest gets the bridal suite, staff, Amory tells the steward. Very good, sir. I'll send the bride up directly. The bridal suite has a single narrow bed, a wash basin and jug, and a very small window looking onto an ivy-covered wall. In his last year as a school prefect, Mundy had a room just like it. More cars are arriving. He hears muted voices and footsteps on gravel. The greatest change in his life is about to begin. Behind closed doors, over 4 days of unrecorded time, the born one of us meets the family. They are not the family he expected, but that's nothing new to him. No grim-faced men with secretive glances measure him for the drop. No supergraduates in twinsets and pearls tie him up in knots with courtroom-style questions. They're excited to meet him, proud, impressed by him. They want to shake his hand, and do. Decent, ordinary, jolly folk, at first reading. No names, no side, but good faces, sensible shoes, and scuffed brown briefcases that look anything but official. The women folk ranging from the slightly scatty, "Now, where on earth did I put my purse?" to the quiet, motherly type, with dreamy wet eyes, who listens to him dotingly for hours on end, before drifting in with a question about something he's totally forgotten, until she puts her finger on it. As to the male of the species, well, they too come in all shapes and sizes, but they're a genus nonetheless. Midlife academics, you might say. Archaeologists working happily together on the same site. Medics, with that benign but purposeful detachment that says we go for the disease and not the man. Bony young men with bad suits and faraway eyes. Mundy imagines them as descendants of the classic school of Arabian explorer, crossing the empty quarter by camel, with nothing but the stars, a bottle of lemonade, and a bar of fruit and nut. So what is it, he wonders, that paints them with a single brush, other than their flattering obsession with the person of Ted Mundy? It's the unexpected belly laughs, the bounce, the shared enthusiasms, the slightly faster tongue and eye. It's the nearly hidden spark of larceny. It's the belonging together. Backwards over his past they go, first with Amory's debriefing in Berlin to guide them, then striking off in their own directions. All his personal history stretched out before him like a cadaver, and in the most tactful British way, dissected. But Mundy doesn't mind this. He's part of it, an Alpha Double Plus player, capped for England. Connections about his life he's never made before, dug out of the entrails of his memory, and held up for him to inspect and comment on. Gosh, well, I suppose that's true. Or, come to think of it, yes, bang on, in fact. And Amory always at his side, ready to catch him if he falls, and iron out any little misunderstandings in case our Edward here gets stroppy, which he sometimes does, because not everything that has to be asked makes comfortable fare. They never pretended it would, quite the contrary. That's how families are. Nobody who's done something as important as you have can survive this sort of mauling without a blush or two, Ted. A motherly one warns him kindly. Agreed, absolutely. Fire away, ma'am. Is she a shrink? How would he know? He wants to call her Flora or Betty, or whatever her name would be if he knew it. But all he can think of in his good-spirited way is ma'am, like the Queen, which raises a ripple of friendly laughter round the mahogany table. So that's the first day, and by the time it's over, except for a few last stragglers in the bar, they have celebrated the version of Ted Mundy that he afterwards thinks of as Mundy 1, hero of Weimar, the Major's loyal only son, former captain of cricket at his public school, doughty second-row rugby forward who went a bit pink in his undergraduate days, and what good man doesn't? But now the bugles sounded, he's rallied to the family regiment with the best of them. But unfortunately that is only Mundy 1. In spying, there is always a second version. Can schizophrenia be induced? Certainly it can, provided the patient is complicit. In Weimar, Sasha gave Mundy a foretaste of what to expect. Here in Oxford, thanks to certain microfilmed instructions conveyed to Mr. Arnold in various concealment devices, they are serving up the whole unpleasant feast. If yesterday's Mundy 1 represented the best of everything Mundy might aspire to, today's Mundy 2 is a caricature of everything that until a couple of years ago he feared he was becoming. A Bolshie ex-schoolboy and ex-Oxford leftist-turned-anarchist dropout and Berlin rowdy, who, after a well-merited beating, was run out of town at crack of dawn. An unqualified prep schoolmaster, expelled for venery, who fell foul of a provincial newspaper before setting up as a failed writer in New Mexico, only to creep back to England and lose himself in the no-hope basements of the arts bureaucracy, a has-been to his grubby fingertips. The image of himself in this insufficiently distorted mirror is at first so familiar that he can hardly contemplate it without screwing up his face in ridiculous expressions, pulling at his hair, blushing, groaning, and shooting his arms around. How much of the portrait comes from his confessions to Amory, and how much from London's researches over the last 48 hours, he has no means of knowing. It makes no odds. Mundy, too, is too close to the bone, whether lovingly sketched by the dreamy-eyed ladies or raunchily by a midlife academic in full flow. A parsonical man in a Bible-black Homburg has arrived by helicopter. Through the bay window of the conference room, Mundy watches him scurry across the lawn, clutching his hat to his head and holding out his briefcase as a counterweight. The men stand up, and a hush greets him as he enters. He takes his place at the centre of the table. A respectful silence collects while he whisks a file from his briefcase and pores over it before bestowing a twinkly smile, first upon the gathering at large and then upon Mundy. "Ted," he says. It is afternoon by now, and Mundy is washed up, both elbows on the conference table and long hands wedged into his tousled hair. "A question of you, dear boy." "Any number," Mundy replies. "Did Kate ever mention to you that your father-in-law, Des, was a paid-up member of the British Communist Party till 56? Much as he might ask, does Kate like gardening?" "No, she absolutely didn't." "Did Des?" "No." "Not even over your Sunday night game of bar billiards?" The twinkle very bright. "I'm shocked." "Not over our game of bar billiards or anywhere else." And I'm shocked too. But Mundy is too loyal to Des to say so. "The Soviet invasion of Hungary scuppered him, of course, as it scuppered a lot of them," the parson laments, consulting his file once more. "Still, one never completely leaves the party, does one? It's always there, in the blood, in its way," he adds, cheering up. "I suppose it is," Mundy agrees. "But the file is full of good things," the parson's smile suggests as he goes back to it. "Des is only the beginning. And Ilse, what do you know of her politics, in formal terms, as it were?" "She was a bit of everything. Anarchist, trot, pacifist. I never really worked it out." "But she did. In 1972, under the influence of your successor, she became a fully paid-up member of the Leith branch of the Scottish Communist Party." "Well done her." "You're being too modest. It was all your doing. I swear it was. You began the good work, your successor completed it. I see you as primarily responsible for leading her to the light." Mundy only shakes his head, but the parson is undaunted. "Regarding your Dr. Mandelbaum, first name Hugo, your fellow refugee and inspiration at boarding school," the parson goes on, making a Norman arch out of his fingertips. "What did he teach you, exactly?" "German." "Yes, but what type of German?" "Literature and language." "Nothing else?" "What else should there be?" "How about a little philosophy? Hegel, Herder, Marx, Engels?" "God, no." "Why God?" The parson's hooped eyebrows are cordially lifted. "I wasn't up to philosophy, that's why. Not at that age. Not at any age. And least of all in German. I wouldn't have made head nor tail of it. Not much better now. Ask Sasha." And he puts the back of his hand to his mouth and lets out an uncertain bark. "Then let me put it this way, Ted. I'm being contrary, but bear with me. Would I be right in saying Dr. Mandelbaum could have taught you philosophy, had he wanted to, had you been precocious?" "Well, my hat! On that basis he could have taught me any bloody thing. The fact is he didn't. You asked me, I said no. Now you're putting the same question hypothetically, and I'm supposed to say yes." The parson finds this huge fun. "So what we're saying is, surely, that Dr. Mandelbaum could have brainwashed you with Marx, Engels, or whoever he wished, and as long as you didn't bubble to your peer group or the rest of the staff, nobody would have been a penny the wiser. And I'm telling you it never happened. All he did, in the most indirect way, legitimately or professionally, nothing more to it than that, was breathe a kind of vague revolutionary vapour over me." He dries and goes back to massaging his scalp. "Ted, Dear chap. What? This profession, yours by adoption, does not live in the real world. It visits it. However, in this case, reality is on our side. The entire Mandelbaum clan were hoof and horn lefties, and all honour to them. 3 of them fought with the Tailman Brigade in the Spanish Civil War. Hugo's elder brother was in the Comintern. Stalin hanged him for his pains. Your very own Hugo joined the Communist Party in Leipzig in 1934, and went on paying his dues till he went to his reward in Bath General Hospital 40 years later. So? So Sasha's masters aren't idiots. You met one, the good professor. He may have his little ways, but he's nobody's fool. He'll want to know he's catching a real fish, or Sasha is, and the first thing he'll do is turn you inside out. And what he'll find, and his numberless mates will find, is a thick red line of radical involvement, starting with Dr. Hugo Mandelbaum, and continuing without a break through Ilse, Oxford, and Sasha to the present day. Of course you didn't join the party. Why should you? You didn't want to imperil your career. But your tutor was a Red. Your first girlfriend is a Red. You're a member of the St. Pancras Labour Party, which is good and left. You're married to a woman of left-wing lineage whose father was a full-blown comrade till he lapsed in 56. You're a miracle, dear boy. If we'd had to invent you, you wouldn't be half as convincing. You'll be God's gift to them, as I have to say you are to all of us. Seconded by all present, to jolly laughter from everyone except Mundy. Slowly he sits straight, pushes his hands over his hair to tidy it, and lays them softly on the table. He is smiling, a happy lad. He is gradually getting the hang of the family game. The failed writer is not failed after all. He is a creator like themselves. He is visiting reality as they are, and plundering it for art's sake. "You've forgotten Aya," he says reproachfully. They glance at each other uncertainly. Aya? Era? Where's the file on Aya? "There was this substitute mother I had in India," Mundy goes on, then amends the text. "Pakistan." "Ah, that sort of Aya," their faces say in relief. Yes, of course. You mean a maid." "What about her, Ted?" asks the parson encouragingly. "Her entire family was slaughtered in the massacres at partition time. My father blamed partition on British colonial misrule. She ended her days begging in the streets of Murray. Now it is the turn of the parson and his crew to see the light." "Marvellous, Ted," they agree. "A sob story like that is just what they love. Aya gets star billing, and soon they are all toiling together on Aya under the working title of Early Influences, firing each other up with their ideas as they bash out the storyline. How the infant Mundy was a social lie, born of a working-class mother, and passed off as the son of an aristocrat. How he was adopted by this native peasant woman. Fat, Ted? Terrific, let's blow her up like a balloon. Who gave nothing for his purported origins. And how this enormously fat peasant woman called Aya, a nursemaid, just like your mother for Christ's sake, was herself the victim of colonial oppression. But without Ted, they all agree afterwards in the bar, they would never have got there. Those extra touches made all the difference between something felt and just another run-of-the-mill bit of cover. "We're Carmelites," Amory announces without embarrassment, as he and Mundy make an after-dinner tour of the grounds. "We can't talk about what we do. We get no visible promotion. Normal life goes for a Burton. Our wives have to pretend they've married failures, and some believe it. But when the captains and the bullshit artists depart, we'll be the boys and girls who made the difference. And by the looks of it, you'll be another." But who is Mundy 3 when Mundies 1 and 2 have gone to bed? Who is this third person who is neither of the other two, who lies awake while they sleep and listens for the chimes of country bells he doesn't hear? He is the silent spectator. He is the one member of the audience who doesn't applaud the performances of his two familiars. He is made up of all the odd bits of his life that are left over, after he has given the rest away. Have there ever been so many busy hours in a young husband's day? Whether Mundy is slaving in the British Council's headquarters in Trafalgar Square, writing up his report on the Sweet Dole Company's triumphant tour, or preparing the ground for the Prague Festival of Dance, now less than 4 weeks away, or hurrying home for a dads-to-be session at the Southend Green Maternity Clinic, or lending a hand with the school production of The Pirates of Penzance, he vows he was never in his life so stretched, and dare he say it, useful. And if there's a spare moment, it's nip into the woodshed with Des, to do a bit of work on the baby's cradle, that Des and Ted together are running up for Kate as a surprise, and Kate's mum Bess is crocheting the blanket for. Des has found this lovely batch of old apple wood. You wouldn't believe the grain or the colour. The cradle has become a mystical object in Mundy's order of things, a mixture of talisman and life goal, for Kate, for the baby, and for keeping everything on course. As always, Des likes to talk high politics.
What would you do, you, Ted, supposing you had your hands on her, apart from the obvious, with that Margaret Thatcher? He will muse as they labour. But Mundy knows he must provide no answer, because that's Des's job. Know what I'd do? Des asks.
Tell me.
I'd ship her off to a desert island with Arthur Scargill, and leave them to get on with it.
And the notion of Margaret Thatcher enduring a forced marriage with a hated miners' leader has him laughing so much that the cradle's progress is delayed by several minutes. Mundy has always liked Des, but since his recent visit to Oxford, there is new spice to their relationship. How on earth would the old ex-communist react, he wonders, if he found out that his son-in-law was spying on Mother Russia's most obedient vassal? If Mundy knows anything, Des would ceremoniously take off his cap and shake him silently by the hand. And the baby isn't the only excitement on the horizon either. Only a few days ago, the Labour Party took a trouncing in the general election, and Kate lays the blame for this squarely on the militants and extremists who have infiltrated its ranks. To save the party she loves, she intends to put herself forward as the officially backed moderate candidate in the forthcoming council elections, in direct competition with the Trots, communists, and closet anarchists who are the plague of St. Pancras. It takes her 3 days to break this news to Ted. She's so worried he'll worry. But she underrates his good heart. Within a week, Mundy is sitting in the front stalls at St. Pancras Town Hall, willing her forward, as she modestly declares her candidature in terse, cogent sentences that remind him of Sasha. Mundy's fairy godmother in the British Council's personnel department would like to see him when he has a moment. She suggests around closing time when people are going home. She has her hands pressed flat on her desk, like somebody who has promised to keep her temper. She enunciates her lines with care. She has obviously rehearsed them. How's the writing going? Well, you know, coming along. You had a novel in the pipeline. Yes, well, I'm afraid it still is. Small talk over, she takes a breath. When I was informed by higher authority that your presence was required in Berlin to clear up certain security matters relating to your tour, I was not unduly perturbed. Breath. Similar things have happened before. Experience has taught us to be incurious and wait for them to pass. However, unprepared for this discussion, Mundy waits for the however. When I was informed by the same authority that you were to be given Prague, I came to the conclusion, wrongly as I now know, that you were pulling strings. So I refused to play. Breath. Only to be instructed by a still higher authority, not only to do as I was told, but to obey virtually without question any further instruction relating to your future, unless that instruction is so blatantly at odds with our personnel policy as to be ostentatious to an outside eye. Long pause. Short of resigning,
Which seems excessive in view of the fact that what you are doing is apparently vital to the public interest. I have no alternative but to buckle under what I regard as unpardonable, intolerable meddling in the Council's affairs. There, she said it. May I ask you one question? Absolutely, says Mundy, with none of his usual verve. Fire away. Play it dumb, Amory has strenuously advised him. She's as leaky as a basket. She's not allowed to know a bloody thing. Clearly, you don't have to reply. Equally clearly, I shouldn't be asking it. Are you a Trojan horse? A what? At the time when you joined our organization, were you already... I don't even know what the word is, and I'm sure if I did know, I wouldn't be allowed to say it. I believe the expression is doing a little of this and that for them. No, I wasn't. Not for anybody. And what has happened since, whatever it is, which obviously I can't know and don't want to, has that happened by accident or by design, would you say?
Total accident, Mundy blurts, keeping his head down in order to examine his hands. Fluke of life. 1 in a million chance. Frightfully sorry about it.
And do you wish... Please don't answer this if it's too painful. Do you secretly rather wish it hadn't happened at all?
Now and then, I suppose.
Then I'm sorry too, Ted. I thought I was helping you by overlooking the fact that you've no degree. Now it seems I've only landed you in trouble. Still, I suppose we're all working for the same queen. Though in your case, she can't know, can she?
I suppose not.
I feel so badly. Just giving you a roof. It just seems such a waste somehow. Will you, and I'm sure you can't tell me, will you get promotion from somewhere else?
Returning home by the slowest possible route, Mundy ponders the high cost of living a double life for his country. He likes personnel, and has come to count on her goodwill. Now it seems he must get along without it. He's beginning to understand what Amory meant when he said that normal life went for a Burton. But by the time he gets home, he is cheered up. Who wants a normal life anyway? British Council memo from Head of Personnel Department to E.A. Mundy, marked Private and Confidential. We are informed that your presence is requested at an out-of-town arts festival organisers' convention at the McCulloch Hall, Edinburgh, from 9th to the 16th of May, in preparation for your attendance at the Prague Festival of Dance. We understand that travel, accommodation and subsistence will be borne by the organisers. Salary and leave entitlements will be subject to review. We call it the School of Deportment, Amory explains, as they ride round Hyde Park, munching smoked salmon sandwiches in a black cab driven by Cliff, his sergeant. They'll tell you the 10 best things to do in Prague when it rains, and a few things about how to cross the road on your own. Will you be there? Darling, would I leave you at a time like this? Kate is less enthusiastic. A whole week talking about festivals, she marvels, taking a break from composing a personal promise to my supporters. You arts bureaucrats are worse than the United Nations. It's a midweek afternoon, a fine spring day, and the eve of Mundy's departure for Scotland. Kate's official nomination arrived in the post this morning. She rings Mundy at the council. She's perfectly calm, but she needs him at once. He leaves his meeting and rushes home to find her standing white-faced but composed on the path to the front door. He takes her arm and coaxes her as far as the porch, where she stops dead, like a horse refusing the fence. She has the teething knuckle of her right forefinger jammed in her mouth. I disturbed them. They weren't expecting me. I was supposed to have classes all day, she says without expression. One of my girls won a top scholarship to Leeds, so the head announced a half-holiday for the 6th. Mundy puts an arm round her to hold her more tightly. I walked home. I opened the front gate. I saw shadows in the window, in the lounge. Through the net curtains. They had the door to the kitchen open. They were moving back and forth across the doorway. So, more than one. 2,
maybe 3. They were light.
Light shadows.
Light on their feet. She saw me. The woman did. Girl. She was wearing a sort of catsuit. I saw her head turn. Then she must have dived for the floor and crawled into the kitchen. The door to the back garden was open.
Kate could be giving evidence in court, she's so precise.
I ran round the back in case I could see them. A van was driving away, but I was too late to get its number.
What sort of van?
Green. Black windows in the back doors.
Mirrors?
I didn't look. What do mirrors matter? It was just a glimpse, for God's sake. For all I know, the van had nothing to do with it.
Old van or new one?
Ted, stop interrogating me, will you? If it was conspicuously old or new, I would have said so. It was neither.
What did the police say?
They put me through to the CID, and the sergeant asked if anything was stolen. I said no. He said they'd come when they could.
They go into the lounge. The desk is an antique knee-hole job they bought for a song from a crook in Camden Town. Des says it's so hot he's surprised it hasn't caught fire. It has a flat top with imitation leather and a pillar of drawers on either side. The left pillar is Mundy's. The right pillar is Kate's. He pulls open his 3 drawers, one after the other. Snap, snap. Old typescripts, some with their rejection slips still attached. Jottings for a new play he has in mind. The file marked file that contains his mother's letters to the Major, and the minutes of the Major's court-martial, and the group photograph of the victorious Stanhopes. Displaced, all of them. Displaced but not disordered, or almost not. Shoved back, almost in their right sequence, by somebody who wanted to make them look as though they hadn't been disturbed in the first place. Kate is watching him, waiting for him to speak. "Mind?" he asks. She shakes her head. He pulls open the top drawer on her side. She is breathing heavily. He fears she may faint. He should know her better. She's angry.
"The bastards put them back upside down," she says.
Her 6th form exercise books go in the bottom drawer because it's the deepest, she explains in clipped sentences. Work to be corrected by Wednesday goes on top of work to be corrected by Friday. That's why I dish out colour-coded exercise books to my students. Yellow, you're a Wednesday student. Red, you're a Friday.
The bloody burglars turned them upside down.
But why would a bunch of trots be interested in your students' essays? Mundy reasons.
They wouldn't. They were going for Labour Party stuff.
When the police arrive at 10 o'clock the same night, they are not much help.
Know what my wife does, sir, when she's in the family way?
The sergeant asks over the cup of tea Mundy makes, while Kate puts her feet up in the bedroom.
I'm afraid I don't. Eats the toilet soap. I have to hide it, or she'd be blowing bubbles all night. Still, I suppose we could arrest everyone with a green van with black windows. That would be a start.
Watching the police drive away, Mundy privately debates whether to make use of the emergency number Amory has given him. But what does he hope to gain? The sergeant, though odious, was right. Thousands of people own green vans. Kate's right. It was the trots. It was a couple of thieving kids, and she disturbed them before they could take anything. It was a normal incident in a normal life, and the only thing that isn't normal is me. Chapter 8. "You are tired, Teddy?" asks the ponderous, ginger-headed Lothar, ordering up another round of Pilsners.
"Oh, just a bit stretched, Lothar. Nothing terminal," Mundy confesses.
"We did a lot of dancing today," he adds, to over-appreciative laughter.
"Tired but happy,"
Frau Dr. Barr suggests primly from the head of the table, and her young neighbour, the intellectual Horst, seconds this. Sasha says nothing. He sits chin in hand, frowning into the middle distance. He has pulled his beret low over his brow, perhaps for irony. It's their second evening together, so Mundy is familiar with the pecking order. Lothar is Sasha's minder. Horst, the blonde intellectual, is Lothar's minder. The stern Frau Dr. Barr from the East German embassy here in Prague is minding all three of them, and all four of them are minding Ted Mundy. The third day of the Prague Festival of Dance has just ended. They are sitting in the cellar bar of a conference hotel at the edge of town, a Soviet-style monster of glass and steel, but the cellar is supposed to recreate Habsburg times, with fat stone pillars and frescoes of knights and maidens. A few late drinkers sit at other tables. A few girls drink cola out of straws, still hoping to catch a foreigner. In a far corner, a middle-aged couple are drinking tea, and they have been drinking the same tea in the same tender way for half an hour. You'll be followed, and that's par for the course, Edward. It will be professional surveillance, so the important thing for you is not to be aware of it. They'll shake out your room, so don't be too tidy, or they'll think you're playing games with them. If they make eye contact with you by mistake, best to smile vaguely and tell yourself you bumped into them at a party somewhere. Your most convincing weapon is your innocence. With me? With you, Nick. In the last 72 hours, Mundy has sat through bone-wearying displays of sword dancing, folk dancing, tribal dancing, country dancing, and Morris dancing. He has clapped his hands off for Cossacks, Georgians, Palestinians doing the dabke, and numberless enactments of scenes from Swan Lake, Coppelia, and Nutcracker, in a packed baroque theatre with no ventilation. He has drunk warm white wine in half a dozen national tents, and in the British tent he has bantered with the usual good chaps and dutiful wives, including a chubby first secretary with circular spectacles, who says he once opened the batting for Harrow, and Mundy bowled him out first ball, which is the agreed recognition signal. He has been plagued by loudspeaker systems that don't work, scenery going to the wrong theatre, and stars refusing to perform because there is no hot water in their hotel. And between whiles, he has grudgingly allowed himself to be wooed by Sasha and his outriders. Last night they wanted him to go with them to a private party in town, and when Mundy declined, saying he must tend his flock, Lothar suggested a nightclub. Mundy declined that too. Make the buggers sweat for you, Edward. The only reason they've come to Prague is to get inside your knickers. But you don't know that. You don't know anything except Sasha's your old buddy. You're mixed up, unhappy, drinking a bit, a loner. You're all over them one minute and cagey the next. That's the way Sasha sold you to them, and that's who he wants you to be. Thus, Nick Amery, Ted Mundy's drama coach at the Edinburgh School of Deportment, relaying the stage directions of Sasha, our producer. Lothar is trying to draw Mundy out, assisted by Frau Dr. Barr. They tried to draw him out last night, at this same table and at this same hour, and in the same contrived atmosphere of weary geniality. In the low moments of his drinking curve, Mundy has been monosyllabic. In high moments, he has regaled them with embroidered tales of his anti-colonial past, and to the huge amusement of his audience, and his own secret shame, Aya's enormous bottom. He has described the horrors of a bourgeois English education, and let slip the magic name of Dr. Hugo Mandelbaum, the man who first got him thinking. But nobody has taken him up on it. They won't, of course. They're spies.
So, what do you think about England's great lurch to the right, Teddy? Does Mrs. Thatcher's brand of belligerent capitalism alarm you a little, or are you a natural friend of the free market economy?
The question is so cumbersome, and Lothar's archness so insinuating, that Mundy disdains a reasoned reply.
Not a lurch, old boy. Not even a twitch, actually. They've changed the name on the shop front, and that's about all that's happened.
Frau Dr. Barr manages her banalities better. But if America is going to the right, and Britain also, and the right is gaining ground all over Western Europe, don't you shudder a little for the future of world peace? Horst, who fancies himself an expert on all things British, needs to parade his knowledge. Could the pit closures lead to actual revolution, Teddy? Somewhat on the lines of the hunger marches of the 30s, maybe, then spinning totally out of control? Can you give us a few tips about how the British man in the street is reacting at the moment? They are getting nowhere and must be aware of it. Mundy is yawning, and Lothar is about to order up another round of drinks when Sasha emerges like a jack-in-a-box from his stupor.
Teddy?
What?
This is total bullshit, actually.
What is?
Have you brought your bicycle?
Of course I haven't. Suddenly, Sasha is standing, hands wide, appealing to all of them. He's a cyclist, didn't you know? He's crazy. You know what this crazy man did in West Berlin? We rode bicycles around the streets. We spray-painted the old Nazi houses, then rode like hell to get away from the pigs. And I had to go with him. Me, with my legs on a bloody bicycle, to look after him. Teddy organized it all. He was a genius, weren't you, Teddy? Are you trying to pretend you have forgotten? Mundy's hand is rising to hide a rueful smile. Of course I haven't. Don't be bloody silly. Best fun we ever had, he asserts, determinedly sharing the willful distortion of history. Sasha's toughest job will be getting you on your own, Amory is saying. He'll work on it, but you're going to have to help him. You're a restless sod, remember? Always wanting to go for a walk, run round the park, jump on a bike. Teddy, we have a date tomorrow, Sasha is announcing excitedly. 3 o'clock outside the hotel. In Berlin we did nighttime. Here we do daytime. Sasha, honestly, for God's sake. I've got 106 neurotic British artists to worry about. I can't make 3 o'clock or any other o'clock. You know that. Artists survive. We don't. We get out of town, the two of us. I steal the bicycles. You bring the whiskey. We talk about God and the world, like the old days. Fuck it. Sasha, listen to me. What? Mundy is pleading now. He's the one person at the table who isn't smiling. I've got modern ballet all afternoon, and I've got the British Embassy reception in the evening, and mad dancers round the clock. I can't just... You are being a total asshole as usual. Modern ballet is pretentious shit. Skip the ballet. I'll get you back to town in time for the Queen. Don't argue. Sasha has carried the company. Frau Dr. Barr is beaming her blessing. Lothar is chuckling. Horst is saying he will come too, but Lothar is wagging his finger in an avuncular way and saying these boys deserve a bit of time on their own. And the great thing about bicycles, Edward, is they're hell on wheels to follow. Hotel rooms are not sanctuaries, Edward. They're glass boxes. They're where they watch you and search you and listen to you and smell you. And marriage is not a sanctuary either, or not for the British Council has-been, closet radical and resentful failed writer who haunts the basements of the arts bureaucracy. His phone calls to Kate must reflect this. First thing this morning he filled in a laborious application form at hotel reception. Foreign number to be called, foreign party to be spoken to, purpose of foreign call, proposed duration of foreign call, practically the content of the foreign call in advance, which strikes him as pretty bloody silly, seeing that they'd all be listening in and ready to cut him off if the talk gets dirty. Crouched on the bed with a silent phone beside him, he discovers he is shivering. When the phone finally rings, it screams so loud he imagines it's about to commit suicide by hurling itself off the bed. Speaking into the mouthpiece, he notices that his voice is higher and slower. Kate notices it too, and wonders whether he is ill. No, fine, really. Just a bit danced out. Miranda's being an absolute bitch as usual. Miranda, his boss, the regional supervisor. He asks after the baby. It's kicking, she says. Jolly hard, too. Maybe one day he'll play football for Doncaster. Maybe one day she will, he agrees, in a lacklustre voice. But the joke, like Mundy, sounds flat. And how are all the drama kings and queens of St. Pancras, he asks. They're all fine, thank you, she replies, irritated by his low spirits. And has Ted met anyone nice, she asks pointedly, or done anything amusing? Well, not really. You don't mention Sasha to her, ever, Amory is saying. Sasha belongs to your secret heart. Maybe you've got a crush on him. Maybe you want to keep him to yourself. Maybe you're already thinking exactly what they hope you're thinking, that you want to jump over the wall and sign up with them. Mundy rings off and sits at the table, head in hands. He is acting, Christ, life is awful. But it is. He loves Kate. He loves his family in the making. I'm doing this so that our unborn child and other people's unborn children will be able to sleep at night, he tells himself with one voice. He goes to bed and doesn't sleep. He doesn't expect to. 5 o'clock. Cheer up. There's hope just around the corner. In a couple of hours, our first ballerina of the day will be throwing her tutu out of her cot because her hairdryer doesn't work. For Mundy, Sasha has obtained a giant-sized English policeman's black bicycle, complete with a basket in front of the upright handlebars. For himself, a child's version of the same thing. Side by side, they ride between tram lines to a suburban railway station at the edge of town. Sasha wears his beret, Mundy an anorak over his one good suit, and his trousers tucked into his socks. The day is beautiful, the city brave and careworn, its Habsburg glory crumbling in the sun. There are few cars. The people walk warily, not looking at each other. At the station, the two friends board a 3-coach local train. Sasha insists they sit in the guard's van with their bicycles. The straw reeks of cow manure. Sasha is still wearing his beret. He unbuttons his jacket to show Mundy a tape recorder in the inside pocket. Mundy nods to say, I understand. Sasha makes small talk. Mundy does the same. Berlin, girls, old times, old friends. The train stops at every lamp-post. They are entering deep countryside. The recorder is voice-activated. Its pin light goes out when things are quiet. At a village with an unpronounceable name, they unload their bicycles onto the platform. With Mundy practically freewheeling and Sasha pedalling for all he is worth, they bump down an unmade road, past horse-drawn carts and flat fields dotted with red barns. Only the occasional motor tricycle or truck overtakes them. They draw up at the roadside for Sasha to consult a map. A straight yellow track makes an avenue between tall fir trees. They advance in single file, Sasha in his beret leading. They enter a clearing, pocked with mining grottos overgrown with moss, sawn logs and bits of ancient brickwork. Large bearded irises nod in the breeze. Dismounting, Sasha wheels his bicycle up and down the mounds until he finds one that he likes, lays the bicycle in the grass, and waits for Mundy to do the same. Reaching inside his jacket, Sasha extracts the tape recorder and holds it in his palm. His small talk acquires a sneering and impatient edge. "So you are content with your lot, Teddy," he says, watching the pin light flicker. "That is good news, I would say. You have a mortgage, a wife, and a petit bourgeois in the pipeline, and you are leaving the revolution for the rest of us to fight. There was a time when we despised such people. Now you are one of them." Mundy, the ham actor, is quick to spot his cue. "That's not a fair description of who I am, Sasha, and you know it," he protests angrily. "Then what are you?" Sasha demands, unyielding. "Tell me what you are for once, not what you are not." "I am who I always was," Mundy retorts hotly, as the tape turns in its window. "No more and no less. What you see isn't always what you get. Not with you, not with me. Not even with your bloody Communist Party." It's a radio play. Mundy's lines sound to him like bad improvisation, but Sasha seems content with them. The pin light is out. The tape has stopped turning. But, as a precaution, Sasha ejects it, drops it into one pocket, and the recorder into another. Only then does he tear off his beret, let out a great cathartic cry of "Teddy!" and fling up his arms for the unequal embrace. The ethics of the Edinburgh School of Deportment now require Mundy to ask a number of routine questions of his field agent before they settle down to the business of the day, and Mundy the natural has them waiting in his head. What is the cover for this meeting? What is the fallback if we are interrupted? Do you have any immediate anxieties? When shall we next meet? Are you sitting comfortably, or do you see people you recognize? And did they follow you here? But the School of Deportment can go hang. Sasha's uncensored monologue is sweeping such mundane considerations aside. He is glaring across the lumpy clearing into the distant blue pines, seeing nothing. Confession and revelation pour from him in a stream of outrage and despair.
In the months and years after you were removed from West Berlin, I entered a total darkness. What use were a few burning cars and broken windows? Our movement was inspired not by the will of the oppressed classes, but by the liberal guilt of the affluent. In my personal turmoil, I considered the miserable alternatives available to me. According to our anarchist writers, world conflict should lead to creative chaos. If such chaos is intelligently exploited, a free society will emerge. But when I looked about me, I was forced to accept that the preconditions of creative chaos did not exist. Neither did the intelligent exploiters. Chaos presupposes a vacuum of power, yet bourgeois power was gaining everywhere, and so was the military might of America, for whom West Germany was by now the arsenal and craven ally in the world war that appeared inevitable. As to the intelligent exploiters, they were too busy making profits and driving Mercedes cars to avail themselves of the opportunities we had created for them. In the same period, the Herr Pastor also rose to rank and influence among the fascistic elite of Schleswig-Holstein. From the politics of the pulpit, he had moved to the politics of the pseudo-liberal ballot box. He joined secret right-wing societies and was admitted to certain very select Masonic committees. There was talk of putting him into Parliament in Bonn. His success inflamed my hatred of fascism. His American-inspired adoration of the god of wealth goaded me to the point of dementia. My future, if I was to remain in American-owned West Germany, was a desert of compromise and frustration. If we are to build a better world than this, I asked myself, where do we turn? Whose actions do we support? How do we frustrate the endless march of capitalist imperialist aggression? You know, I have the Lutheran curse. Conviction without action has no meaning for me. Yet what is conviction? How do we identify it? How can we know that we should be guided by it? Is it to be found in the heart or in the intellect? And what if it is only to be found in the one and not the other? I spent much time considering the example of my good friend Teddy. You became my virtue. Imagine. Like you, I had no conscious faith. But if I acted, then the faith would surely follow. After that, I would believe because I had acted. Perhaps that is how faith is born, I thought, by action and not by contemplation. It was worth a try. Anything was better than stasis. You had sacrificed yourself for me without thought of reward. My seducers, you have met one, were wise enough to appeal to me in the same terms. No inducement would have persuaded me. But offer me a long, stony path with a single light shining at the end of it, and throw in the opportunity to reverse the hypocrisies of the Herr Pastor, and perhaps I shall listen to you. He has left the mound and is hobbling impatiently round it with his strange uneven stride, stepping over the push-bikes, gesturing with open hands while he talks, clamping his elbows to his sides as if there is no room to raise them. He is describing covert meetings in apartments in West Berlin, furtive border crossings to safe houses in the east, and solitary lost weekends in the Kreuzberg attic, while he struggles to reach his great decision, and his erstwhile comrades slip away to permanent confinement in the open prisons of materialism. By the end of many days and nights of deliberation, and with the aid of my tireless and by no means stupid seducers, not to mention a good few bottles of vodka, I had reduced my dilemma to two simplistic questions. I described them to you in my letters. Question 1. Who is the ultimate class enemy? Answer unhesitatingly. American military and corporate imperialism. Question 2. How do we realistically oppose this enemy? Is it by relying on the enemy to destroy himself, but only after he has destroyed the world? Or is it by swallowing our objections to certain negative tendencies on the part of international communism and allying ourselves with the one great socialist movement that, for all its blemishes, is capable of bringing the victory? A long silence which Mundy does not feel inclined to interrupt. Theory, as Sasha has observed, was never his thing. Do you know why my name is Sasha? No. Because it is the Russian abbreviation of Alexander. When the Herr Pastor brought me to the West, he wished for reasons of respectability to rechristen me Alexander. I refused. By keeping my name Sasha, I was able to demonstrate to myself that I had left my heart in the East. One night, after many hours of discussion with my seducers, I agreed to make the same demonstration with my feet. The professor was one of them, Sasha confirms. Professor of what? Corruption, Sasha snaps. Why did they want you so badly? This is not Amory asking. This is Mundy wanting to know how they both got here. Why did you matter to them so much? Why go to all this trouble just for Sasha? You think I didn't ask them? His mood is black again. You think I am so vain that I believe I take the whole world with me when I cross one shitty frontier? At first, they flattered me. To win over such a great intellect as mine would signify a notable moral victory for the forces of progress. I told them that was bullshit. I was a left-wing, minor West German academic, with no chance of acceptance by a major university. I was no sort of victory for anybody. Then they admitted to me what they blushingly described as their little secret. My defection would frustrate the counter-revolutionary activities of the increasingly influential Herr Pastor and his fascistic fellow conspirators in Schleswig-Holstein. Millions of American dollars were being siphoned through church channels into the coffers of anti-communist agitators in North Germany. Local newspapers, radio and television were being infiltrated by capitalistic subversives and spies. For the Herr Pastor's only son to return freely and publicly to his democratic homeland would strike a blow against the imperialist saboteurs and undermine the Herr Pastor's standing. It might even cause the CIA to withdraw some of its covert funding of West German counter-revolutionary elements. I will not conceal from you that this argument compelled me more than any other. He draws to an abrupt halt and fixes Mundy with an imploring stare. You understand that there is nobody on God's earth with whom I can share this story apart from you? That all the rest of them are enemy, to a man, to a woman, liars, frauds, informants, living in permanent duplicity as I am? Yes, I believe I do. I was not so foolish as to expect a warm welcome from the GDR. Our family had committed the crime of fleeing the Republic. My seducers knew I was not a communist by conviction, and I anticipated, they had prepared me for it, a humbling period of re-education. What future I had after that could only be resolved by time. At best, an honorable place in the great anti-capitalist struggle. At the least, a quiet Rousseau life, perhaps on a collective farm. Why are you laughing? Mundy isn't, but he has allowed himself a small smile, forgetting for a moment that jokes about Sasha are in bad taste. I don't see you milking cows, that's all. Not even on a collective farm. It is immaterial. All that matters is, in a fit of culpable lunacy that I shall regret for the remainder of my life, I boarded the S-Bahn to the Friedrichstrasse station, and on the advice of my seducers, surrendered myself to the East German frontier guards. He stopped speaking. It is prayer time. His fine hands have found each other and are clasped beneath his chin.
His devout gaze is directed away from the clearing and sightlessly upward. Whores, he whispers. Frontier guards? Defectors. All of us. While we are fresh, we are handed round and used. When our tricks are known and we are past our prime, we are tossed onto the rubbish heap. For the first weeks after my arrival, I was accommodated in a pleasant apartment on the outskirts of Potsdam, and subjected to searching but benign questions about my life, my memories of my childhood in East Germany, and the Herr Pastor's return from imprisonment in the Soviet Union. By the professor, and by his underlings. At their request, I composed an impassioned statement designed to cause the maximum consternation among the fascists and conspirators of the Herr Pastor's inner circle. I took great satisfaction in this task. I proclaimed the futility of anarchism in the face of modern realities, and my unbounded joy at returning to the bosom of the GDR. Anarchism destroys, but communism builds, I wrote. It was my hope, if not yet my conviction, but I had acted. Faith would follow. I also voiced my contempt for those members of the West German Lutheran movement who, while posing as messengers of Christ, accepted Judas money from their spy masters in America. My statement, I was assured, had found wide circulation in the Western media. Professor Wolfgang himself went so far as to declare it a world sensation, though I was shown no evidence to prove this. I had been led to believe, before crossing over, that immediately upon my arrival in East Berlin, I would be the occasion of an international press conference. Also, at the request of my hosts, I posed for a photographer and did my best to appear as happy and reconciled as was possible in the circumstances. Photographs of me were taken on the steps of the apartment house in Leipzig, where I had grown up, in order to provide pictorial evidence that the erring son had returned to his socialist roots. But I waited in vain for my press conference, and when I questioned the professor during one of his rare visits to the apartment, he was evasive. Press conferences were a matter of timing, he said. Perhaps the moment was past, and my statement, together with the photographs, had done the job. I asked again, where has my statement appeared, please? In Spiegel, Stern, Welt, Tagesspiegel, Berliner Morgenpost? He replied curtly that he was not a student of reactionary disinformation, and advised me to be more modest. I told him, which was the truth, that I listened daily to West German and West Berlin radio news broadcasts, and had heard not a word anywhere of my defection. He replied that if I chose to immerse myself in fascist propaganda, it was unlikely that I would attain a positive understanding of Marxism-Leninism. A week later, I was transferred to a secure encampment in the remote countryside close to the Polish border. It was a limbo, part refuge for political vagrants, part penitentiary, part interrogation center. Above all, it was a place where you are sent in order to be forgotten. We called it the White Hotel. I would not award it many stars for excellence. You have heard of an East German prison called the U-boat, Teddy? Afraid not. He has long ceased to be surprised by Sasha's switches of mood. The U-boat is a revered feature of our East German gulag. 3 of my fellow guests at the White Hotel spoke enthusiastically of its facilities. Its official title is Hohenschönhausen Prison in East Berlin. It was built by the considerate Soviet secret police in 1945. To keep the inmates alert, the architecture provides that they should stand, not lie. To keep them clean, the cells are flooded with icy water up to the inmates' chests, and for their entertainment, penetrating sounds are played at varying volume through loudspeakers. You have heard of the Red Ox? No, Mundy has not heard of the Red Ox either. The Red Ox is situated in the ancient town of Halle. It is the U-boat's sister establishment. Its mission is to provide constructive therapy for political malcontents and to rebuild their party awareness. Our white hotel in East Prussia boasted several of its graduates. One, I remember, was a musician. His awareness had been so thoroughly rebuilt that he was unable to pick up his spoon to feed himself. You may say that after a few months of the White Hotel, the last of my misplaced illusions about the nature of the German democratic paradise had been forcibly expunged. I was learning to detest its monstrous bureaucracy and thinly disguised fascism with an ardent but secret passion. One day, without explanation, I was ordered to pack my possessions together and present myself at the guardhouse. I will admit that I had not always been a model guest. My unexplained isolation, my horizonless existence, and the horror stories told by other detainees had not improved my manners. Neither had the wearisome interrogations about my opinions on every stray subject, political, philosophical, and sexual. When I asked our distinguished hotel manager where I was being taken, he told me, "Somewhere that will teach you to keep your fucking mouth shut." The 5-hour drive inside a wire cage fitted into the back of a builder's van did not prepare me for what lay ahead. He stares straight ahead of him, then, like a puppet whose strings are let go, flops to Mundy's side on the grassy mound. "Teddy, you bastard," he whispers. "Let us for God's sake have some of your whiskey." Mundy has forgotten all about the whiskey. Unearthing his father's pewter flask from the recesses of his anorak, he hands it first to Sasha, then takes a pull himself. Sasha resumes his story. His expression is fearful. He seems afraid he will lose a friend's respect. "Professor Wolfgang has a nice garden," he announces. He has drawn up his spindly knees and is resting his forearms on them. "And Potsdam is a beautiful town. You have seen those old Prussian houses where the Hohenzollerns used to put their officials?" Mundy may have done, but only on the bus drive from Weimar, when his interest in 19th century architecture was limited. "So many roses. We sat in his garden. He gave me tea and cake, then a glass of the finest Obstler. He was apologetic for having abandoned me, and complimentary about my behavior in stressful circumstances. I had acquitted myself excellently before my interrogators, he said. They had formed a high opinion of my sincerity. Since I had more than once advised my interrogators to go fuck themselves, you may imagine that I wondered where this was leading. He asked me if I wished to take a bath after my long drive. I replied that since I had been treated like a dog, it might be more appropriate if I jumped into the river. He said I had my father's sense of humor. I answered that this was scarcely a compliment, since the Herr Pastor was an asshole, and I had never in my life seen him laugh. "Oh, you have him wrong, Sasha. I believe your father has a famous sense of humor," he replied. "He merely keeps it to himself. The best jokes in life are surely those that we can laugh at when we are alone. Don't you think so?" I did not. I didn't know what he was talking about and told him. He then asked me whether I ever considered making up my quarrel with my father, if only for my mother's sake. I replied that at no time in my life had such a thought occurred to me. It was my conviction that the Herr Pastor did not qualify as an object of filial affection. To the contrary, I said, he represented everything that was opportunistic, reactionary, and politically amoral in society. I should add that by this stage the professor had ceased to impress me intellectually. When I demanded to know at what point, according to his Marxist beliefs, he expected the East German state to wither away and a state of true socialism to begin, he replied with Moscow's stock answer that for as long as the socialist revolution was menaced by the forces of reaction, such a possibility was remote. Sasha passes a hand through his cropped black hair, as if to assure himself that the beret is not in place. It was, however, no longer the subject of our discussion that was interesting me. It was his manner. It was the insinuation, manifested by the favors he was lavishing on me, the obstinate, the garden, and the civilized nature of our conversation, that in ways I could sense but not define, I belonged to him by right. There was a bond between us, known to him, but not to me. It was like a bond of family. In my confusion, I went so far as to speculate whether my host was homosexual and intended to force his attentions on me. It was in the same light that I interpreted his mysterious tolerance towards the Herr Pastor. By intruding upon my filial feelings, I reasoned, he was, by implication, offering himself as a father substitute, and ultimately as my protector and lover. My suspicions were misplaced. The explanation for the professor's intimacy was far more terrible. He stops. Has he run out of breath or courage? Mundy ventures not a word, but there must be comfort in his silence, for gradually Sasha rallies. It was soon clear to me that the Herr Pastor was to be the only material topic of our conversation in the garden. In the White Hotel I had touched no alcohol, except for one experience of chateau moonshine, which nearly killed me. Now the professor was plying me with fine obstler, and simultaneously with insinuating questions about the Herr Pastor. I would go so far as to say respectful. He referred to my father's little ways. Did my father drink? How should I know? I replied. I hadn't seen him for almost 20 years.